In the present day, China stands on the brink of war, surrounded by the bases of a US-led coalition arrayed in 3 island chains. The keystone of the first chain is Taiwan, once the redout of the exiled Kuomintang party defeated in China's last civil war, now increasingly a distinct nation-state. Many analysts judge forcible reunification with the mainland to be a real possibility, and tensions spiked during major Chinese exercises in 2024. Yet this was only the latest of 4 near-war episodes since 1954. This video asks what a conflict during the Third Taiwan Strait Crisis of 1995 might have looked like, on the eve of China's rapid military modernization. You're watching Wars That Didn't Happen, and this is China and Taiwan's war for the Strait. From 1991 to 1995, a thaw seemed underway. The end of the Cold War, the gradual reform of Taiwan's Kuomintang dictatorship, economic liberalization in the mainland, and growing ties between Taiwanese and mainland capital all contributed to a rapprochement that would have been inconceivable a decade prior. The generation of military politicians that had fought and seen comrades die in the Civil War or the blockade and artillery duels of the 1950s was itself dying out. Civilian technocrats were ascendant on both sides of the strait. For the first time, some form of peaceful cross-strait arrangement felt imaginable, though on whose terms and under what economic model remained divisive. Taiwanese business and politics were split down the middle. Should they deepen profitable ties with the mainland and accept growing leverage from the Communist Party state, or prioritise political autonomy at economic cost? By the mid-1990s, no camp had won out, and Taipei's foreign policy looked erratic. President Lee Teng-hui sought greater visibility in Washington and international forums while keeping channels to Beijing open. His informal US visit in June 1995 triggered a storm. Beijing read the trip and Lee's remarks as edging toward full separation with potential US backing. In response, July to August 1995 saw ballistic missile tests, plus amphibious and naval drills, signals that continued moves towards separation could be met with strikes, blockades, and seizures of Taiwan's offshore islands. In hindsight, the overall risk of war was lower than in earlier crises. The exercises, especially those conducted in early 1996 after US carrier groups arrived, were military theatre, not signs of an imminent invasion. Even so, hardliners argued for limited strikes if Lee crossed certain lines. Both sides wrote contingency plans, and from August to December 1995, no US carrier group was on hand if the situation spiraled out of control. In this video, we'll construct a plausible war scenario during that time, and see how it might have played out. Through extensive research of both sides' history and capabilities, we'll reconstruct how both forces would have been deployed, what political circumstances forged their objectives, and what war plans this might have led to. Rather than just relying on creative writing, we'll also use complex reconstructions in military simulators like Command Modern Operations, Sea Power, Steel Panthers MBT, and Arma 3 to understand how both militaries would have fought and what objectives could have been achieved. We'll also use other games and simulators to visualize the conflict. Once the war is over, we'll debrief on what military and political conclusions could have been drawn from it. Finally, for this video, we'll have a special section briefly comparing our 1995 scenario to how a similar cross-strait war might play out in 2027 using the doctrinal and technological innovations of the past 30 years. The conflict over the Taiwan Strait begins with the story of 2 parties on the mainland, the Kuomintang, or KMT, and the Communist Party of China, or CPC. Both arose against an old order of land-holding military bureaucrats under successive imperial dynasties. Most recently, the Qing, a Manchurian dynasty who ruled from 1644 to 1911. Qing rule fused landlord power with an exam-selected bureaucracy that monopolized education and high office. Unlike feudal Europe, early capitalism in China grew chiefly out of these landholding families rather than a separate urban merchant class. This is significant because it gave Chinese efforts to modernize and keep up with the Western colonial powers a profoundly contradictory character. Since the same families could be landlords, merchants, officials, and proto-industrialists, the ruling class sought to pull China in mutually incompatible directions. They spoke of reclaiming the treaty ports seized by Europeans, but without disrupting profit from foreign trade. They wanted factories and railroads, but without draining the labour from the fields. They wanted all of the benefits of Western technique and modernity, without the social upheaval it implied. Though I could go on for a while about the various failed reform campaigns, wars, and unrest of late Qing rule, believe me I want to, the important takeaway is that to those outside the ruling class, the empire offered constant promises of national progress to endless disappointment and growing demoralization. In the absence of rulers capable of leading China against humiliation by foreign imperialists, mass poverty and opium addiction, or towards a higher standard of living and modern culture, urban intellectuals from outside the ruling class emerged as the most radical and influential advocates of Chinese nationalism and modernization. But intellectual reformers had little social weight in themselves, and wrestled with the question of whether to find allies within the old order or the lower classes excluded from it. The Kuomintang was the first of our two parties, with its origins in late Qing secret societies of nationalist intellectuals. Educated in treaty port schools or abroad, many had seen modern states firsthand. Men like Dr. Sun Yat-sen admired Meiji Japan, which had just crushed its feudal landlords to build a modern capitalist empire, and they hoped that the Qing might be similarly transformed from above. But by the beginning of the 20th century, they were growing impatient. The arch-conservative Empress Dowager Cixi had vetoed reforms for decades, but recently she had allowed one to go through. By allowing young, unlanded intellectuals to become officers in the Qing army, she unwittingly laid the basis for the Xinhai Revolution of 1911. Young nationalist officers declared a revolt to overthrow the emperor, but their uprising remained primarily a military mutiny, not a social revolution that mobilized the popular classes. As Qing forces under General Yuan Shikai regained ground, Sun cut a deal. Yuan could lead a republic if he overthrew the emperor. The Qing fell, but the bargain backfired. Yuan soon assassinated his rivals in the republic and crowned himself emperor, and after a brief, inept reign, left China in shards. Landlords, industrialists, politicians and gangs all lost faith in a centralized state and raised private armies to protect their local territory, becoming warlords. The revolution had fractured old China without replacing it with a new one. Sun and his allies founded the Kuomintang to keep reform alive, but his efforts to unite the supposedly liberal southern warlords failed, leaving the new party isolated amid the spreading chaos. Yet the nationalist intelligentsia was not yet a spent force. In 1917, the northern warlords in control of China's vestigial republican government committed the country to the First World War, sending hundreds of thousands of Chinese labourers into the mud of the Western Front. Many expected that in return, the Treaty of Versailles would return Germany's possessions in China. Instead, they were given to Japan. Japan had long preyed on China. From 1894, it had taken Korea and Taiwan from the dying Qing Empire. With the Republic collapsing, it saw new chances to seize territory, labour and resources to fuel its own burgeoning empire. Versailles, and evidence of government officials taking Japanese bribes, ignited a new nationalism. The May 4th movement differed from the secret societies that had overthrown the Qing. It was a street movement and youth counterculture that activated students and mobilised port city workers. In this climate, intellectuals like Chen Duxiu and Li Dazhao concluded that the old order couldn't be reformed from above and had to be overthrown through an alliance with the workers and peasants. Amid reports of Bolshevik successes in Russia, they came to believe that a communist movement could achieve national liberation and modernization where reformers like Sun Yat-sen had failed. The Kuomintang and communists had very different methods and goals, so it may seem odd that soon after both were formed, they forged an alliance, the First United Front. Several factors drove this. Though Dr. Sun Yat-sen was tainted by his deal with Yuan Shikai and the failed Xinhai Revolution, he retained prestige, and many communists believed that he was moving left, disillusioned with the old elite, and open to a workers' and peasants' mass party to overthrow the worst of the old order by force. Many Chinese communists and their Bolshevik advisors also held a stagist view of history. China must first overthrow feudalism with progressive bourgeois leaders like Sun before socialist revolution could be possible. By 1923, Moscow, seeking diplomatic security amid its isolation, also saw Sun as a stronger potential ally than the still small CPC. The CPC thought it could win Sun's followers to their ideas, and the Kuomintang thought it could control the CPC and gain Soviet weapons and advisors. The final agreement was quite favourable to Sun, with CPC members putting themselves under the discipline of the Kuomintang's existing leadership. Both parties also created a joint military, the National Revolutionary Army, trained by Soviet generals to overthrow the warlords and reunify China. The NRA quickly became one of China's strongest forces, swelling both parties' ranks, but fissures soon opened. By Sun's death in 1925, an anti-communist faction in the Kuomintang sought to expel the CPC to protect Chinese capital from its growing influence. Despite the Kuomintang's new leftist rhetoric, a hard social distinction between progressive bourgeois leaders and the old landholders was always an ideological fiction, and the Kuomintang soon became entangled in the same inter-elite patronage networks as the warlords. A left nationalist faction around Wang Jinwei briefly seemed poised to succeed Sun. But in March 1926, the right forced Wang to resign and arrested CPC supporters in Guangzhou. A new leader emerged, Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang, the son of salt merchants, received a foreign education and came to hate the Qing for their backwardness and weakness. He fought in 1911 and, in the chaotic years that followed, became tied to organised crime in Shanghai. His loyalties thereafter became split between Sun Yat-sen, the Hongmen secret society, and the criminal syndicate known as the Green Gang. Having gained a military education in Japan, he led the Soviet-backed Whampoa Military Academy and became one of the Kuomintang's best generals, hailed by Soviet media despite his growing anti-communism. By 1925, his influence in the military, secret societies and underworld made him the right's preferred leader, while his Soviet prestige kept arms and funding flowing. Even after using martial law to sideline the left and the CPC in Guangzhou, he was still able to leverage the firm support of Joseph Stalin, now a major Soviet leader, to dispel any fears that he was about to move against the communists. The First United Front was heading for disaster. Though the CPC had largely suspended calls for immediate social revolution, many organisers ignored Comintern and Kuomintang directives to confine demonstrations, strikes and land seizures to approved limits. CPC organisers like Peng Pai or his follower Mao Zedong helped poor peasants build free associations on expropriated land. They avoided targeting pro-Kuomintang landlords, but peasants ruling themselves nonetheless alarmed the southern landlords backing Chiang. Meanwhile, port city workers launched crippling strikes against foreign trade, hurting Kuomintang financiers as much as imperial interests. Chiang and his Comintern advisors tried to rein in unrest and aim it at their warlord enemies. The NRA surged north, backed by peasant and worker uprisings and strikes. The Northern Expedition was highly successful for Chiang. It bound the CPC closer and paralysed his foes by striking at their economic base. But workers and peasants repeatedly refused to limit strikes and expropriations to foreign imperialists and anti-Chiang warlords. The Kuomintang and CPC denounced them as premature and ultra-left, to little effect. A second Chinese revolution loomed, threatening even the pro-Kuomintang landlords and industrialists. 1927 was the breaking point between the Kuomintang and the CPC. Chiang's armies neared Shanghai, China's largest industrial port, host to multiple foreign concessions, and stronghold of both the Chinese working class and Chiang's Green Gang allies. As he advanced, communists planned strikes and demonstrations for February 19th under slogans like Hail Chiang and Support the National Revolutionary Army. Organisers were told to spare KMT-linked firms and coordinate with Chiang's allies. After 2 days, warlord troops attacked. CPC leaders Chen Duxiu and Zhou Enlai called for an armed uprising. To Chiang, however, this looked like insubordination. He paused his advance, hoping the warlord soldiers would crush the workers. Instead, the strike swelled. On March 21st, a larger, better organised movement seized much of the city and set up workers' councils. When Chiang's forces entered on March 26, the city was already in communist hands. He told workers the councils were no longer necessary and ordered their disarmament. Some CPC members even helped. Over the next 2 weeks, he assembled loyal military, police and gang forces, and on April 12th, he finally struck. The Shanghai massacre killed thousands in shootings and public beheadings. For weeks, the CPC and Comintern refused to believe that Chiang had turned on them. He had been their Red General, emblem of a progressive anti-imperialist bourgeois leader. But 5,000 to 10,000 workers lay dead at his feet. On April 21st, Stalin wrote in Pravda, The line of the close cooperation of the left-wingers and the communists within the Kuomintang, and the consolidation of the unity of the Kuomintang, of making use of the right, of their connections and their experiences so far as they submitted to the discipline of the Kuomintang, the events which followed have fully and entirely proved the correctness of this line. By the end of April, the Comintern finally admitted Chiang was not an ally. It nonetheless claimed the United Front survived via Wang Jinwei's left KMT government in Wuhan, where fleeing communists regrouped until Wang purged them that summer. Between Shanghai, Wuhan, and countryside crackdowns on peasant communes, roughly 25,000 communists were killed in months, over 85% of the party's members. The White Terror then engulfed workers and peasants suspected of opposition, with poorly documented rural killings numbering in the hundreds of thousands. After the Shanghai massacre, the CPC Kuomintang alliance was finally dead, though only Chen Duxiu openly called the front a mistake. But instead of going underground to rebuild, the CPC launched an offensive to revive a revolution already strangled in its crib. Uprisings in Nanchang and Guangzhou failed to spread. Peng Pai led a rural revolt with the survivors and local peasants, but it lasted only 4 months. By late 1927, the original urban-based CPC was all but dead. A rump central committee in Shanghai safe houses and a force of rural guerrillas in the Hunan Jiangxi borderlands that had fallen out of regular contact. Its leader was Mao Zedong. Mao, the son of petty landowners in Hunan, received a traditional Confucian education. His study of Western thought was largely self-directed. He was still in middle school in 1911, yet joined the Revolutionary Army. As a university librarian in the late 1910s, he met the founders of the Communist Party, but initially embraced anarchism. Still eclectic, he joined the party at its founding. He stood on the right of the party, arguing strongly in favour of the Kuomintang alliance, but was left on peasant issues. After Chiang's betrayal and the party's decision to go on the offensive, he led the new Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army in the failed Autumn Harvest Uprising. His attack on Changsha was a poorly organised disaster. The Kuomintang then executed thousands of Hunanese peasants. After retreating to Jiangxi and adopting guerrilla tactics, Mao was branded a rogue, an opportunist red bandit, and was demoted for failing to build urban support and recruiting rural criminals. This wasn't wrong, but he was working with what he had. After the failed uprising and his demotion, Mao had reached his lowest point, and was depressed and disillusioned. From his base in the Jinggan Mountains, however, Mao slowly rebuilt by recruiting local miners and bandits. With little else left, the CPC readmitted him and ordered another Hunan uprising. It predictably failed, and on retreating to the Jinggan Mountains he found Chiang's forces already there. His troops were forced to wander the mountains, starving and fighting along the way. Mao's second wife and sister were captured and executed by Kuomintang generals. He contracted tuberculosis, and his allies on the Central Committee were replaced by Moscow's puppets. Soon after, a left-wing faction of his troops mutinied, and Mao's supporters tortured and executed between 1,000 and 3,000 of his men. It was another low, but he survived, and established a base in Jiangxi, which the CPC proclaimed an independent Soviet republic in 1931. Mao always urged guerrilla tactics, but the Central Committee insisted on open fighting and territorial control, hoping a visible stand would spark wider uprisings, but it merely exposed the remaining communists. Despite controlling most of China and attacking from all sides, Chiang's generals were beaten in 4 encirclement attempts. Frustrated, Chiang took command and, with German specialists, built a ring of fortifications, trenches, bunkers and barbed wire, a tightening noose to starve the communists. The tactics worked. The communists were in a crisis. Even with a peasant army of 140,000 men, they lost thousands in failed breakouts. In October 1934, they began the Long March. The entire Red Army would find a weak spot in the fortifications and punch through to safety with its entire strength. 86,000 men began the assault, but only 36,000 made it through the lines, including Mao and most of the leaders. Only 7,000 made it to the final destination in the mountains of Yunnan, a crushing defeat. But Mao again survived despite the odds, and after the Zunyi Conference, with rivals dead or isolated, he increasingly emerged as the CPC's leader. While Chiang was focused on defeating the communists, Japan once again looked to a weakened China to seize resources for its growing war machine. It had taken Manchuria in 1931, which Chiang considered expendable. By 1936, Japan was preparing a larger push, and many felt Chiang was ignoring the threat to better pursue the communists into Yunnan. Not all of his generals agreed, including his northern ally, Zhang Shuiliang. He had overseen and now regretted the retreat from Manchuria. At a December 1936 meeting where Chiang urged another anti-communist campaign, Zhang made a stunning move. He had Chiang arrested and demanded a united front with the communists against Japan. Another alliance was not a new proposal, but Mao and the CPC were skeptical after 1927. Stalin, who distrusted Mao but admired Chiang, denounced Zhang and insisted on Chiang's release on condition that he lead an anti-Japanese army. Zhou Enlai was sent to negotiate, and after exhausting all other options, Chiang agreed to a second united front. A deeply embittered Chiang put Zhang under house arrest for the next 55 years, believing that he had cost him a final victory over the communists in 1936. Although Stalin had wanted Mao to submit to Chiang's authority as generalissimo, Mao wasn't an idiot and knew that real subordination would be a death sentence. When Japan attacked in 1937, the Kuomintang and CPC collaborated within the NRA, but never fully merged commands as in the 1920s. Mutual distrust made the Second United Front an uneasy truce, and real coordination broke down by 1938. After 4 years of war, the Communists proved tactically and politically more effective than the corrupt Kuomintang, and Chiang again came to fear Mao more than Japan. In the new Fourth Army incident of January 1941, the truce collapsed. Taiwanese and mainland historians debate to this day who fired first, but it was the Communists who lost more men, and were more successful in offering evidence of betrayal that rallied popular sympathy. Many condemned the nationalists for breaking the United Front, and though they strengthened their positions in the south against the Communists, by the end of the war they had lost considerable support. Nonetheless, by Japan's defeat, the Kuomintang had received most Allied aid and controlled most of China. During the war, Mao had drifted from Stalin. The 1941 Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact limited Moscow's help, and from 1942 to 44, Mao isolated most pro-Soviet elements in the party. When the USSR seized Manchuria in 1945, relations were still bad. Stalin again leaned towards Chiang, signing a friendship treaty in August 1945. He considered Mao an ultra-left, a cave Marxist, and sent agents to push another alliance with Chiang. Mao successfully outpoliticked them. It was the United States that finally pushed Stalin to reconsider Mao as an asset. The US had backed Chiang in the aftermath of Japan's surrender, landing 50,000 Marines to secure coastal cities and supervise their handover to the KMT. Stalin attempted to come to an agreement with President Truman, with both supporting a Popular Front government in which both Mao and Chiang would have a seat at the table. To every leader in China, however, this was unworkable, since neither side was willing to give up control of their militaries. Stalin was finally forced to admit that the United Front was dead, and agreed to give Mao limited support. The Soviets evacuated Manchuria and left Japanese-built arsenals and factories to equip the Red Army, giving Mao a real industrial base for the looming war against Chiang. In June 1946, the intermittent truce between Mao and Chiang collapsed. Chiang's forces, equipped with surplus US weapons, surged north in an offensive that seemed set to finish the CPC for good. The next year, the tide turned. Mao had gained firmer backing from Stalin, who began sending limited supplies, and had moreover begun promising the peasants more serious land reforms if he won. Chiang also severely mismanaged the southern economy, leading to hyperinflation that lost him much of his support in the Chinese urban centres. US aid was also briefly paused amid fears Kuomintang corruption would waste it, and while negotiations for a Popular Front government were considered. Over the next 3 years, Chiang suffered steady defeats as communist armies and peasant uprisings pushed south. By April 1949, the Red Army reached the Yangtze, the last barrier before the KMT centres of power at Nanjing and Shanghai. Stalin wasn't quite done with his love affair with Chiang, and made one last appeal to Mao to end the war and form a coalition government with the Kuomintang, but Mao refused. Within days, his troops crossed the river, and Chiang evacuated first to Guangzhou, then Taiwan. With the Kuomintang exiled, the CPC proclaimed the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949. Chiang's evacuation to Taiwan in December 1949 is often taken as the war's end, but it really wasn't. The Kuomintang had left the eastern mainland, yet their navy, pre-war vessels and surplus Allied ships patrolled the coast, seizing or sinking vessels suspected of trading with the communists. Besides Taiwan, they held the Zhoushan Islands near Shanghai, the Dachens off Taizhou, the Matsus off Fuzhou, the Kinmens near Xiamen, and Hainan off the south coast. From these bases, the navy and irregulars recruited from pirate crews could block key ports, hoping to starve the mainland and enable Chiang's return. Nor had all mainland forces surrendered. Chiang's Muslim allies fought on in the far west for 8 years. Kuomintang remnants in Burma launched an insurgency across the border, financing themselves as linchpins of the global opiate trade. In Tibet, ultra-conservative aristocrats and monks had broken away after 1911. The newly renamed People's Liberation Army spent much of the 1950s slowly retaking these areas. Where was the United States in all this? Globally, the US pursued containment of Soviet-aligned forces, but on the China question, its leaders were divided over the early 1950s. Hawks like General Douglas MacArthur and Admiral Arthur Radford urged maximum military pressure on Mao, urging the funding of the Kuomintang and even nuclear strikes. Others were reluctant to support Chiang. General George C. Marshall called the Kuomintang both hopelessly corrupt and fascist in character. Some hoped Mao would split from Stalin, as Yugoslavia's Tito had, forming a useful buffer. Britain, which dominated the China trade, lobbied Washington not to aid the Kuomintang, since it now backed pirates threatening British shipping. The newly formed CIA urged the most prescient course of action. By covertly supporting Chiang's blockade of China, the US could achieve all of its objectives without alienating its allies with the prospect of another major war. A deepened blockade would force China to turn to the USSR for more aid and trading links. They had observed the often tense and unequal relationship between Stalin and Mao's governments, and concluded that the more that they were forced to interact, the rockier their relations would become. A 1948 CIA report noted that, when the issue of subservience to Moscow has become more immediate than that of US imperialism, Chinese nationalism will prove stronger than international communism. In 1952, it added, the Chinese communists might make demands upon the USSR, or even take action incompatible with long-range Soviet global interests. Frictions might arise because of Soviet inability or disinclination to supply capital equipment, and China might resent the idea of a communist world dominated from Moscow. The CIA was also thinking in terms of a long-term defensive strategy against threats from mainland Asia, the idea that would later become known as the island chain strategy. The line of archipelagos running from Japan to the Philippines forms a natural defensive line, which if compromised at any one point, would weaken all of the other strongholds. In March 1949, a CIA report noted that reinforcing Taiwan would strengthen the will to resist communism in Japan, in Korea, in the Philippines, and elsewhere throughout the Far East. Truman's National Security Council readily adopted the idea, calling Taiwan part of its first line of strategic defense in Asia. In November, the State Department noted that Taiwan was geographically defensible, but worried about Chiang's leadership, noting that a spiritual regeneration was needed if Taiwan was to survive as an independent polity. The department was still worried that the Kuomintang would be, in Secretary of State Dean Acheson's words, so corrupt and incompetent at governing Taiwan that the island might fall on its own. Fears of a PRC invasion of Taiwan grew after the PLA took Hainan and the Zhoushan Islands in 1950, though it failed to take Dardan Islet in the Kinmens. China's entry into the Korean War proved decisive. The Chinese volunteer army's effectiveness marked the PRC as a greater threat, and Truman sought new ways to apply pressure on Mao. The same month Chinese forces crossed into Korea, the CIA began covert aid to the Kuomintang-aligned pirate navy in the Dachshunds. Advisors were also sent to Taiwan itself. Publicly, Truman pledged to stop invasion fleets from both sides, using the US Navy to block attacks both ways. This pretense of neutrality was dropped by the incoming Eisenhower administration, which sided with hawkish generals to unleash Chiang, openly arming the Kuomintang Navy and pirates to enforce a total blockade of Chinese shipping. British traders were outraged, but the US's Pacific allies, particularly Australia and New Zealand, were extremely supportive. Except for Britain, US allies upheld sanctions on the PRC, hindering its recovery from the Civil War. As the CIA intended, this deepened its costly dependence on the USSR. The blockade, now significantly sustained by US-built aircraft, helped push Mao towards a ceasefire in Korea. Though the blockade was proving effective, the end of the Korean War also meant the PRC could redeploy forces south to the Taiwan Strait. Chiang shifted thousands of troops to the Kinmen and Matsu Islands. Each side feared invasion, but neither had the means. The Kuomintang lacked troops, the PRC lacked a navy. Beijing instead chose to peel back Taiwan's offshore defensive line. In September 1954, the PLA shelled Kinmen. In November, it struck the Dachshunds from the air. In January 1955, it seized the Yijianshan Islands, two rocks guarding Taizhou Harbour, in a coordinated combined arms assault. Washington panicked. The Senate swiftly passed the Formosa Resolution, authorizing Eisenhower to deploy US forces to defend Taiwan. Yet the US would not fight for every offshore islet. US advisors urged Chiang to abandon exposed positions and focus on Taiwan and the offshore islands guarding major harbours like the Kinmens and Matsus. In Operation King Kong, the US Navy helped evacuate the Dutchins, seen to be compromised after Yijianshan fell. Chiang didn't want to lose any more ground, and he ordered defences on the remaining islands to dig in. US generals pressed Eisenhower to consider preemptive nuclear strikes on PLA positions in Fujian, and US Secretary of State John Foster Dulles openly said the option was on the table. The brinkmanship worked. By May 1st, 1955, the artillery duels and bombings of the islands eased. The First Taiwan Strait Crisis had ended, but its causes remained, and another clash was inevitable. In the aftermath, the US stepped up aid to Taiwan, granting surplus ships, artillery and jet fighters. China likewise turned to the USSR, but by 1956, its debts to the Kremlin had reached between $1 and $2 billion. Despite efforts by Nikita Khrushchev to apologize for Stalin's unfair dealings with China, relations with Mao were clearly getting worse. Mao resented Khrushchev's de-Stalinization policies from 1956, as well as his handling of the Hungarian Revolution. De-Stalinization undermined leaders like Mao, who derived their legitimacy from perceived Stalinist orthodoxy, nor did the Soviets match US nuclear threats in the first crisis. Faced with China's sluggish growth and over-reliance on the USSR, Mao had turned to increasingly voluntarist economic policies, collectively known as the Great Leap Forward. Superhuman effort and ideological conviction would succeed where careful Soviet-style 5-year plans had failed. As shortages from mismanagement began, Soviet debt payments proved an easy scapegoat. As the CIA predicted in 1948, the blockade hastened a growing Sino-Soviet split, opening up the possibility that the US might one day appear the lesser evil. With famine looming, breaking the Kuomintang blockade became even more urgent. Kinmen's garrisons prevented trade between Xiamen and British shipping via Hong Kong and Singapore. In August 1958, the PLA tested these offshore defences, seeking to repeat Yijianshan with a strike on the tiny islet of Dongding, guarding the approach to Xiamen. The attack failed. After 2 inconclusive naval battles between small craft, the PLA withdrew. It nonetheless triggered panic in Washington. The US even signalled readiness to use nuclear weapons to defend the islets. As intermittent PRC shelling began and 750,000 mainland troops faced 80,000 nationalists, the US escalated support. 203mm howitzers, which it noted could fire nuclear rounds, large jet deployments, and naval escorts for convoys. Under Operation Black Magic, Taiwanese F-86 fighters received experimental AIM-9 Sidewinders, scoring some of the first air-to-air missile kills. Despite strongly considering the option, the US declined a preemptive strike, fearing the Soviet response and seeing no imminent PRC invasion. PLA bombardment was proving insufficient to stop resupply to the islands. Washington pressed Chiang to pull back some forces so Beijing could claim a face-saving victory. In return, Chiang was given even better US equipment, like 240mm super heavy guns, spy planes, and early surface-to-air missiles. The blockade on the mainland eased, and Beijing agreed to shell only on odd-numbered days, letting nationalist convoys through. The artillery duel became mostly symbolic, propaganda leaflets mixed with occasional high-explosive rounds, and lasted until 1979, with only 200 deaths over the next 20 years. Kinmen accumulated so much spent metal that locals started a cottage industry, making chef's knives from unexploded rounds. While the PRC and Republic of China never signed an armistice, the tempo of military engagements dropped off considerably after 1958. The PRC shelled Kinmen heavily in 1959, after a nationalist round hit a nursery on Dading, killing 31 children, and again during Eisenhower's 1960 visit. But it never attempted serious plans to take either Taiwan or the offshore islands, as its attempts to build an invasion fleet were repeatedly delayed. In Taiwan, however, Chiang Kai-shek was far more serious about plans to launch an amphibious invasion of the mainland, hoping to be supported by the US in order to cut off the Chinese supply routes into Vietnam. Commando raids, spy plane overflights, and naval probing escalated over the early 1960s, with plans to use Kinmen as a base to seize Xiamen. But frustrated by US reluctance, Chiang ordered Project National Glory, an absurd plan for a solo invasion. But naval probes failed, costing 3 warships over 1965, and the project was delayed indefinitely. In 1967, the last air battle saw Taiwanese F-104s down 2 mainland MiG-19s for 1 loss. Afterward, there were no further battles beyond the routine shelling. With the Civil War easing after 1950, both sides gained breathing room to build working civilian economies and state apparatuses to support their huge militaries. Taiwan under Chiang Kai-shek remained under permanent martial law. Unauthorized parties and newspapers were banned. The Mandarin-speaking Waishengren, those who arrived in 1949, monopolized most military and bureaucratic posts. Hokkien-speaking Bengshenren, the pre-1949 residents of Taiwan, were largely excluded. Mainland criminal networks shattered by the revolution reconstituted in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and new syndicates such as the Bamboo Union and Four Seas Gang gained influence. Despite having been founded by refugee landlords, crime bosses and industrialists, you might be surprised to hear that the new state pursued sweeping land redistribution, nationalizations, and state-led development. These hurt local elites in the short term, but were deemed necessary by the Kuomintang and US advisors to stabilize the economy and break up the big inefficient estates. Once the statized economy had created a sounder basis for private development, Taiwan became a kind of labor emporium for international capital, a massively export-oriented economy founded on offering manufacturing labor at bargain prices. Many in the Taiwanese working class, disproportionately women, were kept in barracks-like compounds, while men were conscripted. State education meant that this workforce was not only cheap, but highly educated, and between this and US technical aid, the Taiwanese economy eventually began to specialize in high-tech light industry. Technology transfer meant that domestic capital was able to start high-tech businesses of its own, and by the 1980s, Taiwanese capital had grown exceedingly wealthy on the backs of the mainly Bengshenren working class. On the mainland, the CPC had initially pursued economic policies that were arguably less radical than those pursued on Taiwan. Mao had won the Civil War in part by appealing to nationalist sentiment across all classes disaffected by the corruption and mismanagement of the Kuomintang, and as such the new communist leaders didn't immediately pursue drastic social changes. During the New Democracy period of 1949 to the early 1950s, Mao adapted the old stagist view to argue that China needed a period of capitalist and democratic development before socialism could be pursued. Thus the CPC would not rule alone, but atop a coalition of parties of the peasantry, small business owners, and any capitalists who oppose the nationalists. Evidence of this cross-class coalitionist spirit is actually still evident in the PRC flag. Expropriations would be limited to only those landlords and capitalists who met the criteria of being corrupt, wasteful, over-bureaucratic, or Kuomintang supporters. Like many popular frontist leaders of his era, Mao hoped that by presenting a moderate image as merely an anti-imperialist nationalist, he could elicit foreign sympathy and enable China to normalize trade and technology transfers with the outside world. It was Chinese class society itself that made more moderate policies unviable. The bourgeoisie was not going to work with a force calling itself a communist party clearly aligned with the Soviets. The peasants were not going to delay collectivizing their land just to avoid antagonizing the remaining landlords. And the workers were not going to limit their expropriations to only the so-called enemy property holders, just as they hadn't in 1927. By legalizing the expropriation of anyone accused of being corrupt or a Kuomintang agent, Mao had actually created the conditions by which almost any capitalist could have their property confiscated if enough workers pointed the finger at them. By 1952, this legalistic form of expropriation through accusations of criminality had fundamentally transformed the economy. The new China was not going to be a capitalist state, even if Mao and the CPC rather wished that it would be, at least until things stabilized. By 1953, the CPC de-emphasized the pretense of a bourgeois Democratic Popular Front government. China became a party state, transitioning to socialism, modelled on the USSR. Planning never reached Soviet scale, but 5-year plans and large Soviet advisory missions drove one of the biggest transfers of expertise and equipment in history. By 1953, most landlords were stripped of holdings and, by 1956, farms were collectivized. Large and medium industry was nationalized. Literacy and anti-poverty campaigns advanced rapidly. Many peasants saw the first sustained rise in living standards in centuries. At the 8th Party Congress, Mao declared socialism was being achieved and promised a gradual transition to a classless, stateless democratic society. The 100 Flowers campaign loosened state censorship. Mao expected little but praise, but he was in for a surprise. The intellectuals were outraged at the centralization of leadership since 1953, as was to be expected, but even the Chinese working class seemed to be turning against him. The nationalization of industry had actually reduced their wages in some sectors, and in 1957, workers in the port cities undertook large strikes. The situation was worryingly evocative of what had happened in Hungary the year before, and the CPC panicked. imprisoning the intellectuals in a crackdown known as the Anti-Rightist Campaign and prosecuting the strikers as petty criminals. The following year, Mao's experimentation with a policy of centralising the collective farms and national food rationing, combined with over-reporting of food stockpiles and pseudo-scientific agricultural practices, initiated a period of mass famine that would last until 1962. Estimates are too politicised to be reliable, but deaths were quite plausibly above 15 million. The 1950s had seen extraordinary steps forward for the PRC and a leap backward, which now threatened a leadership crisis in the party. Some, like Peng Dehuai, Mao's best general, criticised policies openly and were purged. Others, like Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, moved carefully, hoping Mao would accept a role as a charismatic figurehead, while steadier bureaucrats ran the state. They quietly reversed famine-inducing policies to let Mao save face, but Mao was worried. These were bureaucrats of the Soviet type. They had little ideology beyond whatever seemed likely to allow the party state to survive for another few years. Mao turned to the party youth and university students, warning them of a growing bureaucratization that threatened the revolution. While the Cultural Revolution saw moments which threatened to inject genuine workers' democracy into a dying Chinese revolution, like the ultra-lefts in the Shanghai Commune, the overall effect of those years was to allow Mao to redirect youth anger to target his enemies within the party bureaucracy, creating a climate of fear and random violence conducted by the PLA and student paramilitaries. By then, the PRC had broken with the Soviet bloc, denouncing the USSR as fascist and urging defections to a Chinese-led camp. Only Albania joined. Attempts to woo Vietnam and North Korea faltered, and China soon felt encircled by Soviet allies. Border clashes with the USSR escalated in 1969, and Beijing dropped much of its support for Vietnam. Cut off from Soviet expertise and disrupted by the Cultural Revolution, the economy needed new foreign partners. The Nixon administration offered a surprising lifeline. Nixon desperately wanted to reduce American defense spending in the Asia-Pacific region. The depletion of gold reserves associated with constant wars in Southeast Asia had brought the US and its allies to the verge of economic collapse. If China could be turned into an anti-Soviet buffer, as some in the CIA and State Department had hoped since the 1940s, the US could shift its focus to outcompeting the Soviets in Europe, leaving the Asia-Pacific to mostly manage its own affairs. US sanctions and travel restrictions were relaxed from 1969, and in 1971 it supported China in gaining a seat on the Security Council alongside Taiwan. In the actual UN vote, a counter-proposal to also strip Taiwan of its seat won out. Over the next 8 years, the US scaled down almost all of its support to the ROC. To Chiang Kai-shek, this was an unimaginable betrayal, but the fact was that a deal with Mao had a better chance of neutralizing Beijing as a threat than Chiang's delusional invasion plans. As Mao lay dying after years of turmoil, Deng Xiaoping rebuilt his power and emerged as China's paramount leader in 1978. He inherited a state where voluntarism had papered over widening gaps with rival powers. His response was reform and opening up, re-exposing China to seaborne trade and technology. This was less a complete rupture with Mao than an exaggeration of his late-period diplomacy. It was Mao who had split with Moscow, normalized ties with the US, and sought European and Japanese investment after 1972. Under Deng, the realignment deepened into military action against common enemies in Vietnam and Cambodia, and stronger economic links. The US de-recognized Taiwan in 1979, and special economic zones in port cities lured foreign manufacturers with cheap, unregulated Chinese labor and real estate. Incidentally, this was another example of the PRC and Taiwan pursuing almost exactly the same economic policies for different reasons. But while the PRC was successful in normalizing relations with the US, it couldn't yet do the same with the Kuomintang dictatorship. The entire edifice of its state institutions had been built on the idea of one day retaking the mainland, and while the generation that had fled to the island in 1949 was still in charge, normalization would be impossible. Chiang Kai-shek's son and third president of Taiwan, Chiang Ching-kuo, declared in 1979 that there would be no contact, no negotiation, and no compromise with Beijing. The problem for Kuomintang hardliners was that there was now serious money to be made on the mainland. With wages rising in Taiwan as state-run unions expanded in the 1970s, manufacturers sought cheaper labour. Although the Kuomintang tried to block mainland investment, capital found workarounds through Hong Kong. Under pressure to allow cross-strait travel, Chiang Ching-kuo relented in 1987, approving family visits that often doubled as business trips. A distinct class of investors with mainland interests emerged, the Taishang, or in CPC terminology, compatriot businessmen. Beijing's bureaucracy had long seen that drawing in Taiwanese capital could soften political differences and ease a path to peaceful reunification. The strategy worked at first, fueling calls in Taiwan to normalise relations. If the Taishang were cooperating with the mainland for mutual benefit, what purpose did a dictatorship built to protect Taiwanese capital from the mainland still serve? Chiang Ching-kuo's death in 1988 led to an unexpected successor. Li Denghui was Bengshen Ren, a pre-1949 resident, a Japanophile academic with past ties to communists, sympathetic to Taiwanese nationalism, and a liberal democrat, everything that would have made Chiang Kai-shek roll in his grave. Yet under Chiang Ching-kuo, elite Bengshen Ren had built support inside the Kuomintang. Li also knew how to navigate black gold politics, the leveraging of organised criminal patronage networks common to Taiwanese power struggles. Having overcome the conservative palace faction, he moved to mark himself as a reformer. Martial law had softened a year earlier, and Li pushed further. He filled government posts with Bengshen Ren colleagues, and conceded to student pro-democracy protesters in 1990. In 1994, he announced Taiwan's first free presidential election for 1996. The mainland had of course experienced its own student protests months before Taiwan's. In 1989, Tiananmen Square brought together students and workers. The former pressed for democratization and free expression, the latter protested the harsh economic realities of marketization on wages and benefits. The reformist right, like Premier Zhao Ziyang, wanted to accelerate both economic and political liberalization. Conservative leftists, including many PLA generals, argued for a temporary halt to both. Deng Xiaoping preferred to balance both sides, but chose to defend the party state with a crackdown. The PLA crushed the protests, ending immediate prospects for change, both to the left and right of the party. With Zhao Ziyang under house arrest and Deng Xiaoping in semi-retirement due to his age, party leadership fell to Jiang Zemin, the first PRC leader with no role in the revolutions or civil war. An engineer and economic manager, he had kept out of political storms and accumulated few enemies. As Shanghai mayor, he was known for avoiding dramatic moves, but 1989 revealed his one clear skill. While Beijing's protests ended in bloodshed, Shanghai's ended through cooptation and de-escalation. The party leadership concluded that Jiang's skill at settling disputes without altering policy was useful amidst the aftermath of Tiananmen. More importantly, Jiang's low profile let the factions to his left and right set the real agenda. For 2 years, he slowed reform while offering empty assurances. In 1992, however, Deng publicly hinted that liberalisation was too slow. Jiang saw that his political survival required decisive shifts, one of which involved Taiwan. The situation had reversed from a decade earlier. Taiwan now wanted closer ties, and it was the PRC that dragged its feet. Jiang Zemin read Deng Xiaoping's 1992 Southern Tour as a green light to open the PRC to unprecedented foreign investment. Taiwan was seeing record capital outflows, and its electronics firms eyed the mainland's southern coastal cities. Jiang moved to welcome them, drafting special protections for Taiwanese capital enacted in 1994. This served both the CPC's liberalisation and national security aims, knitting Taiwan to the mainland. But the ties had side effects. Taiwanese workers saw jobs move to cheaper mainland labour, and came to view Kuomintang outreach as greed and disloyalty to Taiwan's identity. Many gravitated to left nationalist groups like the Democratic Progressive Party. The CPC now found itself in the position of having courted Taiwan's bourgeoisie at the expense of its working class. Li Denghui, though sympathetic to Taiwanese separatism, had accepted the compromise principle of one China, two interpretations in 1992, agreeing to reunification in principle while differing on its terms. Yet growing Taiwanese reliance on investment in the mainland worried him. As Jiang courted Taiwanese investors, Li offered subsidies to steer capital to Southeast Asia. Even as talks continued, Taipei launched a broad lobbying push at the UN and in Washington to raise the ROC's international recognition. This jockeying over Taiwan's economic and political future set the stage for the sharp downturn in relations the next year. Seeking to normalise Taiwan's international standing, in 1995 Li pursued a US visit, the first since before Nixon's rapprochement with Beijing. He likely expected PRC protests, but judged them manageable while Beijing still sought to woo Taiwanese capital. The Clinton administration, already overloaded with interventions in Haiti, Bosnia, Somalia, Iraq and Rwanda, wanted no new crisis. Clinton had imposed tighter sanctions on China, largely to appeal to liberal humanitarian outrage at Tiananmen Square, but these were largely scrapped in 1994, as it was, in the words of the secretary overseeing them, the equivalent of holding a gun to your head and threatening to pull the trigger. US manufacturers were increasingly tied to China. Even so, some $5 million in Taiwanese lobbying money was floating around Congress at the time, and the House soon forced Clinton's hand. Lee would visit as a private citizen to give a speech at Cornell University, assuring the White House that it would be a low-key affair. Beijing was angry even before Lee's speech, as the White House failed to uphold a promise to veto the visit entirely. The content made it much worse. Lee used the phrase Republic of China government on Taiwan 17 times, departing from Beijing's preferred phraseology of the Taiwan authorities or Taiwan region of China. The PRC read this as backing separatism, and it worried the US might support formal independence. Although Lee had trimmed Taiwan's military, he had tightened defense ties with Washington, including a sale of 150 F-16s. PLA generals who tended to sit on the conservative left of Chinese politics were particularly furious, while the right of the CPC and Ministry of Foreign Affairs urged caution so as not to disrupt normalization. In the end, a compromise was reached. China would conduct exercises to demonstrate its capability to strike Taiwan if it formally separated. On July 21, 1995, the PLA 2nd Artillery Corps fired 2 Dongfeng 15 ballistic missiles into an area north of Taiwan. The next day, it fired 2 closer to the important port of Keelung, and 2 more the day after that. Beijing signalled the tests were theatre, quietly telling Washington and Taipei as much. On the final day, it staged a mock landing on Dongshan Island to showcase its amphibious capability. The White House initially didn't protest, furious at Lee for provoking the crisis in the first place. Sensing a potential wedge between Taipei and Washington, Jiang Zemin floated an official US visit in August, but the White House, wary of the PRC's unpopularity among voters, offered only an informal working visit. Tensions stayed high into 1996 as the PLA mobilized its roughly 100,000 troops on the Fujian coast opposite Taiwan. With Taiwan's first free elections approaching and the initial drills having drawn little response, the PLA set new exercises for March 1996. Chinese relations with the US had soured in the intervening months over alleged Chinese aid to Pakistan's nuclear program and, of all things, disputes over CD piracy that angered the US entertainment industry, with Congress threatening $3 billion in sanctions. When the missile tests began on March 8, 2 weeks before the vote, the splash zones were nearer major ports, spiking insurance rates and forcing closures. Amphibious drills ran on Haitan Island, chosen for its terrain akin to Taiwan's beaches. This time, Washington reacted at once. Perry issued threats and urged moving carrier groups towards the strait. War planning was conducted as the carriers Independence and Nimitz approached, observing the PLA exercises. The outcome of the crisis was mixed. Beijing claimed success, but if the aim was to dampen separatism, it failed. Polls instead showed polarization. Both pro-independence and pro-reunification sentiment rose, and Lee's vote share increased. If the aim was to display strength, facing off against 2 US carriers only highlighted the PLA's inability to deal with such threats. If it was to drive a wedge between Taipei and Washington, that backfired spectacularly, with the US stepping up defense aid. The gains were mainly military. The PLA gained experience and arguments for new procurement programs. With the USSR gone, China finally regained access to Russia's arms market, and it promptly sought assets intended for use against advanced opponents, Su-30 fighters, Sovremeni-class missile destroyers, and Kilo-class submarines, to name a few. These would form part of the foundation for one of the largest and most successful military modernization programs in history. In the long run, however, events favored the mainland more clearly. Economic integration with Taiwan continued despite the crisis, even as Taiwanese nationalism grew. By the 2000s, PRC relations with Washington improved, and for a time it even appeared to be moving towards close cooperation under Hu Jintao. CPC market liberalization had convinced many in the West that China was seeing a kind of Gorbachev moment, and that the Chinese party state might not be long for this world. Although peaceful reunification with Taiwan would prove more distant a prospect than ever by the 2010s and 2020s, by the time China faced another cross-strait crisis, it had another 20 years of technological transfer and military build-up that meant it would at least have a fighting chance in the event of a future war over the first island chain. The Third Taiwan Strait Crisis was the closest China and Taiwan came to war in the period between Beijing's break with Moscow and today's renewed Cold War with the US. But war was never really imminent. There were clear off-ramps, and neither side had an interest in open conflict. Even with an accident, a shoot-down or a stray missile, the threshold for force would have been high. We know broadly what would have triggered combat. RAND analyst Andrew Scoble noted that the PRC's Central Military Commission would act only if 1. Taipei formally declared independence from China, or 2. An outside power backed Taiwanese separation. Some PLA generals thought this bar was too high, arguing that Taiwan would more likely pursue covert independence, and they suspected the United States was already secretly supporting the separatist movement. But by 1995, their sway over the state had shrunk relative to civilian leaders and bureaucrats in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Taiwan's bar for initiating combat was similarly high. Li Denghui's team drafted 18 contingencies, although only the first 7 are known in detail. Scenarios 1 to 3 covered missiles landing in territorial waters, overflying Taiwan, or even striking land targets, none of which would prompt a military response unless it caused real damage. Scenarios 4 to 5 envisaged attacks on the offshore islands, under cover of fishing fleets or exercises. In this case, local forces would fight and be reinforced from over the horizon, keeping combat away from Taiwan proper. Scenario 6 considered naval aggression. Again, Taiwan would respond only in the case of real damage. Scenario 7 covered PLA aircraft crossing the median line, the informal barrier in the middle of the strait. In such a case, Li left the decision to fire up to the ROC Air Force commander. In all, Li seems to have been playing the situation very safe, and the main threat in an escalation might well have been loss of face. If China did conduct a missile or naval attack without response, then even if it was the right move strategically, Li could have looked very weak right before an election. So what might have made war plausible? Not a radically different setting, just tighter screws on existing pressures. Mainland politics were fragile over the 1990s. Liberal currents were not extinguished after 1989, especially among educated youth and students, a significant danger to the state in 1967 and 89. Workers grew more anxious after 1997, with Jiang's new policies that had broken the iron rice bowl, the Mao-era guarantees on food and housing that many relied on. After 1998, the army was also bitter and resentful for having been taken down a peg by Jiang's greater reliance on civilian bureaucrats and his crackdowns on military corruption and property holding. Finally, by opening up China to unprecedented penetration by foreign capital and opening the party up to influence from domestic capital, the CPC was playing with fire. These were the same trends that had been seen in the USSR as it teetered on the edge of collapse. Had those reforms hit earlier, and a spark, say a police killing of a youth activist, ignited unrest, China's internal balance in 1995 could have looked far more precarious, compelling it to consider more radical foreign policy. One plausible outcome of increased domestic class struggle in 1995 might be a deep left nationalist turn by the PLA, posing as the guardians of the Chinese people against an excessive turn towards appeasing foreign capital at the expense of the traditional benefits of the revolution for workers. It was in no position to stage a coup or seize paramount leadership, but a shift towards a more militantly nationalist PLA could have pushed the Central Military Commission to consider more adventurous options to appease its leading voices. Victory in a clash with Taiwan was signal abroad that economic opening up had not softened China's resolve to defend core features of the 1949 order. Domestic political and economic chaos in China might have also compounded tensions with Taiwan in another way. Images of repression of protests would have hammered home the undesirability of peaceful reintegration to many Taiwanese. Increased nationalism and unrest in the mainland ports would have also made them much less safe for investment by Taishan capitalists. Polls would have shown a marginally stronger turn towards separatism, and the Kuomintang would have been more eager to try and capture votes away from the DPP in the lead up to the elections. With this in mind, Li might have miscalculated, figuring that with China so desperate for foreign investment and so consumed by domestic troubles, now was the time to signal Taiwan's new status on the world stage. At his Cornell University speech on the 9th of June, Li might not only have referred to the Republic of China government on Taiwan, but also the sovereign independent country of Taiwan, a slogan previously used by the DPP. We can imagine that soon after such a speech, the Central Military Commission gives the PLA General Staff Department an order. Mobilize the Guangzhou and Nanjing military regions, mobilize the South and East Sea fleets, draw up options for the forcible punishment of the Taiwan authorities. Few armies in human history have been so committed to the idea that war is a political tool as the PLA. Commanders are paired with political commissars, in part to keep operations aligned with Beijing's aims, but what would have those been in an open war? First, the war must advance reunification. Because the use of force can undercut peaceful options, any use of it must be decisive enough to justify the diplomatic costs. This political objective can be broken down further. The CMC wants Taipei to return to a clear One China line, deter any suspected US support for separatism, seize bargaining chips for future crises, and influence the coming Taiwanese elections. Second, keep the war limited in scale. Beijing's doctrine of local wars under high-technology conditions assumes escalation into a wider war, such as with the US, would be disastrous, so operations need limits and clear off-ramps. Third, display the PLA's modernisation, whether in terms of doctrine, joint coordination or hardware, to counter the image of an outdated, quantity over quality force and shore up deterrence. Fourth, Beijing wants to improve its position against the US without war. It wants to undermine the credibility of US commitments to its allies by creating a fait accompli that it can't respond to. It wants to reduce its domestic vulnerability to influence operations by signalling strength to separatist movements in Tibet or Xinjiang. And it wants to weaken, in some modest way, the integrity of the first island chain. Finally, it wants to wage a media-savvy campaign that yields clear, low-cost wins. This is not total war. The PLA would husband numbers and aim for smaller, safer victories to stoke nationalism at home, sap Taipei's morale, and convince Washington that Taiwan isn't conducting a viable defensive campaign worthy of major support. Taipei's political aims would be simpler. Ensure political survival with maximum autonomy. This would have meant minimising concessions to Beijing, avoiding fait accomplis, and protecting the island's links to overseas trade and offshore possessions. Relatedly, it would attempt to contain the war to areas outside Taiwan itself, using its offshore islands, navy, and air power. It would seek outside backing from the US, without allowing the situation to become a proxy war which might undermine Taipei's autonomy from another angle. This limited support might take the form of over-the-horizon aid, arms transfers, or sanctions. Finally, it would try and come out of the crisis in a stronger position internationally and at home. Ideally, President Lee will get a stronger nationalist vote for standing up to Beijing, and overseas, Taipei will leverage its victimhood to help with its lobbying for recognition at the UN, embassies, seats on international bodies, and so on. Both sides therefore would have been seeking something similar, a limited war that sends the right messages, even if it doesn't result in much territory changing hands. But both sides would be aware that modern naval and aerial combat by two sides with such large inventories will inevitably produce major losses, as it did during the first two Taiwan Strait Crises and the naval skirmishes of 1965. While they can keep combat contained to the offshore islands and their immediate surrounds, beyond that, the conflict will be difficult to stage manage. Before looking at how these political goals could be translated into concrete war plans, we should ask what capabilities each side had. Although they were taking steps to modernise, both had mass conscript armies built for total war, not the limited conflicts typical of the 1990s. The PLA's 2.8 million active and 1.2 million reserve personnel would not face the ROC's roughly 500,000 active and 3.5 million reservists head-on. National totals mattered little. The real question was how many troops, aircraft and ships could be mobilised, moved into position and employed in the tiny theatre of Taiwan's offshore islands and nearby sea and airspace. Once these bottlenecks are considered, only a small fraction of each force could fight. Rather than survey every capability, therefore, we will focus just on the forces likely deployed near the strait in 1995 and the doctrines and organisational traditions guiding them. Militaries often build doctrine on a formative experience. For both the PLA and ROC military, that base of experience was the anti-Japanese War and the Civil War. Each began as the personal army of Mao Zedong or Chiang Kai-shek in the warlord era, so their doctrines also cannot be separated from the story of their early commanders. One can argue that Mao was a military leader first and a political one second. From 1927 to 1976, he exercised paramount influence over the army, even when out of favour in the party. Control of the PLA meant control of China, regardless of formal titles. Jiang Zemin, for example, secured his standing as a state leader by chairing the Central Military Commission in 1990, well before becoming president in 1993. This political role of the army, as a central pillar of state authority intended to be more stable and reliable than the government itself, was common in many post-colonial revolutionary states, but in the PRC it was particularly pronounced. Like other post-colonial forces, the PLA began as an ad hoc guerrilla army. From some 1,800 peasants, miners and bandits at Jinggangshan in 1927, to 140,000 militiamen in Jiangxi in 1934, to the 7,000 who survived the Long March, and finally the hundreds of thousands who won the Civil War, the Red Army's turnover in personnel was extreme. Very few early fighters lasted besides Mao and a small inner circle. This dangerously concentrated custodianship of military tradition and doctrine was somewhat offset by Mao's charismatic leadership, habit of collective deliberation in military matters, and emphasis on basic pedagogy in training politically and militarily reliable unit leaders. Its methods: penetration by sympathizers, political agitation, exploitation of turncoats, light infantry mobility and fluid front lines, now read as basics of guerrilla and hybrid warfare, but in the 1930s to 1950s, few adversaries had faced such a sophisticated blend of tactics. Mao synthesized Chinese and European precedents in irregular warfare and, as contemporaries like Val Nguyen Giap attested, effectively wrote the modern guerrilla playbook. Mao's 1938 lecture on protracted war laid out his approach clearly. Against a stronger invader like Japan, forces would stay mobile. Occasional guerrilla and positional fighting would merely delay and exhaust the advance while preserving the main force. Only when the enemy advance had run out of steam and the front turned static could guerrilla warfare start in earnest, using mass infiltration to form hidden pockets in the enemy rear and take advantage of the brutalities an occupying force commits to win sympathizers in the local population. This stage would be politically delicate, as the enemy could try and trade territory for a bad peace to politically split the defenders, but if political resolve held, sustained harassment would eventually weaken the enemy. In the final stage, a mixed, conventional and guerrilla offensive would break a depleted foe and decide the war. The volunteer army in Korea shows how ruthlessly effective the early PLA could be. After the US pushed to the Yalu River on China's border, the Chinese counterattacks are often described as human waves. It's easy to see why, from a GI's limited point of view, it looked that way, but the label feeds misleading tropes and makes for poor military history. Chinese forces did not overwhelmingly outnumber the UN. The real figure was pretty consistently about 10 Chinese for every 7 UN soldiers. The PLA's genius was masking its true numbers, allowing enemies to overstretch themselves, then using light infantry to cross supposedly impassable terrain and appear where least expected. This would create local numerical superiority, punch holes in the line, and allow maneuvers into rear areas to sever supply lines. The war is often called a draw, and from the North or South Korean perspective one can argue that. From China's perspective, however, its offensive was a major victory. The DPRK survived as a buffer, and a very lightly equipped force bloodied the world's most advanced army. The PLA performed similarly well when fighting across a large front in similar terrain against India in 1962. The PLA's doctrine often excelled in the 1940s, 50s and early 60s, but it had limits. In more confined, localized wars without territory to trade, Korea's latest stalemate or skirmishes with India, the USSR or Taiwan, China could not exploit infiltration, strategic depth or cooperation with civilian nationalists. It was pushed into small contests decided by training and gear, often against better equipped neighbours. Like many post-colonial states, it had overestimated guerrilla methods, once the guerrillas had become the state. Though some generals like Zhang Aiping were geniuses of localized modern combined arms operations, PLA doctrine kept stressing a mass people's war against a land invasion that never came, and lagged in developing concepts for the more limited wars common in the late 20th century. PLA politics reinforced this. Championing mass people's war honoured Mao's innovations, fostered domestic nationalism, and safeguarded the PLA's political role. A smaller, professional force might have been more militarily effective, but would have compromised the PLA's social significance. If you've watched my previous video that covered Indonesia's military development, these problems might sound familiar, since after all, Chinese advisors in similar conditions were helping reproduce the same problems in decolonized countries around the world. Still, the PLA did undertake serious efforts to modernize. Soviet-backed heavy industrial development in 1953 to 56 yielded rapid rewards. China was, after all, joining the Stalinist fraternity of Soviet-style states. What best complements a massive bureaucracy of planners and tractor factories on every corner? Well, a big homogeneous conscript military armed with SKS rifles, T-54s and MiG-17s. Like some other Eastern Bloc states, China insisted from the outset that the Soviet Union help it set up local production, rather than having to ship everything along the already overstressed Trans-Siberian Railroad. Shenyang's Factory 112 built the MiGs, Beiyan's Factory 66 produced SKS and AK copies, Factory 617 in Inner Mongolia made the tanks. Kits arrived for Riga-class anti-submarine frigates, giving the People's Liberation Army Navy a modern base. These plants churned out thousands of new weapons for the PLA, and later an arms export market that became a crucial means of fundraising for the blockaded PRC. Over 1955, the PLA rapidly reformed itself to become a mirror image of the Soviet Army in its doctrine and rank structure as well, but a lot of the changes didn't stick, especially as the Sino-Soviet split deepened. The split also cut access to new Soviet designs. Factories kept turning out 1950s systems with minimal upgrades. Ambitious projects like the Type 63 rifle and J-9 fighter failed due to the relatively poor organisation and skills base of Chinese R&D. Technological stagnation was compounded by an ageing, tradition-bound officer corps still enamoured of 1940s doctrine. By the 1970s, dated equipment and doctrine had turned the PLA from what had been a world-beating force into a mess in the 1979 Sino-Vietnamese War. The conflict nonetheless shows how Beijing tried to update its doctrine. Since it could hardly appeal to socialist internationalism in its propaganda, it stirred anti-Vietnamese nationalism among indigenous groups along the northern border. While this achieved some success, hybrid or guerrilla operations weren't a major part of the PLA's war effort. A conventional armoured thrust advanced about 20 kilometres into Vietnam, but Vietnam used Mao's old strategy, pulling back and preserving its guerrilla forces while allowing the PLA to become overstretched. Both sides settled into sieges of border cities. Vietnam's regulars took up the line as the guerrillas withdrew. After heavy losses, the PLA pulled back, burning villages on the way out. The war was inconclusive, with both sides claiming victory and no lasting gains. Skirmishing continued into the 1980s. Its most enduring effect inside China was to spur another round of military modernization. Deng Xiaoping already saw the PLA as dangerously old-fashioned, but his case only landed once the old doctrines and equipment visibly underperformed. Entering the 1980s, war plans assumed a two-front fight with the USSR and Vietnam, yet the PLA had struggled with just the latter. The fix was to leverage economic liberalization to restart Chinese R&D. While China had built nuclear weapons, missiles, satellites, destroyers and some new aircraft, the Cultural Revolution and lack of access to foreign technology left most programs as incremental improvements of Soviet knockoffs. Rapprochement with the West and Reagan's interest in applying military pressure along the USSR's southern border opened up access to new technology. French and US helicopters, British radars and tank guns, and other Western odds and ends. The 1980s modernization drive was piecemeal but useful. Squad-level radios, full motorization, and modest upgrades of older designs with new sensors or avionics. By decade's end, the PLA still looked like a 1960s army, but with enough new kit and ideas to perform somewhat better. 1991 was the real pivot in the PLA's modernization effort. The USSR's collapse removed the northern threat, while post-Tiananmen tensions created new concerns about Western intervention. The Gulf War demonstrated that a high-tech Western force could probably steamroll the PLA. Iraq had its own mass conscript army using Chinese and Soviet gear and was routed in days. Doctrine was refocused on so-called local wars under high technology conditions. The People's War doctrine wasn't quite scrapped, but it was much less relevant without the immediate prospect of a major land invasion. Sanctions limited procurement once again, so modernization in the early 90s focused more on doctrine and organization. The PLA embraced operations-focused warfare, limited, carefully planned joint service actions to achieve concrete political ends, correcting an earlier bias towards strategic, attritional total war. This was paired with professionalization and downsizing, trimming the PLA's political economic roles, and clarifying the relationship between the Central Military Commission and Army staff. A nascent IT sector supplied planning and joint coordination software. These were precisely the right lessons to draw, but internalizing them would take time. Translating the doctrinal shift into organizational reform and system procurement would take decades, with the fruits maturing only in the 2010s. Thus, in 1995, the PLA was still just entering a long transitional stage. This was reflected in the equipment it could have brought to bear against Taiwan. The PLA's post-1991 focus on limited, high-tech joint operations emphasized preemptive strikes by the Navy, Air Force and especially the 2nd Artillery Corps, which managed China's nuclear and conventional ballistic missile arsenal and consequently enjoyed both great prestige and close party oversight. The 1995-96 exercises began with missile tests for a reason. Rockets were China's most modern tool for reaching the first island chain, where air and naval assets would have difficulty penetrating. The 815th Missile Brigade in Fujian used the Dongfeng 15, a short-range ballistic missile introduced in 1990. With a range of about 325 nautical miles, it could hit all of Taiwan, falling just short of Okinawa, with either a 50-kiloton nuclear or 500-kilogram conventional warhead. It was China's most accurate tactical missile, but still couldn't be described as a precision weapon. It had a 50% chance of landing within just 300 meters. This was adequate for, say, bombarding a Taiwanese airbase or port, but not for tactical attacks on bunkers or weapons emplacements. Ballistic missiles were still very much a strategic weapon, and a highly escalatory one at that, meaning that their use in a war might have been limited to deterrence depending on the level of escalation. The People's Liberation Army Air Force benefited from 1980s upgrades, but in 1995 still mostly flew aircraft with their origins in the 1950s. A war over Taiwan would initially draw on the 2nd, 3rd, 9th and 29th Fighter Divisions, the 28th Attack Division and the 10th Bomber Division, spread across the Guangzhou and Nanjing military regions, as well as various independent and naval air regiments. Air divisions fielded between 54 and 72 aircraft each, in 3 regiments usually dispersed across several bases to reduce vulnerability on the ground. 8 of the 12 fighter regiments flew the J-7, China's MiG-21 copy, a fast, single-engine delta-winged interceptor with a characteristic shock cone intake that left little room for a radar. Chinese variants were copies of a very early day fighter model, and their ranging radars were downgraded from the Soviet original, with only a 3-kilometer range. By 1995, upgrades had marginally improved performance. The base model J-7-2, flown by most of the regiments, added a roughly 5-kilometer radar, better engines, and PL-2 or 5 short-range missiles, rear aspect weapons requiring pilots to approach enemies from the stern. The primary weapons were still the twin 30mm cannons. The 86th Regiment at Chuzhou had the H variant, able to fire much more advanced PL-8s, copies of the Israeli Python missile, with an all-aspect capability. The 42nd at Jiangsu flew the brand new E variant, with double delta wings and improved radar, making it reasonably competitive with Taiwanese fighters. Older fighters still filled certain roles. Some naval aviation and reconnaissance units in the area still flew the J-6, a MiG-19 copy, probably relegated to ground attack and second-line duties. But China also fielded more modern fighters in limited numbers. The J-8 started life as effectively an enlarged, twin-engined, long-range J-7, but in the 1980s it was decided to use these as the basis for an all-new Chinese design able to take on third-generation jets like the MiG-23 or F-4 Phantom. The shock cone nose was removed and replaced with side intakes and a pulse Doppler radar. Despite the sleeker, more modern look, much of the MiG-21's DNA remained. Thanks to the failure of early Chinese beyond visual range missile programs, in 1995 it still primarily used the PL-7, a copy of the French Magic missile, which was barely more capable than the PL-5, leaving the jet unable to capitalize on its improved radar. With stubby delta wings on a bulkier airframe, it was fast but actually a downgrade from the J-7 in terms of maneuverability. By far the best PLA fighter was the Su-27 Flanker, acquired from Russia in 1992. High prices limited China to about 22 operational jets, arming the 9th Regiment at Wuhu. The Flanker was a true 4th-generation air superiority platform with strong range and maneuverability, carrying up to 8 missiles, including R-73s and the R-27. China's first beyond visual range weapon, with 20 to 70 nautical miles range depending on the variant. Strike assets included the 28th Attack Division, flying the Nanchang Q-5, a heavily modified MiG-19. This was a Cultural Revolution era project and bore the quirks of a stop-and-go development, such as its nose cone clearly designed for a radar but mounting none. As a streamlined ground attack platform it remained useful, but couldn't carry more bombs or rockets than the PLA's fighters, and didn't have much specialised ground attack equipment. The real difference would have been the 28th Division's better training in the role. China's heavy hitter was the H-6 bomber, a copy of the Tupolev Tu-16 in service since 1958. By 1995, the 10th Bomber Division at Anhui flew about 36 H-6s as level bombers carrying roughly 6 tons of iron bombs, escorted by HD-5 electronic warfare aircraft, IL-28 Beagle derivatives bristling with antennas to jam enemy radars. The Navy's H-6Ds on Hainan could also join in, armed with large surface search radars and YJ-6 anti-ship missiles, NATO codename Kraken, with a 54 nautical mile range. Overall, the PLA Air Force was a mixed bag. It had a tiny handful of fighters better than anything Taiwan fielded, and a large fleet of entirely obsolescent designs. Aside from prototypes, it lacked beyond visual range missiles outside its single Su-27 unit, and pilot training was widely judged to be poor. With the exception of anti-ship missiles, it entirely lacked modern precision-guided weapons to take on point targets. It wouldn't have been completely hopeless against Taiwan's Air Force, but without careful employment, it was likely to take disproportionate losses. At sea, the picture might have been different. The key PLA Navy forces in the area were the East Sea Fleet at Ningbo and the South Sea Fleet at Zhanjiang. Procurement followed the usual pattern: pick a 1950s Soviet design, tweak it, and mass produce. The Type 051 Ludar destroyer, derived from the Soviet prototype Nostrashimi, saw 17 hulls built from 1968 to 1991 with varied fits, typically 130mm guns, HY-1J Saflower anti-ship missiles, anti-air guns, and anti-submarine torpedoes, rockets, and depth charges. Their Saflowers, though variants of the obsolete P-15 Termit, outranged Taiwan's anti-surface weapons. A few ships carried the newer YJ-8 Sardine missile, shorter ranged but more modern copies of the French Exocet. None had air defense missiles, unlike some Taiwanese opponents, leaving them vulnerable to air attack. Beijing knew this, hence the Type 053K Jiangdong surface-to-air missile frigate, loosely based on the Soviet Riga class. Only 2 were built, before both were deemed failures and retired before 1995, but the same hull was used to mass-produce the Jianghu surface warfare frigates, essentially scaled-down Ludars with the same kind of armament and vulnerabilities. These were the most numerous large vessels fielded in 1995. Missile boats filled out the PLA's surface force. Numerous Type 021 Huangfeng boats, copies of the Soviet Osa class, acted as another platform for the Saflower missile. Slower Type 037IG Hushen-class corvettes were armed with Sardine missiles. Missile boat flotillas would have hid among coastal islands and bays for hit-and-run strikes on any Taiwanese ships entering range. Under the waves, China fielded a large, mostly homogeneous coastal submarine fleet based on the Soviet Romeo class. Chinese modernization efforts had tropicalized the design and added indigenous acoustic homing torpedoes, but the boats were noisy and obsolete due to small high RPM screws and poor machinery isolation, and they would have been largely helpless against modern submarines, as they lacked dedicated anti-submarine torpedoes. Newer Type 035G Ming-class diesel boats were faster and had a much better chance in sub-on-sub fights, thanks to anti-submarine torpedoes and a new French sonar, but their hulls, propellers, and engines still trace back to the noisy Romeo. The PLAN outmatched Taiwan in some respects. On the surface, it could outnumber and outrange opponents, massing anti-ship salvos from its many platforms. Many hulls were newer, and anything that floated could carry Saflower or Sardine canisters. Underwater, it could also overwhelm Taiwan with numbers, but force-wide vulnerability to air attack, aircraft, missiles, and anti-submarine aircraft was a glaring weakness, tying the PLA's naval performance to its control of the air, which, as noted, might have been a tall order. If the 2nd Artillery, Air Force, and Navy succeeded in opening lanes to Taiwanese targets, seizing offshore islands would fall to the PLA's amphibious units. In 1995, these were comprised of a brigade-sized Marine Corps and, in the 1st and 31st Group Armies, about 4 infantry divisions, plus an armoured brigade trained for landings. Roles were likely split, with Marines working closely with the Navy to take more distant islets, and Army amphibious forces handling short hops to closer offshore islands. Lift capacity was the factor most relevant to PLA amphibious planning. In earlier crises, the PLA relied on requisitioning junks and fishing boats, some under only sail power. Indigenous landing ship designs arrived slowly and with teething problems. By 1995, the fleet was small and mixed, with total lift capacity under 10,000 troops, less than a division. An invasion of Taiwan was out of the question. Even some offshore garrisons would have been too large to take on with these numbers. Of the roughly 100,000 mainland troops in the Strait area, perhaps a third amphibious, forces would need to grab small beachheads for serial lifts or conduct island hopping among minor islets. PLA ground troops wore Type 87 woodland uniforms, steel helmets, and no body armour. Marines had a blue Type 87 pattern whose practical value was dubious. Supposedly it was to blend in with surf when viewed from the shore, but the real reason was probably just unit distinctiveness. Small arms centered on the Type 81 rifle, an improved AK derivative still in 7.62x39 that had replaced the old Type 56 SKS and AK copies. Heavier weapons included 22mm rifle grenades, a squad automatic weapon variant of the Type 81 with drum magazines, and shoulder-fired anti-tank weapons like the Type 69 RPG-7 copy and Type 89 disposable launcher. The light Type 85 SMG equipped second line and specialist units in both silenced and standard forms. Amphibious units might land with a mix of tanks, APCs and self-propelled guns depending on the island. Key assets were the Type 63 amphibious light tank and the related Type 77 APC, the main troop carrier for amphibious mechanized units. Heavier support came from self-propelled guns and ZTZ-59 tanks, copies of the Soviet T-54. Artillery remained the PLA's main asset against the offshore islands. Bombardments in the 1950s largely used Soviet Second World War surplus, but by the 1990s, heavy regiments fielded D-20 152mm guns, and light regiments D-30 122mm pieces. From the 1970s, rocket-assisted projectiles extended range at the cost of accuracy. PLAN coastal artillery guns, based on the 130mm M46, could reach an astounding 38 kilometers with RAP, bringing once safe islands under fire. Between the artillery divisions of the 1st and 31st Group Armies, divisional regiments and coastal batteries, the PLA likely had about 600 heavy tubes aimed at the offshore islands, plus over 300 rocket launchers, mostly PHL-81 40-tube 122mm systems based on the Soviet Grad. Such guns massed on the coast would be prime targets for the ROCAF, so air defense mattered. The eastern radar net was dense and could see most high-altitude traffic west of Taiwan. SAM coverage was thinner, as the best systems were reserved for the defense of Beijing. The mix along the front line with Taiwan included the HQ-2, a copy of the Soviet S-75 for long-range defense. The HQ-61, based on the Italian Aspide missile with a 10km range, and limited HQ-7 units for even shorter ranges, copies of the French Croatal. In addition, there were thousands of towed guns in 20, 37 and 57mm, guarding artillery and facilities, as well as man-portable systems like the HN-5. On paper, this was a layered shield, but coverage didn't always overlap, leaving sizable gaps. Now let's talk about the more intangible factors in assessing the PLA. Training was generally assessed to be poor across multiple services, with little live-fire training and a focus on scripted rehearsals. Exceptions existed, particularly the artillery, missile units, and select prestige formations in the Air Force. Training based on scripted rehearsals combined with the top-heavy organisational structure, lack of squad-level comms gear, little NCO training, and doctrinal emphasis on centralised coordination would have led to a very tactically inflexible force. Logistics were historically a lot better. The General Logistics Department could sustain huge movements by rail and mobilise civilian transport quickly, but with stockpiles split by service and region outside of a small Nanjing trial, logistics were overcomplicated. In 1995, the PLA tolerated officers running side businesses such as renting out military warehouses, and this would have further clogged bases, depots and transport, especially early in a crisis. Command and control started with party organs, the Politburo Standing Committee, the Taiwan Affairs Leading Small Group, and the Central Military Commission. Political directives were translated into concrete plans by the PLA General Staff Department, and from there, orders would be issued to the East and South Sea Fleets and the Nanjing and Guangzhou military regions, with both Army and Air commands beneath them. The 2nd Artillery, on the other hand, reported directly to the CMC. At every level, commanders shared authority with political commissars. In practice, this created a system that was highly centralised, yet potentially confusing. Beijing often formed ad hoc joint groups to run operations, pulling together units with little habit of working together, and authority over only a slice of the force. Many officers might have been outside decision-making loops, or waited for explicit CMC or GSD orders before acting. Concentrating forces in the strait likely required CMC micromanagement from Beijing, 1,700 kilometers away, compounding difficulties with communication and tactical rigidity. But there was a logic to centralised political control. The Western ideal of professional soldiery, given a relatively free remit to interpret political directives in return for keeping out of domestic politics, is not really an option for post-revolutionary states in which a military coup is a permanent possibility, either from an officer class developing propertied interests which align with a counter-revolution, or indeed a coup to defend bureaucratic privileges that might be taken away in such a counter-revolution, as occurred in the Soviet Yanayev coup in 1991. Extremely tight party control over the military at every level might not compare well militarily to the independent officer corps and joint service commands of Western states, but in many circumstances it's preferable to the alternatives that are actually on the table to a bureaucratized revolutionary state. In addition, in a limited, politically fraught war, tight party oversight would have prevented mission creep by officers chasing military wins at the expense of overall political outcomes. If nothing else, the PLA's command structure was likely good at avoiding unwanted escalation and officers exceeding orders. The highest operational commander in a Taiwan Strait War would have been General Zhang Wanyan, a 67-year-old veteran of the Civil War, Korean Intervention, and the Sino-Vietnamese War. One of the most successful divisional commanders in Vietnam, he rose through the ranks quickly, joining the CMC in 1992. As CMC Vice Chairman and Secretary of the General Staff, he was the obvious choice to lead the headquarters for operations targeting Taiwan. Established in October 1995 to plan further exercises and missile tests before the 1996 elections. By most accounts, he was highly competent and a key driver of the PLA's shift towards leaner, more modern joint operations. His political stature and skill could mitigate some of the PLA's unwieldy structure, but he would still have been commanding from Beijing in close consultation with the CMC, and no amount of skill could fully overcome the tyranny of distance and decision by committee. To conclude our discussion of the PLA, let's look at its key strengths and vulnerabilities in 1995. First, the most obvious point. With 2.9 million active personnel, 9,000 tanks, 18,000 artillery pieces, 50 major surface combatants, 52 submarines, 146 heavy bombers, and 5,400 lighter combat jets, the PLA had astronomically more forces to work with than Taiwan. While for aforementioned reasons only a tiny portion of it would have actually been relevant and deployable to a clash in the Strait, that is an extraordinary reserve, and would have informed how many risks even a much smaller force could take. Second, the PRC had vastly more strategic depth and had positioned its forces to make good use of it. Its bases were dispersed, still sitting within range of the strait while sitting too far back for Taiwan to plausibly attack. While its air defences covering the interior were far from impregnable, they were scattered around at enough density to problematise any attempt to reach rear bases. It would have had a clear superiority in long-range bombardment missions, with both ballistic missiles and long-range artillery. At sea, its coastal, surface and air-launched anti-ship missiles would have outranged all opponents. Its deep stockpiles and focus on strategic logistics and rapid civilian mobilisation for defence would have meant its larger forces could have been kept in supply. Finally, its unique party-dominated command structure would have helped maintain a tight focus on overall political objectives. Now the vulnerabilities. In the air, the vast majority of its fighter units were still equipped with MiG-21 derived designs, without BVR or even all-aspect air-to-air missiles. These would have struggled even with greater numbers. When combined with a severe lack of modern air defence equipment across the PLAN surface fleet, this could have spelled disaster if Taiwan secured a local air superiority. A lack of amphibious capacity would have essentially nullified any numerical advantage on land, at least until follow-up waves could be ferried in a landing operation. At a force-wide level, there were problems with poor training, a reliance on rigid planning, and lack of quality officers. Recent doctrinal innovations, while a positive development, wouldn't have filtered down to most commanders. Maintenance and force readiness was low, and legal and illegal money-making schemes clogged up logistics infrastructure. The PLA's command chain was rigidly top-down, taking most decisions out of the hands of battlefield commanders, creating jurisdictional conflict and requiring constant micromanagement from Beijing to be remotely effective. Throughout its history, the armed forces of the Kuomintang, and later the Republic of China in Taiwan, were generally more normal than those of the CPC or PRC, that is, more conventional in doctrine and faster to adopt foreign concepts, advisors and aid. At the same time, it shared key traits with the PLA. It was the army of a party first and a state second, the creation of a founding leader, and burdened by institutional legacies that resisted professionalization. Ironically, the Kuomintang's National Revolutionary Army in the 1920s fit Soviet ideals of what a revolutionary military should look like, much better than Mao's Red Army. Bolshevik advisors trained its officers, and generals like Vasily Bloika shaped its tactics and culture based in the experience of the Russian Civil War. Political commissars supervised most units, handling morale and enforcing Kuomintang discipline, or rather that of the commissar's preferred faction. Units worked with rural and urban uprisings during the Northern Expedition, but fought as conventional positional forces rather than guerrillas. After the Shanghai massacre, this Bolshevized NRA grew unstable and mutinous. Units were sorted by political reliability, with Chiang Kai-shek concentrating trusted units in the Central Army at Nanjing, while others saw desertions, lack of supply, or drifted towards control by various political and criminal cliques. With Soviet aid gone and Chinese officers still inexperienced, Chiang turned to Weimar Germany. Despite frictions over racial rhetoric and Germany's Japanese ties after 1933, Hans von Siecht's arrival changed the picture. In exchange for advice and increased military aid, Germany received raw materials such as tungsten for its rearmament. Von Siecht helped remake the Central Army along the same lines as the Reichswehr he'd built from the ground up. A small professional corps that could lead the 60 modernized divisions estimated to be necessary to defeat the Communists and Japan. Von Siecht's advice was also central to the success of the Fifth Encirclement campaign against Mao. His successor, von Falkenhausen, continued to favour static attritional warfare along fortified borders. When Berlin curtailed support to placate Japan and war began in 1937, the German-trained divisions fought well at Shanghai, but by year's end many of the best units were all but destroyed. Chiang's foreign-led professionalisation effort was never adequate in scale. Deep Kuomintang corruption bled funds allocated towards defence. Many of the NRA's hundreds of divisions turned out to be hollow paper formations, and many cliques kept their forces away from the front. By late 1937, the NRA was overwhelmingly raw conscripts with minimal training. It won some early victories, such as Taizhuang in 1938, mainly by taking heavy casualties and forcing close-quarters urban fights, which cancelled out some of Japan's material advantages. Dare-to-die units used machine pistols, swords, and even bomb vests. Nationalist zeal in the face of a genocidal Japanese army partly offset poor leadership, a dysfunctional state, and scarce heavy equipment. From 1941, Western Allied support began to shift the calculus. Supplies trickled over the Himalayas, and entire Chinese formations were re-equipped in India or Burma. Chinese and Allied victories in Burma later opened a better overland route. In all, some 1.6 billion in Lend-Lease aid arrived by war's end. Most divisions stayed poorly equipped, but a foreign-equipped elite kept China in the fight. Outside of these units, however, US advisors like General Joseph Stilwell judged the NRA incompetent and corrupt, with cliques hoarding much of the best equipment. By 1944, US disillusionment had become a crisis for Chiang. John Service reported the communists held areas were far more effective and less corrupt. Ambassador Clarence Gauss and Stilwell even considered diverting aid to Mao. Some American officers argued the communists were merely nationalist agrarian democrats. This wasn't entirely wrong, as the CPC had muted radical demands to win over the Kuomintang's base and foreign backers. Diplomat Patrick Hurley and General George Marshall tried to broker a three-way pact between the Kuomintang communists and the US, and even cut aid to Chiang between July 1946 and May 1947 as he attacked Mao, in the hope that he would reconsider. Later American memory often blamed Marshall and other critics for the so-called loss of China, but US aid to the Kuomintang in the Civil War was still enormous. Over 1945 to 46, Chiang received $4.43 billion in economic and military aid, more than twice the value of wartime Lend-Lease. The US sent another $2 billion after the one-year freeze. Though the China Hands, the name given to the generals and State Department officials more critical of Chiang, warned against backing the Kuomintang, the US state as a whole was nonetheless reasonably supportive. But no volume of aid could save an army abandoned by the classes that backed it. By 1947, corruption, hyperinflation, and misrule meant that even many capitalists and landlords preferred making terms with the Red Army. Only during the First and Second Taiwan Strait Crises did Washington fully embrace Taiwan as integral to US strategy. The ROC armed forces became as much a US project as a Kuomintang one. Early CIA and Military Assistance Advisory Group efforts in the offshore islands gave way to a full US garrison, the United States Taiwan Defense Command, and joint training, exercises and planning. Close oversight curbed the corruption that had once crippled NRA logistics, and the island military finally approximated von Siecht's vision of a professional Western-style force. Some NRA legacies remained. Soviet-style political officers became the General Political Department, and the active military service system, 3 years of conscription for nearly all males, was kept and strictly enforced to squeeze as much manpower from the island as possible to match the PLA. By the early 1960s, the ROC military was no longer just a Chinese force with US surplus equipment. Washington provided top-tier hardware at little cost, briefly making Taiwan Asia's most advanced military. Fighter units carried early Sidewinders, U-2s overflew the mainland, Hawk and Nike batteries queued by a new early warning network could down PLA aircraft over the strait. Super heavy guns guarded the offshore islands. US managers kept tight control, especially over air defense, and clashed with Chiang's insistence on planning for an invasion of the mainland. Even so, high-tech equipment deliveries continued up until derecognition in 1979. Anticipating the end to this aid, both Washington and Taipei pushed the ROC armed forces to become more independent of advisors and material aid well before '79. The US helped build an aerospace industry, assembling F-5 fighters and starting licensed production of the Israeli Gabriel anti-ship missile. US-built destroyers were refitted with these and other local systems. Though the US stopped sending cutting-edge equipment, Taiwan's rising tech sector kept it ahead of the PRC. By the 1980s, indigenous aerospace programs were highly ambitious, developing new jet fighters and a range of missiles. You may notice I've not really talked about the Taiwanese military's doctrine during the Cold War, and this is partly because it didn't release doctrinal materials until the 1990s. What overall strategy it did have was a mix of US containment policy and whatever absurd and secretive plans Chiang and his generals made for the return to the mainland. The end of the Cold War and Kuomintang martial law prompted the first open doctrinal debates, which formalised a more sober defence-in-depth strategy. Taipei's 1992 National Defence Report laid out a strategy for a modern war over the strait. The ROCAF would first seize air superiority, air and sea forces would then attrit any PLAN blockade and secure sea lanes. Finally, Taiwan would crush any beachheads with persistent strikes from the air, sea and land. In 1993, in line with this approach, the ROC announced a 10-year restructure, downsizing the army and announcing the gradual replacement of aging F-104s, F-5s and 1940s destroyer hulls. To counter the new threat of ballistic missiles, Taiwan built large underground tunnel hangars in the eastern mountains and silos for its new surface-to-air network. Unlike the PLA, ROC development was evolutionary, not episodic. Thanks to US aid and its own civilian tech sector, Taiwan rarely lacked access to foreign markets or technology. With only one main adversary, it could focus on capabilities tailored to fighting the PLA, leaving fewer glaring capability gaps. In 1995, the first line of defence was the ROC Air Force, or ROCAF. It was fighter-heavy and focused on local air superiority. 15 active squadrons were based on the west coast, with options to forward deploy to Magong in the Penghu archipelago or fall back to hardened bases in the east. Like the PRC, Taiwan ran a dense radar network along its mountain ranges and offshore islands that could see deep into the mainland. Though advanced, the ROCAF was outnumbered, 365 fighters versus the PLA's thousands, and faced an uphill fight, but its concentration nearer the strait and its nearby air defences made local air superiority quite plausible. The backbone of the ROCAF was 215 F-5Es from the 1970s. Fast, simple, reliable, and easy to maintain, they carried all-aspect AIM-9 P4s, or the similar Taiwanese Tianqian Sky Sword missiles. Overall, they outclassed J-7s in most areas except top speed and climb rate. Backing the 10 F-5 squadrons were 2 squadrons of F-104s. Nicknamed the missile with a man in it, it was the 1950s fastest fighter, with stubby wings and a long fuselage. Even new, it was hard to maintain and accident-prone. By 1995, readiness was likely poor. Retrofitted to carry AIM-9 P4s, it still mattered in 1995, however, and was the only Taiwanese fighter able to run down J-7s at full afterburner. Finally, by 1995, 2 squadrons at Qingchuankang Air Base had transitioned to Taiwan's most ambitious aerospace project, the indigenous defense fighter, the FCK-1 Qingkuo. Clearly modelled on the F-16s Taiwan was initially denied by the US to avoid angering the mainland, the Qingkuo project allowed the US defense industry to covertly assist Taiwan in building something similar, using components mislabeled as civilian to avoid diplomatic issues. Rather than top-tier fighter engines, Taiwan received smaller, upgraded trainer jet engines mounted in a pair. The result was Taiwan's best fighter in 1995, clearly better than the F-5, with similar speed but much higher payload, maneuverability, a glass cockpit, and other fourth-generation features. Rather than dedicated attack units, all ROCAF fighter units were trained in ground attack, carrying iron bombs and rockets. The F-5s could also fire Maverick B missiles and pave-way laser-guided bombs for limited standoff strikes. The AT-3 Tsuqiang light attack fighter was also flown by a dedicated night attack squadron, relying on lead aircraft to drop flares. Air-launched anti-ship missile capability in 1995 was still experimental, with only a tiny trial detachment of 3 trainers able to carry anti-ship missiles. Lastly, the S-2T Turbo Tracker, an upgraded 1950s carrier anti-submarine aircraft, brought sonobuoys, searchlights, magnetic anomaly detection, and an internal bay for torpedoes and depth charges. Though not cutting edge, it was well suited to hunt the PLA's old, noisy submarines if it kept clear of PLAAF fighters. Its powerful surface search radar also gave the ROC Navy its best tool to track PLA surface groups. Like the ROCAF, the ROC Navy's 38 large and 98 smaller combatants were vastly outnumbered by the PLAN, but together with air and coastal forces and better technology, it was built to gain local control of the sea lanes between Taiwan and its offshore islands, closing the strait. Its backbone remained World War II destroyer hulls acquired in the 50s to 70s, but these 19 Wu Chin ships, modernised Fletcher, Gearing and Allen M. Sumner classes, were very much new wine in old bottles, refitted with anti-surface and anti-air guided missiles. Older vessels carried Israeli Gabriel anti-ship missiles and Sea Chaparral short-range SAMs. Newer Wu Chin 3 ships mounted the indigenous Seong Feng 2 and US SM-1 missile, a very effective anti-air and anti-missile weapon. They could not match mainland ships in range, but their stronger defences were meant to compensate. By 1995, Taiwan was phasing in newer hulls, although only a few were ready. 3 Oliver Hazard Perry frigates, the Cheng Kung class, were in service, upgraded with added point defence guns and Seong Feng launchers, allowing their frontal single-arm launcher to focus on firing SM-1s. The first Chi Yang, a downgraded Knox-class frigate, had also just entered service, stripped of Sea Sparrow and Harpoon missiles and serving as a dedicated anti-submarine platform, pending upgrades. Most of the Navy was coastal fast craft with anti-ship missiles, 50 High-O boats, copies of the Israeli Devora class with Gabriels, plus a handful of sturdier missile corvettes, the newer Longqiang and Jinqiang classes, with better sea-keeping and heavier secondary armament. Undersea combat power rested on 2 Dutch-built Hailung class boats with German SUT wire-guided torpedoes. Modern construction made them roughly 4 times quieter than the PLA's Romeos, and their torpedoes could engage both surface ships and submarines, but there were only 2, so their impact would depend on the war's scale. In addition, there were 2 upgraded Second World War submarine hulls still in service, but mostly in training and support roles. If air and sea forces failed to stop a landing, Taiwan's land-based defences came into play. The integrated air defence network included very long-range but outdated Nike Hercules batteries, newer underground Tiankong or Skybow silos, and medium-range Hawk missile sites. The Tiankong units were particularly formidable, hardened against PLA strikes with 2 batteries on offshore islands at Dongyin and Penghu, covering the ROC's flanks. The integrated air defence system tied into Taiwan's advanced C2 and sensor networks. Shore defences were similarly networked, with short-range coastal radars watching sea approaches, plus casemated artillery and Gabriel missile batteries along key coastal sites. On the offshore islands, defences were less high-tech but still considerable. In the 1970s, multiple islands were hollowed out with bunkers, shore batteries, barracks and even hidden underground docks. A huge quantity of US Second World War surplus ended up there, 57mm AT guns, 20, 40 and 90mm AA guns, and even M36 Jackson tank destroyers, all tucked into underground casemates. Long-range pieces facing the mainland were of similar vintage, 105, 155 and super heavy 203 and 240mm guns. These were not only central to island defence but also to the garrison's morale, their housings painted with religious and nationalist iconography. Even today, the 240mm Black Dragon guns are kept in service and fired on special occasions. Of the over 100 heavy pieces on the islands, all but the 105s could hit the mainland. I found no evidence of Taiwanese rocket-assisted projectile stockpiles for these weapons, but US World War II guns already outranged many Soviet types, so they remained competitive. Even outgunned, the emplacements were so deeply dug in that firepower alone couldn't neutralize them. Only with the PLA Air Force's procurement of precision-guided weapons in the 2000s did the bunker networks become obsolete. Most are now tourist sites. To truly neutralize the islands and unblock ports like Xiamen, Fuzhou and Ningde, China would have to land troops and clear the bunkers the old-fashioned way. If landing craft got past shore guns and minefields, they would meet garrison infantry, light armor, and mobile support weapons. Infantry came from the Kinmen and Matsu defense commands and the ROC Marine Corps on more remote islands. Army troops wore US-style BDUs in woodland or older olive drab. Marines wore a special tiger stripe design. Standard weapons were similar across services. The T-65 was derived from the AR-18, a functional 5.56mm select-fire rifle. Squad heavy weapons included 40mm grenade launchers, the FN Mini-Me, and M72 Law disposable anti-tank launcher. This was standard NATO-style kit with some high-tech Taiwanese additions like passive night vision monoculars and weapon sights. Taiwan's elite were its Special Operations Forces, its airborne and the 101st Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion. The ROC had long emphasised special forces, specialising in commando raids in the 1950s and 60s. The 101st ARB selection was pretty showy, involving shirtless crawls over hot coals and other tough guy contests, which doesn't necessarily translate into anything meaningful in combat. Nonetheless, in war they could likely have staged infiltration missions from Kinmen using small boats from underground harbours, scuba gear, demolition charges, and silenced SMGs. The larger islands like Kinmen also fielded mobile armour and artillery, such as M41 Walker Bulldogs, somewhat obsolete light tanks with 76mm guns. In response to PRC moves in July 1995, other mobile units were sent to Kinmen as a deterrent, including M60A3 tanks, Chaparral SAM units, and Kungfeng multiple launch rocket systems. To briefly cover the soft factors in the ROC's military power, the Air Force and Navy would have been better trained than their mainland counterparts, but ROC infantry were primarily conscripted garrison troops. They trained for marksmanship under fire, counter-infiltration, and anti-landing operations, and might have fared poorly if forced into unrehearsed situations. Allied partners generally found soldiers and NCOs competent but unimpressive, while their top-heavy officer corps was often a hindrance. Nonetheless, Taiwan benefited from an advanced C2 comms and sensor network, with information funneled to an underground mountain headquarters under Hengshan, north of Taipei. Force structure followed international trends towards integrated joint service operational commands. Policy from the President and National Security Council was interpreted by the General Staff Headquarters, where the 3 service chiefs sat under the Chief of the General Staff. Offshore district defence commands stayed linked to the GSH via undersea lines and high-frequency radio. Having the head of the national military also serve as the main operational commander in a war is usually unwise, blurring strategic and operational level decision-making, but for a military built around one kind of fight in one theatre near its borders, it's a defensible way of structuring things. During the crisis in 1995, the GSH chief was General Luo Benli, a recent appointee. He was of the same generation as General Zhang Wanyan, and also a veteran of the late Civil War, but he had not held combat command for a very long time, having led Taiwan's military logistics service before GSH. He was the first GSH CO who had not been a service chief, likely because he backed President Lee's reforms and officer corps reductions. In the real Strait Crisis, he led from the front, quietly touring island garrisons to bolster morale and urging deployment of new missile, rocket and tank units to Kinmen as a deterrent to ballistic missile attacks. His record suggests he would prioritise basics, like keeping the offshore islands well sustained and with enough force to counterattack, and he might have been readier than the political leadership to escalate. To conclude, let's look at the strengths and weaknesses of the ROC armed forces. First, it had had 40 years to fortify a small group of islands. These were well thought out defences that combined bunkers, minefields, beach obstacles, super heavy artillery and overlapping kill zones of all kinds. Close to these fortified areas, Taiwan had clear advantages. It also had an advanced and very long-range air defence network that covered key approaches. Static defences may not have been impregnable, all of them could be reduced eventually, but they might not have needed to be impregnable. They made certain avenues of attack simply not worth the losses. Taiwan's air force was built around the mission of gaining local air superiority despite smaller numbers, and it credibly could have. Its missiles and radars were better, and it was concentrated closer to the AO. Its navy, while weaker in offense, was stronger in defense, with most surface combatants carrying anti-air and anti-missile defenses. Its submarines were small in number, but less likely to be detected than their opponents. With S-2Ts, helicopters and more modern shipborne sensors, it also had an advantage in anti-submarine warfare. Finally, the entire military was under the command of one joint service headquarters, fed a constant stream of high-quality information through an advanced C2 network, and was given clear authority over every relevant unit at once. Now the vulnerabilities. A focus on heavily rehearsed operations to reinforce and sustain static defences would have engendered passivity in defence operations, with ROC commanders and soldiers preferring to wait and let the PLA send men into kill zones. A skillful mainland commander might have instead slowly peeled back the onion of the defensive layers at range, where Taiwan's options to respond were most limited. While the air defence network was advanced, until the acquisition of Patriot batteries in 1997, it couldn't handle ballistic missiles, leaving the ROC with no answer to this threat besides trying to hide its assets underground. All of its forces were outnumbered by the PLA, being vulnerable to becoming overstretched or overwhelmed by attacks from multiple directions. Its officers, NCOs and training were considered subpar and top-heavy, and this would have compounded issues with tactical passivity and inexperience with joint operations. Finally, its offshore islands and even Taiwan itself would be extremely vulnerable to a blockade. While the PRC might not have had time for such a siege given the looming threat of US intervention, even in the short term, isolation could easily degrade its garrisons and prevent reinforcement. In analysing the terrain of the Taiwan Strait, we'll start by zooming out to the strategic level, before looking closer at the ROC's offshore islands. Decades of confrontation created legal and de facto lines neither side usually crossed. PLAN vessels avoided Taiwan's 12 nautical mile territorial waters. Taiwan, needing to resupply its offshore islands, was generally allowed into mainland waters along carefully monitored lanes. Each offshore island also kept a 2 to 5 nautical mile exclusion zone of its own. Taiwan's air defence identification zone extended far beyond its territory, too far to be practically enforceable, and in the 1990s, both sides mostly kept aircraft to their own side of an informal median line halfway across the strait. Out in territorial waters, the geography of the strait divided it into 3 natural sea zones: the entrance to the South China Sea, the entrance to the East China Sea, and a central channel. The open seas would form natural flank areas with greater strategic depth due to the relative ease of hiding vessels and aircraft from the sensors and defences covering the central strait. Taiwan itself and the Chinese interior were the rear areas, largely closed to the other side. Looking under the sea, the strait and shelf are shallow, about 30 to 90 metres deep, which is very poor terrain for submarines. Sound bounces off the floor and surface, and boats in shallow waters are vulnerable to magnetic and even visual detection. The depth increases only 200 to 300 clicks offshore in the South and East China Seas, far from any of the offshore islands. Any permanent Chinese gain in war would require contesting the offshore islands themselves, the Pratas, Penghu, Kinmen, Wuqiu or Matsu groups. Looking at each shows why some were likelier targets than others. The Pratas sit on a large atoll. Dongsha is the only major island and Taiwan's isolated South China Sea outpost. Horseshoe-shaped, flat and sandy, it could not be tunnelled like the other islands, so ROC Marines used concrete and sandbags to create protected walkways between the fortifications. Officially a civilian fishing management station, it had piers and buildings used by fishing boats and was the least mined of the islands. Even so, it bristled with beach defences and 5 fortified strongpoints linked by covered walkways, each with open-topped concrete turrets mounting 20, 40 and 90mm AA guns, plus mortar pits and 75mm pack howitzers, the main long-range weapons. A long airstrip supported resupply and possibly S-2 sorties. A chaparral section was added sometime before 1995. Manned by about 500 Marines, Dongsha was positively inviting compared to the other islands. It was simply too far from the other islands or strait to warrant heavier defences. The next island group northward are the Penghu or Pescador Archipelago, the largest and nearest offshore group to Taiwan proper. Their proximity also made them relatively safe from invasion. An attack here would be almost as hard as striking Taiwan itself, so they served as an ideal forward base. Military sites were clustered on Magong, the main island, with a major airbase hosting rotating ROCAF squadrons, a naval base at Magong City, and nearby bunkered ammunition depots. Together with Dongyin in the Matsus, Penghu formed one of 2 anti-air hubs guarding the strait's entrances, hosting a major radar site and Tiankang and Hawk batteries. Baisha Island also hosted an anti-ship missile installation. Over 10,000 garrison troops of the Penghu Defense Command were stationed here. There is no question which offshore archipelago Beijing wanted most: Kinmen. 2 main islands and a few islets sit astride the approaches to Xiamen, the best staging port for an assault on Taiwan's southern harbours. 3 islets lie directly near the port's entrance. Dongding, little more than a fortified lighthouse with trenches, a naval radar post and a resupply path to a small pier, held 1 rotating company of troops. Erdan had another company and 2 entrenched M36 tank destroyers. Dadan housed a reduced battalion on 2 hilltop outposts, plus a casemated 155mm battery covering Xiamen Harbour. The main islands of Greater Kinmen and Little Kinmen had mixed terrain, with flat land used for towns and farmland, with mountains hollowed out into large bunker networks. Every rocky outcrop held strong points covering likely landing beaches. Where the ground was low, small castle-like blockhouses stood in their place along the shore. Around 80% of the coast was mined, with cleared channels near the ports and the underground harbours at Jiashan and Yugong. The main airstrip was the other lifeline. Taiwushan Mountain held an underground C2 complex and an early warning radar. Heavy guns, including 240mm Black Dragons, were casemated in mounted complexes facing northeast, able to cover most mainland sites the PLA would use for counter-battery fire. Even if the PLA landed, it faced some 25,000 troops of the Kinmen Defence Command, an absurdly large peacetime garrison for such small islands, but a very effective deterrent. In the middle of the strait lies the Wuqiu Islands, windswept, heavily militarised rocks that take the brunt of any bad weather. Morale in the 500-man marine garrison was chronically low. Isolation, damp and bleak scenery contributed to instances of men shooting themselves, including the last garrison commander. Greater Qiu's high ground held a fortified lighthouse and radar, with concentric bunkers mounting AA guns and 4 long toms ranging the central strait and Nanri Island. Fortified sites, including a fortress on the south tip, covered the few landing beaches. Beaches are small and exposed, and there's little room for a sheltered pier. The main dock lay on Lesser Qiu, a tiny harbour tucked among rocks near a civilian fishing village. The Matsus were Taiwan's northern outpost, positioned to loosely blockade Fuzhou and Ningde. Rockier than Kinmen or Penghu, they lack flat ground or broad sandy beaches. Dongju and Shiju, the southern pair, were smaller and lightly defended, with a single 203mm battery of 4 guns facing each cardinal direction, and a few strong points over the small port. Northward, Nangang, Beigan and Gaodeng had much stronger defences, underground resupply harbours, a Black Dragon battery on Nangan, and long toms on Beigan's Duanposhan, set behind higher ridges to mask their muzzle flash. Gaodeng, the northernmost island, had another long tom battery and extensive bunkers to ride out fire from PLA guns on the Huangqi Peninsula. Gaodeng was considered another rough posting and was swarming with giant centipedes, which the soldiers used for the local delicacy, centipede wine. Farther east are Liang and Dongyin Islands. Unlike the western Matsus, they sit beyond the range of PLA guns on Huangqi, so defences emphasised air and sea denial over artillery duels. Liang was a lonely rock with a company of troops and some 90mm guns. Dongyin was the keystone. The vast Andong Tunnel connected an underground harbour to a network of fighting positions that held barracks and 203mm gun ports cut into the cliffs. The complex also held a siloed Tiankong missile battery, arguably the Matsu's most important defensive site, placing the other islands under its protective anti-air umbrella. Based on geography, gun ranges and known sites, we can map likely PLA artillery and embarkation sites around the islands. Around Kinmen, artillery and AA units would dot every coastal field within range, covering Xiamen Harbour, the likely port of any nearby PLA fleet. Wuqiu could only be hit from Nanri Island, with a landing force likely sailing from the military boat harbour at Mulan Brook. Opposite the western Matsus, aside from possible 130mm guns at Jinfeng, only positions along the Huangqi Peninsula could reach ROC targets. Now that we understand the defences and terrain of the offshore islands and surrounding area, we can properly comprehend the enormous challenge facing any PLA attack. As we've seen, any PLA attack that will serve Beijing's political goals must navigate a century of political complexity and a defensive perimeter built over decades. Before outlining a plan, let's consider the basic constraints it must work within. First, training limits. The PLA understood the value of complex joint operations after Desert Storm, but knew it couldn't execute anything on that scale. It would aim to prove it could conduct a simple, limited offensive using its most modern units from each service, showing basic coordination. Reformers like Zhang Wenyan looked to Zhang Aiping's 1954 Yijianshan assault as a model operation. Overall sophistication, but simple, one-off, rehearsed tasks for each unit. Second, the PLA has to reckon with its amphibious capacity. Doctrinally, the PLA preferred a 3-to-1 attacker-to-defender ratio, but with a sea lift capacity of at most 10,000 troops in the first wave, a wider invasion of Taiwan, or even the larger offshore islands, would be ruled out. Third, the timing. Weather and the risk of US intervention were key. By mid-1995, tensions with Washington were still relatively low, and the US had even diverted its nearest carrier from Japan to better enforce a no-fly zone over Iraq. USS Independence left in August, and no replacement arrived until December. This window overlapped with the gap between the typhoon and monsoon seasons, when the sea would be calmest. Finally, consolidation. Any seized territory had to be secured and fortified within 5 days, the earliest Beijing judged a credible US response could form. Taking and hardening 1 or 2 islands before outside forces could join Taiwan would create a fait accompli. Washington might act to relieve a siege, but would be less likely to reopen a fight already concluded, even if it weakened Taiwan. With these parameters in mind, we can now make an educated guess as to what General Zhang's war plan for the PLA might have looked like. D-Day for the operation will be the 24th of October 1995, the last new moon before the monsoon season, as well as after USS Independence left for the Gulf. The PLA has tracked other US carriers and expects no reinforcements for months. An October start date also gives 4 months to prepare under cover of the August amphibious exercises. The targets will be 3 of the least defended islands, the Wuqiu Group and Dongding Islet south of Kinmen, outside the umbrella of land-based air and sea defences. Wuqiu was an obvious choice. Taipei expected a strike there in our timeline too, but hitting another target simultaneously will keep Taiwan guessing and compel it to keep forces dispersed. The combined garrison of some 700 men is small enough to be taken simultaneously in a single amphibious push, avoiding complex island hopping, retasking or ferrying, and letting each unit execute a single well-rehearsed objective. This wouldn't suffice to prevent a potential blockade of Xiamen, Fuzhou and Ningde, but the PLA couldn't risk storming Kinmen or the Matsus. It would settle for clearing ROC auxiliary bases in the strait. That would still weaken Taiwan militarily, eroding sensor and shore battery coverage that threatened PLA maneuvers, and also politically. It would demonstrate that where China struggled to take single islands in the 1950s, in 1995 it can take 3 at once. The move could reinforce a long-standing view in Washington that defending the offshore islands wastes resources and distracts from the defense of Taiwan proper. By seizing 3 weaker islands now, Beijing may create the military and political conditions to sidestep or later capture the strongest. The landing operation can be broken into 7 phases. First, shaping operations over August and early October. The PLAN will normalise close approaches to ROC islets and declare large exercise boxes that slightly overlap Wuqiu's 4 nautical mile and Dongding's 2.5 nautical mile exclusion zones. These will test ROC detection and response times, and provide cover to hydrographic surveys, swimmer reconnaissance to map minefields, seaborne observation of shore defences, and overflights by JZ-8 photo recon planes. The maritime militia will push fishing boats closer and then pull them back before hitting minefields or drawing fire. The routine appearance of small radar contacts around the islands will dull defenders' reaction time when a real landing appears. Taiwanese efforts against the maritime militia can be cast as Taiwan harassing civilians, and the more it protests diplomatically, the more this will turn into background noise in Washington. 1 week out, the exercise boxes will shift further out into open seas, still inside PRC waters, but further from the ROC exclusion zones around the islands. This will hopefully look like de-escalation to Taipei. Surface operations will be minimal, only a few survey vessels to identify the undersea communications cables leading to the islands. But under the sea, combat divers will slip into the exclusion zones to place acoustic pingers leading to clearance channels through the minefields, speeding up future minesweeping operations. Farther out to sea, Ming-class submarines will lay mines on approaches to Wuqiu and Dongding. Not a full blockade, but once armed, the mines will force ROC ships to clear lanes or use routes covered by submarines and mainland defences. Over the day before the landings, maritime militia bottom trawlers will accidentally cut Wuqiu's cable. Not Dongding's, as 2 comms blackouts would alarm Taipei. East Sea Fleet units will move towards Wuqiu, while South Sea Fleet ships approach Dongding from the southwest. screening mine layers and jammers on converted landing ships. Final checks will take place to confirm no new ROC mine layers or fast attack craft have neared the islands. If not, the operation will proceed. Just after dusk on the 23rd, massed fires will open up. Artillery at the Wubito Peninsula and South Sea Fleet ships will strike Dongding, while batteries on Nanri Island, East Sea Fleet ships, and aircraft will hit Greater Chu. The majority of the mainland artillery and missile units will not open fire. Rather, the 2nd Artillery will stand by to threaten the air defense sites at Dongyin and Penghu, while the 1,000 or so mainland artillery pieces will deter counter-battery fire from Kinmen or the Matsus. Overhead, a fighter screen will patrol inside PRC airspace, avoiding the ROCAF units behind the median line unless necessary. Once Wuchu's Longtom battery is suppressed, minesweepers will finish clearing a narrow channel pre-marked by earlier hydrography and dive teams. H-hour is set for midnight at peak darkness and a slack tide. Suppression, low visibility, and comms disruption will hopefully delay defensive fire on the landing fleet until the first wave is almost ashore. With the PLAN Marines in reserve for a possible move on Dongsha, PLA Ground Forces amphibious formations will take the lead. 1 battalion of the 91st Motorized Division will take Dongding, while 2 from the 86th take Wuchu. Both will be supported by engineers and Navy landing specialists. The landing beaches at Wuchu and the pier at Dongding are tiny, and only a few landing ships will be able to unload at a time, so cycling must be rapid. By dawn, follow-on lifts will bring manpads, mortars, and materials for constructing defences, making an ROC counter-landing unattractive. During daylight, the PLAN ships will hug the mainland SAM and fighter umbrella, yet their range will still deter long-range naval probes. Over the next 5 days, the priority will be deterrence and denial, avoiding giving Taipei a clean opening to retaliate or conduct a counter-landing. Diplomatic and military signals will set red lines while avoiding unnecessary clashes. If the ROC does escalate, say to strikes on the mainland, several contingency plans will activate, such as a PLANMC grab of Dongsha, or heavy bombardments to suppress Kinmen and the Matsus. Beijing will present Taipei with a stark choice: accept the loss of 3 small islets now, or risk wider, costlier losses. By the time Washington overcomes distance and political inertia, the facts on the ground should be set. How would Taipei have responded to such moves? We already know a basic outline from historical sources. It would have been passive in the face of certain air, sea, and missile threats, but drawn a hard line at any landings, opening fire when these seemed inevitable. Doctrinally, this was to be then followed up by an attempt to seize air superiority, then launch naval attacks, and finally defeat a landing at the beachhead by combined arms. But this was just a vague gesture at a plan. We don't know how it would have been put in concrete operational terms. The problem was that Taipei faced so many possible threats that its initial response could only be fairly passive and ad hoc, partly why it relied so heavily on fortifying everything. It gave time to work out the situation and craft a concrete plan. Still, we can make an educated guess as to what kind of plan the ROC would have had. Upon receiving word that a PLA action had crossed Taipei's red lines, most likely a landing attempt, every island defense command would be put on alert, but would probably hold fire unless further orders were received, or PLA vessels entered their exclusion zones. The ROCAF would scramble fighters immediately, creating a zone of local air cover as far as the median line. ROC Navy surface action groups and Marine or Army resupply fleets would assemble under air cover. Whether these air and sea forces would then push on past the median line to relieve a garrison or retake an island couldn't be planned in advance. It would depend on Taipei's assessment of the situation. But if they did get the order, it would follow the usual sequence of air, then sea, then landing units, forcing a corridor to the islands in question. Other operational responses like commando infiltrations by the 101st ARB, artillery attacks from the islands, naval sorties into the South and East China Seas, or even an offensive counter-air campaign over Fujian would all be on the table, but subordinated to the question of whether it would be worth the political risk and concretely aid the task of reinforcing or retaking any islands under attack. Going too far in pushing back might well alienate the US, who would need to be kept on side until their fleets could arrive to deter further actions by the mainland. The overall objective would be to try and maintain a fighting presence on all the offshore islands until US relief arrived in force, preventing the mainland from presenting its fait accompli. It is 1500 hours on October 23rd, D-1. Deep under Hengshan in Taipei, in a series of winding tunnels and war rooms, Taiwan's General Staff Headquarters are having their daily briefing with President Lee. After months of heightened tension between Taiwan and the mainland, the generals report that the latest PLA naval exercises have been far smaller in scale than those in August, with no new missile tests or landing exercises. Washington has likewise informed Taipei that it does not believe China will take further action. It has already achieved its goals of distracting from domestic problems and chastising Lee for what Washington too believes was a blunder. General Luo notes that there have been reports of suspicious underwater activity in the strait, but little hard evidence as to its nature, and it doesn't rise above the usual background noise of reports from officers in the field who have a hunch that the communists are up to something. The president notes that with the reduced tensions, daily briefings will no longer be necessary. It's time for him to shift his focus from Beijing's theatrics to the campaign trail. 1,700 kilometers away, in the Zhongnan Hai, the party leadership offices near Beijing's Forbidden City, the Central Military Commission is having its own, far more tense meeting. PLA reports suggest the final shaping operations have gone well, with no noticeable spikes in ROC radio traffic or evidence of special mobilization. It has apparently achieved total surprise, and in a few hours the undersea comms cable to Wuchu will be cut, the point of no return. There are the final reconnaissance reports to go over. Some in the room almost wish that they will show evidence of a new belt of mines, or a fleet approaching the islands, anything that will prevent the stress and expense of the coming days. But no such report is forthcoming. Final photographs taken by JZ-8s out of Zhangzhou show nothing new. The hawks in the room, including General Zhang, are delighted. They are about to oversee the greatest military achievement for the PRC since the seizure of the Parcel Islands from South Vietnam in 1974. A green light is given to the army and naval commanders in Nanjing and Ningbo. At a small river-mouth port known as Mulan Brook, and far to the south at a harbour on Dongshan Island, 2 PLAN fleets have assembled, each with landing ships, minesweepers, frigates, and a single destroyer acting as a flagship. If the ROC even knows about these fleets at all, its attention is fixed on the much larger fleets docked at Xiamen and Ningde, or the maritime militia and hydrography vessels operating in the strait. But it is these smaller fleets, tucked away out of sight, that are the real threat. Nearly 3,000 PLA troops loaded onto them overnight in utmost secrecy. On the coast at the Wubito Cape and Nanri Island, men of the 1st and 31st Group Army Artillery Brigades finish entrenching their guns, their long barrels pointed at the target islands. 200 kilometers inland at Liancheng Forward Air Base, Q5s from the 82nd and 84th Attack Regiments have finished relocating via short, low-altitude hops in small groups to avoid the build-up being seen by Taiwan's mountaintop radars. All of the pieces are in place, from the forward elements near the islands to the aircraft and logistics troops far inland. At dusk, H-6, a maritime trawler south of Wuchu lets out its anchor above the known undersea communication line leading to Taiwan. It drags along the bottom 50 meters deep before finding the cable, and the engine struggles for a moment as the tension in the cable mounts before the vessel snaps forward. The landline going down is the first clear sign to the Taiwanese commanders that something is amiss. The Wuchu defense garrison immediately identifies the likely culprit in the fishing fleet. Some frantic calls are made to Taipei half an hour later, but the garrison commander doesn't yet have any proof that it was more than a trawling accident, or at worst, just the usual mainland harassment. 2 ROC Coast Guard Command fastboats are sent from Lesser Chu to investigate. If the radars on Dongding and Wuchu were a little higher up, they might have spotted the 2 fleets leaving Mulan Brook and Dongshan Harbour an hour earlier, assembling in the nearby bays and pushing towards the islands. They also can't see under the waves, where 1 Romeo and 3 Ming-class submarines patrol near offensive minefields their comrades covertly laid to the southeast of the islands, set to arm in a few hours. While the ROC defenders focus on the cable break south of Wuchu, north of Dongding and Wuchu, groups of 2 fast boats race along the black waves, too small to be picked up by the island radars. They carry PLA Navy divers, who are to begin the process of clearing a path through the sea mines. This isn't their first trip to the islands. For the last week, their unit has made several dives, getting closer to the weak points in the minefields each time, both to rehearse their approach and to lay reflective markers and acoustic pingers along the seafloor to guide the final dive. The water near Dongding and Wuchu is only 20 and 30 meters deep respectively, making navigation along the seabed quite easy as they dive in. At 3 kilometers out, near the start of the minefields, they can actually feel the crash of the waves against the islands reverberating through the seafloor. Though they have successfully made it to the eerie forest of high explosives swaying around them, they don't begin defusal, but rather place the final reflective markers along the channel to be cleared by the surface minesweepers later in the night. At 2000 hours, H-4, the night is pitch black, and the ROC garrisons still don't expect to face combat. It takes 7 seconds for the sound to reach them. Multiple gun tubes opening fire across the strait for the first time in 16 years. Only a small portion of the PLA's artillery, arrayed around the offshore islands, is able to fire on Dongding and Wuchu, but it is still enough to launch 158 kilograms of high explosive at the islands every 2 minutes. The shells take less than a minute to reach the islands, where they land to devastating effect. The gunners have had weeks to make their calculations, and the first salvos strike true, despite the darkness. At Wuchu, the garrison commander immediately orders his gunners to their bomb shelters rather than trying to fire back at Nanri Island. With only 6 heavy tubes and open mounts, they are outgunned, and better saved to oppose a landing. The shelling hits directly inside some of the firing pits for 40 and 90mm guns, and even takes out the naval radar. The ROC troops hide in their tunnels and trenches, saving them from the fragmentation, but still losing 16 men to direct hits and leaving countless others concussed or shell-shocked. At Dongding, the smaller target area proves much harder to hit, and the majority of shells fall short into the sea, but those that do land still heavily suppress the garrison. The goal of the PLA gunners isn't to completely destroy the defences, but to degrade and suppress them, filling trenches and gun pits with debris, collapsing tunnel entrances and cratering roads. After a few salvos, they let up, and for 15 minutes it seems like the attack might have just been a one-off. But then the guns open up again, just as the garrisons start to poke their heads out of their shelters. Episodic fires are far more efficient at keeping the defenders' heads down than a continuous barrage. Both of the island garrisons immediately call for aid and orders, though the messages from Wuchu are periodically disrupted by jamming. General Luo is awoken and driven through the Taipei traffic back to the Hengshan underground complex. He faces a dilemma. The mainland has so far only attacked 2 small garrisons. His options to retaliate without waiting the entire night for daylight air cover, or for naval units to arrive, involve counter-battery fire from the islands which have so far been left alone. This would massively escalate the situation, inviting all 1,000 PLA artillery pieces to fire back, and it would anger Washington, which wants no strikes on the mainland. Luo considers the risks and decides that without major artillery strikes of his own, which could compel the PLA to back down, the islands may well be cut off before relief arrives. But the decision is not his alone. He still has to convince political leaders like Li and the Minister of Defense, Jiang Chungling, which could take some time. The full scope of the threat Taipei faces is rapidly becoming clear as more contacts appear on ROC scopes. 11 minutes after the bombardment begins, a series of fast-moving contacts are spotted by the Kinmen early warning radar coming out of Yangtang-Li Air Base. 3 minutes later, more are spotted out of Chuzhou Air Base by the radar north of Taipei. These are 2 wings of J-8Bs moving on offensive air sweeps over the targeted islands, their decent radars making them the PLA's best night fighters aside from the Su-27s. 33 minutes in, the naval radar at Dongding picks up a group of surface contacts 23 nautical miles to the southwest, clearly a PLA fleet. But there was also a lot of background noise for the ROC commanders to contend with: maritime militia flotillas, the larger fleets at Xiamen and Ningde, and reports of PLA road and rail movements all across Fujian. It takes a whole precious hour and a half for the big picture to sink in. The PLA is going to assault Dongding tonight. Since the radar at Wuchu was destroyed, the second fleet, now emerging from the Nanri Channel, goes unseen. General Luo wastes no time. He might not yet have permission to launch full-scale counterattacks, but he can still ready every available strike package. An urgent order is sent out to all ROCAF air bases by 2200 hours, telling them to prepare fighter squadrons for a nighttime counter-air sweep. The special squadrons at Ganshan Training Air Base in South Taiwan are Luo's ace in the hole. They include his only dedicated night attack unit, the 35th Combat Squadron. Unfortunately, it will take about 6 hours for the bulk of the airframes to be fully prepped, leaving only the handful of fighters that were pre-readied to launch immediately and begin patrolling the median line. A force of Wuqin 3 destroyers and a Chengkung-class frigate at Magong Naval Base in Penghu is made ready to sail for the defence of Dongding. Because of the considerable range of the Xiongfeng 2 missile, it will take only 2 hours for the ROC destroyers to be in range of the mainland fleet. Since Wuqiu is not yet the obvious target of an amphibious assault, only a flotilla of missile boats from the minor naval base at Taichung is sent its way, and it will take them longer, perhaps 3.5 hours, to arrive in range. That may prove too late for many of the island's defenders, however. At 22:07 hours, the islands fall within range of the 130mm guns on the Luda destroyers, and soon after, the even more devastating 100mm Type 79 automatic guns of the Jianghu frigates. These extraordinary weapons, China's first indigenous naval gun, could reliably fire 50 rounds per minute, meaning that each gun could put almost as much HE downrange as the entire 36-gun artillery group that opened fire hours earlier. What was an episodic spattering of heavy shells now becomes an uninterrupted stream of lighter ones. The suppressive effect is considerable and entirely prevents the Wuqiu garrison commander from manning his 4 remaining long toms. The radar at Dongding is finally destroyed, hiding the landing fleet from prying eyes. General Zhang has one last surprise for the defenders on Wuqiu. The landing fleet there is coming up against its greatest challenge, forcing a path through the mines. Zhang knows that if the long toms are manned and fired at the minesweepers, or a landing ship transiting the narrow channel, the entire landing could be delayed or even completely prevented. Even the biggest 152mm artillery shells will not reliably silence a long tom in a concrete mounting. One needs not kilograms of high explosives, but tons, like the bomb load of an aircraft. This presents a problem. Unlike the ROCAF, the PLA Air Force did not have a dedicated night attack unit, nor any night vision or targeting pods for its pilots. But Zhang knows his history. In the 1960s, the PLA used the so-called Shendeng, or Divine Lantern method, to light up the sky for its radarless fighters, using H-5 bombers to drop parachute flares above aerial targets. He has had the best Q-5 pilots from the 82nd and 84th Attack Regiments selected for extensive rehearsals at Lake Tai, practicing night flying over water and bombing targets during a narrow window of illumination. A month of intensive practicing has come to this. 9 Q-5s now fly over Fujian behind and below an H-6. The ROC radar operators interpret the contacts as merely more fighters bolstering the screen over the landing fleet. As they pass over the coast, they dive down, and the H-6 drops its brilliant waterfall of light upwind of the island. With only a few minutes of illumination before it drifts away or fizzles out, the Q-5 pilots know they will only have one pass. They look at the fast approaching dot in the sea, trying to make out the telltale circles of a gun pit to aim for. The naval bombardment has paused, but the dust and smoke still makes it hard to see. The lull in the bombardment and illumination of the fleet means the gun crews on Wuqiu actually have a chance to fire off 2 shots at the ships, but they couldn't have picked a worse time. The muzzle flash helps the pilots identify the gun pits, and in 3 waves of 3 aircraft, they drop their bombs at 300 meters. The PLA's first nighttime air attack since 1962 is a success, apparently taking out every remaining big gun on the island, except one 105mm light howitzer, which fires off another shot at the fleet before the light fades. Around the huge craters that now pockmark the face of Greater Chu lie 23 men killed in the blasts. By now the garrison has lost nearly a fifth of its number in the bombardment, and its field hospital is overloaded with men who are severely concussed or have lost limbs to fragmentation. By 2300 hours, the minesweepers have made progress at clearing the first of the mines from the pre-marked paths. At Wuqiu, a rare Type 79 landing ship, the Sihe, fires off its 122mm rocket tubes at the island, a final saturation bombardment as the land-based artillery ceases fire to avoid shells falling short on the landing fleet. The naval guns fire off smoke shells onto the islands to hide the fleet as the minesweepers work, and a few more HE rounds to periodically maintain suppression. By now the ground is a cratered moonscape, with smoke and dust choking out the night. The shelling is suffering from declining returns. The remaining garrison on both islands is well sheltered in underground tunnels or deep trenches, and the shells are hitting ground that is already so churned and softened that it absorbs much of the impact. As the minesweepers work and the garrisons sit veiled in smoke and dust, Taiwanese leaders debate in the Hengshan complex. Both sides agree that air and sea forces need to surge beyond the median line to attack the mainland fleets before they can secure the islands, but they disagree on how the island garrisons should be used. General Luo argues for a policy of disproportionate retaliation, using the Kungfeng rocket units against PLA positions around Xiamen, as well as a full artillery barrage against the mainland on all fronts. Several analysts agree, suggesting that Beijing wants a short, demonstrative conflict and might pull back from the brink of full-scale war. President Li and Jiang Chongling disagree, arguing that the goal should be to contain the conflict around the islands already under attack, and attempt to keep them contested until US forces arrive. Unfortunately, Washington has informed them that the closest group is still the USS Independence in the Gulf, and it will take upwards of 7 days to transit back around the Strait of Malacca. Clinton's main concern is keeping the conflict contained until it can arrive, and avoiding major disruption to the East Asian economies increasingly crucial to the global financial system. Already, shipping insurance premiums have skyrocketed. The new Taiwan dollar has entered freefall, and equity markets are in shock. Interest rate hikes in Hong Kong, a strengthened yen, and price and banking controls in China will prevent a collapse of the Asian economies, but within a week, component gaps in the computer industry and inflated fuel costs will take their toll. Lee knows that Washington blames him for the war, and isn't above hanging him out to dry to make a point. The US won't completely refuse to assist Taiwan, but it could very well throw its support behind an unfavourable peace if he angers it further. Thus Li and Chiang veto Luo's proposal. The immediate response to the landings will be air and naval harassment strikes throughout the night, followed by a larger counterattack at dawn, contained to the Wuchu and Dongding areas. They pray the garrisons can hold out until then. That prospect looks increasingly distant as the clock strikes midnight and the first PLA vessels find their way through the mines. At Greater Chu Island, the final leg of the amphibious landing is to be conducted by a mix of Type 67 and 69 flat-bottom landing craft and Type 77 amphibious APCs unloaded from the larger landing ships. The chosen landing beach is on the southeast, close to the weak point in the mines, and with a gentler slope up to the road. Unfortunately, it is between two concrete strongpoints offering enfilade fire to the defenders. The beach may also be vulnerable to any surviving weapon pits on the central high ground. Gunfire will have only done so much to suppress these sites. They will need to be cleared out with grenades, submachine guns, satchel charges, or even the flamethrowers still used by PLA engineers. A final salvo of smoke shells marks the end of the long-range bombardment, blanketing the whole southeast shore. Due to the narrow opening the vessels must maneuver within, the PLA landing force is squeezed into a column of APCs and barges, rather than landing across a wide front. As the first Type 77s near the shore, the defenders in trenches above open fire, spotting the enemy through gaps in the smoke with their night vision. 20 and 40mm guns above them open fire too, but they lack a clear line of sight. The fires are too inaccurate and light to do much damaging, but two huge explosions rock the fleet of landing craft, sinking a Type 77 before it can reach the shore. It is the final Long Tom howitzer still in working order. Undeterred, the first couple of craft hit the beach along a mere 100-metre front and face a hail of bullets as they unload the first troops. The smoke is too thick for either side to see their enemy, but they fire away regardless. Heavy machine guns in the strongpoints create a beaten zone all along the beach, hitting the PLA's northern flank particularly hard. The PLA troops go prone, finding cover in craters or behind the many black rocks along the shore. It is an utter stalemate, and there is nothing the PLA can do except gradually widen the front by landing more men on the beaches, and hope that eventually the weight of fire from the beach will suppress the defenders enough to advance. Mortars and recoilless rifles on the other side of the island open up, their projectiles falling like hail across the beach, negating the PLA's cover and causing severe losses. The naval guns in turn open up again. The danger of friendly fire is a lesser evil than letting the mortars fire away without answer. For now, both sides are too evenly matched, and the stalemate seems set to continue indefinitely. At Dongding, the landing seems to be set to go ahead, but as the first ships enter the path through the minefields, an emergency forces the PLA to abort. A PLA Navy H-6D in the South China Sea has picked up what is almost certainly an ROC surface action group heading directly for the landing fleet out of Magong Naval Base. Although the radar at Dongding is destroyed, the ROC will have no issue targeting the fleet at maximum range, as the radars on their turbo trackers have picked up the scent all the way from Taiwan itself. With both sides able to spot each other easily, the question is who can fire first, and should they? The PLA ships have a 10 nautical mile range advantage. Logically, they should abandon their shore bombardment duties to form a screen ahead of the landing ships and engage the ROCN immediately. But potentially sinking 5 large vessels would be the most escalatory act of the war so far, and the PLA's naval commander, Vice Admiral Yang Yushu, has to consult with Beijing. Meanwhile, the ROC vessels, 4 Wuqin 3 destroyers and a Cheng Kung-class frigate, push on ahead, confident that their anti-air missiles can defend them long enough to cross the gap in range. They don't have the force of arms to destroy the enemy fleet, but they can certainly ruin the landing attempt and force the PLAN to back off. General Zhang doesn't waste time in giving Yang a reply. Sink the bastards. The PLA's desire to contain the conflict is secondary to its goal to take the islands tonight. But Zhang is aware the 4 escort vessels may be outmatched by the more modern ROC ships, and he tasks other H-6s on patrol in the southwest to join the attack, and East Sea Fleet vessels at Xiamen to reinforce the forces near Dongding. But the latter move brings with it a new danger. The batteries at Kinmen might choose to fire on the ships out of Xiamen as they leave port, widening the conflict. But Zhang has little choice. The landing fleet must make it to Dongding. The landing fleet splits in two as the amphibious vessels turn towards the coast while their escorts turn towards the open sea. In this sensor-drenched environment, both sides can see exactly what moves the other is making as they happen, and it is immediately obvious to General Luo that the PLA is going to attack his ships. He orders the ROCAF to prevent the 3 H-6s in the area from coming into range with their Kraken missiles by any means necessary, but there are few F-5s airborne and a lot of J-8s. 3 pairs of F-5s from the 22nd Tactical Fighter Squadron are spread around Penghu, while 8 J-8s of the 27th Fighter Regiment stand between them and their targets. With nowhere to hide, the tactics will be nothing fancy. 2 flights will try and get past the southern flight of J-8s to engage the 3 bombers, while the third will try and keep the other J-8s distracted. As the first pair of F-5s draws closer to the bombers, their advantages in missile technology soon become obvious. Before the J-8s can fire off a single shot, the F-5s have 4 missiles in the air, 1 for each finback. All of them either hit or are soon followed up by another that does. With small warheads, the Tianjian missiles don't immediately down the larger finbacks, but they are damaged and struggling. 1 falls into the sea immediately, and a second is finished off by another volley. The F-5s turn away to intercept the bombers with their guns, but one of the J-8 pilots realizes that his aircraft is only superficially damaged, and finds himself in position to get behind the F-5s, firing off his cannons, and then 2 PL-7 stern chase missiles. His vengeance for his 2 comrades is complete. Both missiles hit their targets, and with a larger warhead, they immediately down both planes. By now, however, the southern pair of F-5s has arrived on the scene. They would have a straight shot to the H-6s if it weren't for the arrival of another flight of 4 J-8s from the north. 1 F-5 goes for the lead bomber, while his wingman keeps the J-8s occupied. In the melee, 2 finbacks are downed, but the wingman falls to their cannons. The leader gets off a shot at the bomber, just as it comes in range of the ROC fleet. The lead bomber pilot decides that while the PLAN fleet isn't yet in position to fire simultaneously as planned, it's now or never, and he lets loose with 2 Kraken missiles, just before being hit by no less than 3 Tianjian missiles in quick succession. Incredibly, they do no severe damage, and the bomber turns back to Hainan. The 2 other bombers follow suit and fire their Krakens. The final pair of F-5s has now caught up to the skirmish, and while they can no longer prevent the attack on the ROC fleet, they can still take revenge on the bombers. There are now 3 F-5s, 3 J-8s, and 3 H-6s still flying. The J-8s strike first, downing the F-5 that attacked the lead bomber. With remarkable skill, one of the remaining F-5s fires 3 missiles at a bomber before finishing it off with guns. then downs a second with a single lucky missile. Finally, his wingman finishes off 2 J-8s, trying to get on his tail, and the remaining mainland aircraft flee. This was the first aerial battle across the strait since 1967, and the PLA Air Force hasn't come out looking good. Its best indigenous fighters were soundly beaten by an outnumbered and distracted enemy. The F-5 pilot who downed the 2 bombers is soon to become a national hero. The bombers did reach their target, albeit too early. The PLA surface ships near Dongding have to wait a little longer before their safflower missiles are in range. Firing in 2 distinct groups means the missiles are far less effective. The Krakens prove easy prey to standard missiles fired by the ROC ships, and they don't even get close to their targets. The safflower missiles prove much harder to down, and even several volleys of standard missiles aren't enough to destroy them all. 2 missiles get dangerously close to the destroyer Shenyang, surviving volleys of 20mm cannon fire before falling harmlessly into the sea, courtesy of the destroyer's Changfeng 3 jamming system. The PLA missiles might not have hit anything, but they have forced both sides into difficult choices. The ROC fleet's stock of standard missiles is nearly depleted, meaning a second attack might get through. They can either continue the attack and accept the risk, or they can retreat, but potentially lose Dongding. Likewise, the PLA ships are down to only 6 safflower missiles, and will need to wait for reinforcements before making another attack. This exposes the landing fleet to a window of vulnerability. Do they take Dongding now, or another night? Both sides make their choices. Meanwhile, at Wuchu, the landing force is finally making progress in its efforts to get off the pitifully small and dangerously exposed stretch of sand it has secured. Despite constant indirect machine gun, cannon and mortar fire, the PLA engineers have cleared several paths through the shoreline minefields and barbed wire. A PLA platoon manages to force the ROC Marines out of their northernmost trenches, and in their panic, some get caught on their own wire along the road. With the central beach overloaded, amphibious vehicles and landing craft head to the southern stretch of beach, firing heavy machine guns to suppress the southern fortress overlooking them. A recoilless rifle pit covering the south is destroyed with grenades to safeguard the landing, and within minutes, the central trenches are cleared. The PLA's lack of radios comes back to bite it. A squad of engineers comes across a pillbox covering the southern beach, but it has no way to warn the APCs about to unload troops right in front of it. They watch helplessly as men are gunned down as they disembark, but thankfully, the pillbox is destroyed after taking 4 RPG rounds. The landing at the south is also hampered by fire from the southern fortress, which even manages to sink a landing barge with HMG fire. The effort to get off the beach is grueling and bloody. Despite clearing the trenches, reaching the road and finally taking out most of the guns covering the beach itself, any effort to crest the hill is met by massed anti-aircraft guns and recoilless rifle fire. Old M45 quad-mounted 50 cals, nicknamed the Meat Chopper, lay down withering fire, as do the 20 and 40mm guns in concrete housings. PLA engineers painstakingly creep towards the gun pits with satchel charges and flamethrowers, while infantry cover them. By H+1, most of the first wave is finally off the beach, and the southern AA positions are overrun. While the PLA now has momentum, the garrison is anything but beaten, and if the current rate of losses continues, the mainland might be forced to retreat. The northern flank is particularly mangled, as the northern strong point and ROC reinforcements prevent any progress. Instead, the PLA has broken through to the south, and seems set to swing around the island like a door hinge. To better consolidate his defensive lines, the garrison commander orders a retreat from the southwest, and for the defenders on the northern half of the island to abandon their positions and create a defensive line running east to west. But the defenders are in chaos, and a coherent line never forms across the forested western half of the island, and the PLA puts heavy pressure on this flank, with the central garrison buildings being cleared by flamethrowers and the final Long Tom gun pit under attack. The garrison commander finds himself in a last stand at the fortified lighthouse, with around a company of troops, plus an HMG at its summit, and heavier weapons to its rear. After an hour of fighting against mounting PLA numbers, however, the garrison commander is finally forced to surrender. The Battle of Wuchu is not quite over, but the winner is clear. The PLA lost 254 men in the assault, some drowning in sunken landing craft, others to the withering indirect fire on the beach, or to the close quarters meat grinder that was the battle for the top of the island. But the ROC defenders lost far more, 87 in pre-landing bombardments and 322 in the battle itself. Only 60 have survived to be taken prisoner, and incredibly, 42 have refused to surrender. Remnants of the garrison remain, a platoon locked away in the southern fortress, and a squad at the Coast Guard building on Lesser Chu. The latter holdout is surrounded and forced to surrender by a small landing force, but the men in the fortress are stubborn and decently supplied. They have already shown that they can survive heavy bombardment in their concrete castle, and the PLA battalion commander leading the mangled first wave decided they weren't worth the further lives it would take to attack along the narrow causeway leading to it. The problem they cause is more political than military. The ROC can claim the island is still contested, which might compromise any fait accompli presented to the US, but until more troops are landed, the PLA is in no position to end the holdout by force. Around Dongding, the PLAN has been scrambling to gather together enough forces for a second attack on the closing ROC destroyers while staying out of range. The landing fleet has turned towards the safety of Jiuzhen Harbour, while the escorts have turned towards Xiamen to meet a flotilla of 5 Huangfeng-class missile boats. Though there are much larger ships at Xiamen, only the missile boats could slip past Kinmen in time to relieve the escort ships, most of which are relatively defenceless until they can rearm at port. 2 frigates, the Wuxi and Nantong, break away from the bombardment at Wuqiu since they can also get in range in time. While the mainland ships can outrun the ROC destroyers, whose engines are Second World War vintage, the problem is they have to deviate around the Dongding minefields, giving a window of opportunity where the lead ROC ship, the slightly faster frigate Chengho, can fire on the rearmost PLA vessels. It launches all 8 of its Xiongfeng missiles well before the PLA's second strike is ready. They speed ahead at Mach 0.9, crossing the strait in 6 minutes. The point defense systems of the PLA vessels can't even get off a shot, and their flares and chaff only work for a moment. In seconds, the frigates Shaoxing, Shaoguan, and Jiang are sunk, taking hits amidships and to the stern from 190-kilogram warheads. The destroyer Nanning is now the only large surface combatant in the area, and it turns to pick up survivors. Having secured a major victory, and not wanting to risk sticking around for PLAN reprisals, the ROC ships turn back to Magong. The turbo trackers can see the Huangfengs and Wuqiu detachment closing in. At flank speed, the ROC ships can outrun the frigates, but not the missile boats. With the H-6s frightened off, however, the PRC now lacks the sensor coverage to reliably locate the Taiwanese ships. The Huangfeng boats are very fast, and soon bring themselves in range, but lack solid targeting data. But their Safflower missiles have an advantage here. Being old, simple sea-skimming designs, they can be fired much like torpedoes, following a fixed bearing whereafter they arm and hit whatever happens to cross their reasonably powerful radars. Thus the missile boat flotilla fires their missiles in a spread across the last known location of the ROC ships. The missiles are quickly spotted on Taiwanese radars, and the fleet takes evasive action by turning starboard at flank speed. 6 minutes of travel at 30 knots means they avoid the easternmost Safflower missiles, but the crew's hearts sink as 15 of them turn sharply starboard, far more than they can comfortably handle. Most of the ships are out of standard missiles, and they have to rely on their 20, 40 and 76mm guns. The Taiyang takes the first hit, and an enormous 500kg shaped charge blasts a hole clean through its hull, causing massive flooding before a second missile destroys its engine room. The captain gives the order to abandon ship. The Shenyang is next, taking a hit to the torpedo magazine that detonates the whole starboard side and sinks it instantly, taking most of the crew with it. 2 missiles very nearly take out the Chengho, but the more modern vessel takes them out with its American-made Phalanx Seawiz and jamming systems. Though the western group of missiles is now downed, the eastern group is loose in the waters off Penghu, armed and liable to hit anything that strays in front of their radars. An unlucky civilian trawler takes the first blow and causes the Safflowers to veer to the southeast. For a moment they look as if they'll take out another large trawler, or even an ROC supply vessel heading for Magong, but they lose energy and fall into the water. The rampage of the Safflowers off Penghu will have dire consequences. They've proven that Chinese targeting systems won't distinguish between military and civilian targets, and shipping insurance premiums for the whole region will reach new heights. Though the PLA has lost more ships and aircraft, strategically it has won the naval battle. The ROC Navy couldn't destroy the landing fleet at Dongding, and only delayed it by an hour and a half. 2 of its most potent Wuqin 3 vessels are down, while the PLA has plenty of Jianghu frigates to spare. The threat of Taiwanese major surface combatants is over until reinforcements can arrive from Kaohsiung and Keelung, which will likely take until dawn at minimum. But the RSC still has vessels in the strait. The flotilla of 4 Hai-O class missile boats from Taichung is nearing Wuqiu. Their Gabriel missiles have a range of 15 nautical miles, far outranged by the PLA ships. But the question is whether the smaller radar profile of the fast boats means they can evade detection until they are in range. As the land battle on Wuqiu draws to a close around 0240 hours, the naval battle begins. Unfortunately for the RSC, the PLA destroyer Hefei has been upgraded with a powerful and modern Type 381A rice screen radar, and it detects an unusual fast-moving surface contact at 18 nautical miles. A few seconds later, it detects another, and the captain determines it to be a missile boat flotilla. The Hefei and frigate Taizhou launch 4 safflower missiles at the contacts, and the boats turn north to evade. The first 2 missiles miss the lead boat, but the second pair sinks the rearmost. The frigate Wuxi, which had split off to aid the Dongding flotilla, but which is still in range, joins in the battle by firing 2 of its own safflowers, and the Hefei fires again as well. The Wuxi's missiles take another boat, and the Hefeis seem like they're about to hit 2 in one salvo, but the final missile misses, sparing the last missile boat that retreats at flank speed out of radar range. The battle is another heavy blow for the RSC Navy, and significantly, it demonstrates that its Gabriel-armed vessels simply lack the range to be competitive in this war. Even though the landing fleet at Dongding now lacks most of its escorts, General Zhang gives it the go-ahead to proceed with the amphibious assault, with only the destroyer Nanning for fire support. As at Wuqiu, a heavy smoke screen covers the landing ships as they approach, but here there is only enough space for one to unload at a time. The first wave consists of 2 companies in 4 Type 69 landing craft, unloading onto the pier 50 men at a time. The defenders hear the approach through the smokescreen and open fire with 60mm mortars and an HMG position overlooking the dock from the southern cliff face. There will be no relief until they push up the stairs covered in barbed wire and claymores. The engineers do their best, but the assault ultimately can't wait for everything to be safely cleared. 25mm guns on the landing craft provide some suppressive fire on the HMG, but the attackers are taking heavy casualties. The first men to the top of the stairs attack the middle trench line, causing some casualties, but ultimately falling back under intensive fire. A second attack succeeds and pushes back the defenders, just enough to clear space for the third landing craft to unload. The smoke clears enough for the defenders in the northern trenches to directly fire on the landing zone, and the attackers have no choice but to attempt an all-out assault up the stairs to avoid the fire. Throwing smoke grenades as they reach the summit, they successfully clear the entrance to the northern trenches, but an HMG in the lighthouse fires through the smoke so intensely that they have to back down again. For several terrifying minutes, the PLA is too pinned to move, and the emboldened defenders start advancing, hoping to push them into the sea. The fourth landing craft lands, facing an enormous volley of fire from the central trenches now that the smoke is cleared. But with the fresh troops, the PLA mounts another assault that successfully clears the western building and central trench line with grenades and a flamethrower. Intense fire from infantry and the 25mm guns of the landing craft forces the southern HMG to retreat before it is cut off, but its crew is gunned down as it does so. With some relief from its constant fire, enough PLA troops push up the stairs to the northern trenches, clearing the first section and holding it against a counterattack. In a final push, the PLA attacks on all fronts, pushing further along the northern trenches and even clearing the first part of the fortified lighthouse. With half the garrison dead and his northern flank in full retreat, the garrison commander surrenders. Both sides lost a nearly equal number of men, 51 mainlanders to 49 Taiwanese. The PLA troops are overjoyed. The island China failed to take in 1958 has finally fallen in 95. By H+4, the People's Republic of China has all but secured its initial objectives, the holdout on Wuqiu notwithstanding. In the morning, Premier Jiang can make an announcement to the Chinese people that the party and PLA have secured a great victory against separatism, which will surely ease his domestic troubles. General Zhang is far from jubilant, however. He is well aware that this is a victory won by the skin of his teeth. He used every trick in his book, and his forces still suffered disproportionate losses. To make matters worse, his best asset, the cover of night, is about to run out. The aerial losses suffered in the battle around Dongding have convinced him that in a few hours, the ROC will own the skies. Its planes and pilots are simply better. While his naval forces gave a much better account of themselves, in the daytime they will have to stick close to coastal anti-air sites to have any hope of survival. This may yet enable the ROC to slowly peel back his air and sea defences and cut off his forces on the islands, or even launch a landing of their own. To win, he will need to argue for Beijing to mobilise far more of the PLA than it wants to. This can no longer be a limited demonstration of technical proficiency. The PLA simply isn't a force built for such a war yet. Displaying superior numbers and threatening to engage in grinding attritional warfare is his best hope of deterring the ROC from an overwhelming counterattack. In Taipei, General Luo is having even deeper frustrations with the political limits placed upon him. If Li and Chiang hadn't prevented him from using the assets he had placed on Kinmen, the PLA naval presence at Xiamen would have been too busy dealing with rockets and shelling to deploy the missile boats that lost Taiwan 2 ships and ultimately Dongding. To Luo, the lives of those sailors and soldiers fall squarely on the shoulders of Washington, D.C. and its appeasers in Taipei, too concerned about avoiding escalation with the mainland to defend the national interest effectively. In years gone by, ROC military officers would have considered a coup for far less, but times have changed too much for that. Instead, Luo and his commanders have to make the best of a bad situation, and that begins with convincing the Kuomintang political class that the rules of engagement need to be reassessed. For now, however, key members of that class are taking advantage of the relative lull in fighting to get a small amount of sleep, and changes to the standing orders and ROE won't be possible until the next meeting. In the meantime, both militaries have only 2 hours before dawn, at which time massed airstrikes will become more viable. The PLA needs to consolidate its position around the islands as much as possible. The companies mangled in the battles are cycled out for new units of landing troops and engineers, whose task will be to rebuild shattered defences and facilities into something remotely usable by a garrison. Come the daytime, the hundreds of dead bodies will stink to high heaven. Water cisterns, plumbing and food storage will be wrecked or contaminated, so building materials and supplies will need to be shipped in. The landing fleet has brought some, but resupply thereafter is expected to be sporadic and only able to be conducted at night. Then there is the question of how to defend the islands against a blockade or counter-landing. Some existing trenches, obstacles and bunkers can be reused, but new crew-served weapons and mines will need to be shipped in. On Dongding, there just isn't enough space for much more than mortars and machine guns. But on Greater Chu, the PLA plans to haul a battery of 6 122mm guns up onto the cliffs with ropes, though it will be well into the daytime before they are fully set up in prepared positions. The biggest problem facing the PLA is how to prevent the islands from simply being cut off and demolished by the ROC Air Force. Its longest-ranged air defence units, the HQ-2 SAMs, are far from mobile, and while there are batteries near both of the islands, their range falls just short of providing any coverage. HQ-61s are also nearby and more mobile, but too short range to be useful. That leaves the PLA's guns and manpads units. Dongding is deemed just large enough to house 2 twin 37mm guns, while Greater Chu receives a full battery of 6. The most substantial defence allocated to both islands is a big stockpile of HN-5 missiles, a reverse-engineered copy of the Soviet Strela, which the PLA hopes will make the islands too dangerous for low-level bombers. This theory will be put to the test much sooner than PLA planners had hoped, as the ROC doesn't actually have to wait until dawn before making its first attacks. Its AT-3 night attack squadron at Ganshan is now fully prepared to get 16 aircraft in the air, with a mix of flares and 500-pound bombs. Escorts will be a mix of F-5s from Tainan and Qingquos from Qingchuankang, who will perform a sweep ahead of the attackers. By 0415 hours, the F-5s and Qingquos are in the air, and are about to make contact with a mix of J-8s and J-7s now providing air cover to the islands. To their surprise, the PLA pilots don't even try to fight, but turn and flee towards the SAM coverage of the mainland, yielding the skies to them completely. The Qingquos fly over Wuchu first, too high to be hit with anything around the islands, but they are also under orders not to pursue the mainland jets within 6 nautical miles of the coast, as this would put them in danger of the HQ-2 batteries. The PLA jets simply loiter over the coast, out of reach. At Dongding, the ROCAF F-5s have better luck. One pair flies at full afterburner to catch up with some fleeing J-7s, downing 3 with Tian-Tians before the rest of the mainlanders get to the coast. Though they are denied more kills, the PLA Air Force's retreat suits the ROCAF pilots just fine, as it means the AT-3s have a clear shot at bombing the landing vessels. For 5 minutes, Both sides simply prowl along their side of the SAM shield. The ROCAF jets loitering over Dongting and Wuqiu, and the mainlanders doing the same over Xiamen and Xinhua Bay. But then something quite unexpected happens. The ROCAF pilots' missile warning systems all start going off. Has the mainland somehow put a SAM battery on the islands? The pilots don't have time to consider the cause, and can only turn their jets around and enter evasive maneuvers. At Taiwanese HQ, the data from various radars is interpreted, and the answer becomes clear. Flankers. 2 pairs of Su-27s have arrived from Wuhu to act as flying missile silos over Xiamen and Xinhua Bay, carrying 6 R-27 extended-range missiles each. The ROCAF pilots have no answer to this threat except to try and outrun the missiles at full throttle, knowing that at this range they'll probably lose energy. But the J-7s and J-8s don't stay idle. As the Taiwanese jets turn around, they expose themselves to the Chinese stern-chase missiles. All of the mainland jets close in at once for the kill. But as the first salvo of R-27s loses energy as predicted, the ROCAF pilots turn around to engage. For a second it looks like the battle will turn into another bloodbath inflicted by the ROCAF, but then another salvo of R-27s forces them to turn back around. At Wuqiu, the easternmost group of J-8s manages to isolate a Qingguo, heavily damaging it with PL-7s. The J-7s to their west are less lucky. The Qingguos turn on a dime and down 3 fish cans in seconds with Tianjian missiles and cannon fire. The sight of so many friendly jets going down is too much for the northern flanker pair, and the leader ignores their standing orders to stay over the mainland, instead charging ahead to engage with short-range archer missiles. They hit a Qingguo that was on the tail of a J-8, but it is only damaged and fires back with 2 simultaneous Tianjians that hit both flankers, downing one and damaging the other, forcing all of the mainland jets to retreat. Though the way is now clear to Wuqiu, too many escorts have been lost to ensure the safety of the AT-3s, and the attack is called off. At Dongting, the fight is quicker. A flight of 4 J-7s manages to isolate an F-5, shooting it down with PL-5s. But in their zeal to chase down more, they come into range of the Tiankong battery at Penghu and are forced to retreat. The flanker pair over Xiamen stays behind the coast, but with 1 pair of F-5s already at Winchester, another halved, and 2 evading missiles, the bombing run is similarly called off for lack of escorts. The PRC has won yet another victory despite disproportionate losses. The landing fleet is able to unload the necessary equipment and supplies for defending the islands before dawn. Though the sequence of events was more coincidence than premeditated plan, clever use of China's tiny number of Su-27s as a force multiplier allowed the PLA to shape the engagement into the one situation its older fighters could perform adequately in, chasing down retreating enemies. Even so, they lost 6 J-7s and an invaluable flanker for only 2 Qingguos and an F-5. There will certainly be no further reckless use of the flankers, who will continue to act as a small but essential force of flying missile carriers behind the front line. However, following a 1/3 rule, of 1/3 on station, 1/3 in transit and 1/3 refueling, that's less than 8 jets for the entire Chinese coastline, not accounting for maintenance, losses and scheduling errors. Both sides are now aware just how much of the PLA's defense of the islands rests on an absurdly small number of men and machines. In Taiwan, the prospect of losses and operational disruptions due to jets firing from the mainland adds to the sentiment of those who, like General Luo, believe that restrictive rules of engagement are losing Taiwan the war. A low-level attack on the shore-based SAM sites, or a more aggressive push to take on the flankers over the coast, might have granted the room to maneuver needed to pull off the night attack. For now, however, the ROCAF is bound by its ROE not to cross the coastline, and the flankers can attack with impunity. For 4 hours, the PLA Air Force and ROCAF spar fruitlessly over the skies. Around 0900 hours, 2 J-7s are lost to an F-5, and 18 minutes later, an R-27 from a flanker claims a Qingguo. Both sides have become rather skittish about the other's capabilities. The ROCAF can rule the sky up to about 30 nautical miles from the mainland coast. Beyond that, the flankers can target them, and the massed flights of J-8s and J-7s grow bolder. Any push beyond this new de facto front line in either direction will need to be carefully planned, and for the moment, neither side's pilots have been adequately prepared. In the South and East China Seas, Taiwanese turbo-trackers and mainland H-6Ds and flying boats maintain patrols under escort, identifying ship movements or attempting to spot submarines. Both sides' fleets are hugging their respective coastline, though the ROC Navy has been a little bolder, pushing out 2 surface action groups to the waters off Taipei and Penghu. From here, they can rapidly strike back if the PLAN strays too far out of port. The status quo that is forming significantly favours Beijing, and at H+10, the ROC leadership has scheduled a major meeting to discuss how to turn the situation around. Several leading figures, including the president, are now awake after the late night of crisis meetings, and various Kuomintang party bosses, ministers and military men have been gathered together for the first time at the complex under Hengshan. The crisis facility is now its own hidden world, with catered dining, nap rooms and hordes of personal assistants to keep the politicians and officers as close to constant mental readiness as possible. The National Security Council boss sets the ground rules for the meeting. This is to be a discussion of immediate strategy, not a political forum. But despite his best efforts, the old Kuomintang party bosses start to derail the discussion with recriminations about Li's culpability for the war. General Luo and the other military men attempt to discuss the need to change the ROE to allow limited overflights of the mainland, and openness to the use of coastal artillery on Kinmen and Matsu. But in the context of tension between the party men, it comes out sounding like another attack on Li's leadership. This is, after all, the kind of approach Chiang Kai-shek used to advocate. Operations targeting the mainland are always on the table, no matter what the Americans say. The party bosses agree. One even suggests that the decision to abandon the cause to retake the mainland was the origin of all of the military's current woes. President Li sits quietly while his opponents have their say, then surprises the room by asking if the party would accept his resignation and put up a different candidate in the elections, if it deems this to be in the national interest. He has called their bluff, and the party bosses back down. The military men don't want a resignation either. It would signal to the mainland that their pressure tactics were having the desired effect on Taiwanese domestic politics. Li realises that he is on thin ice politically, but he can't just throw out all the norms of confrontation with the mainland without taking some intermediate steps. The doctrine of keeping the fight over water will remain, but within those limits, the Taiwanese military will act more aggressively. The military men ultimately agree, and after a bit of grumbling, all sides settle on a basic strategy. Air Control Plan Number 1 is centred around the creation of exclusion zones within PRC territorial waters, stretching 20 nautical miles to either side of the targeted islands, from the edge of international waters to the mainland coast. These zones notably include all of the open water beyond the harbours at Xiamen and Mulanbrook, essentially initiating a full blockade of the islands and the nearest ports. Confirmed PRC units within the zone will be on the target list, and after 6 hours to allow civilian shipping to evacuate, all contacts will be considered fair game. Contacts not in the exclusion zones, Taiwan's territorial waters, or the airspace behind the median line, will only be engaged if they act aggressively. This new ROE is mostly just a formalisation of what the ROC military is already doing, but it sets clear expectations on how Beijing can act without escalating the situation to a total war that neither side wants. The new ROE doesn't really address the new issue presented by fires from flankers and SAMs from beyond the coastline. If strikes on the coast aren't on the table, pretty much the only thing the ROCAF can do is to accept a greater tolerance of losses while flying near the islands. While they have no answer to Su-27s firing from a position of impunity, ROCAF leaders do know that the mainland has only 22 of them, or 21 after the last battle. They can act like an elite sniper force, similar to the F-14s in the Iran-Iraq War, but they cannot win any battles. The next ROCAF attack waves will simply sweep in and out, not loiter around. Some of the waves will take fire, and the pilots need to be better prepared to push on regardless of the BVR threat, rather than all taking evasive action as they did tonight. But this will reduce overall losses by overwhelming the PLA's efforts to cycle the flankers in the air. The goal of these regular sweeps will be to gradually choke out any efforts to resupply the island garrison, which after 2 to 3 nights without resupply and under regular harassment strikes, will likely start to show signs of low ammo and morale. Doctrinally speaking, once the ROCAF controls the airspace around the islands, this would be the moment for the fleets to push forward and control the sea lanes, potentially even attempting an amphibious counterattack. The problem is that missiles fired from shore batteries and missile boats from the coast can probably target anything large from beyond the median line. For now, only submarines, missile boats and smaller landing craft stand any chance in the waters around the islands. Thus, with current ROE, the only chance of retaking the islands by force would be a mixed heli-borne and over-the-horizon landing with small boats. Taiwanese officers aren't very optimistic about the prospect. They just hope an aerial blockade will be enough to force the PRC to concede. At noon, with skirmishing over the strait still surprisingly tentative and non-committal, the CMC has its own meeting at Beijing's Zhongnanhai. General Zhang is concerned to find that the tone is rather self-congratulatory, with the party men less interested in discussing strategy than clapping along to summaries of the operational successes so far. He emphasises that the operation still hangs in the balance and could turn around if the ROC gains air superiority. The CMC must authorise the positioning of further air regiments in the region of the strait, especially in the south, where the fighters attached from the Guangzhou military region are overstretched. This runs counter to the CMC's vision of the plan as a limited, demonstrative operation. It compromises. Further military regions will be ordered to mobilise their air divisions for relocation, but they will not be put under the command of Zhang's headquarters unless the crisis escalates further. The discussion moves on to the question of de-escalation, which is now very much in China's interests. If it can put a lid on this crisis, it will secure its wins with minimal economic disruption. Unfortunately, the Taiwanese government almost certainly won't consider peace until it has made a more serious attempt at contesting the landings, but a magnanimous peace offer at this moment could still add to the pressure on Taiwan to fold. Zhang suggests turning a thorn in the PLA's side into an asset. The holdout at Wuqiu, the Taiwanese Marines trapped in the southern fortress, can be used as a bargaining chip, offering their safe return in exchange for a ceasefire and deconfliction agreements. If Taiwan accepts, then it will have something to show to the Taiwanese people for a peace deal. If it doesn't, then it will add to the public pressure to negotiate. The ceasefire offer ultimately put across to Taipei through a go-between in Hong Kong notably doesn't indicate the location of the holdout, which might make the ROCAF think twice about bombing the island. In Taipei, the peace offer has the desired effect, and another meeting has to be called. The news that there are still active ROC troops on Wuqiu is a bombshell. While no one considers accepting the ceasefire proposal openly, preparations to carry out Air Control Plan No. 1 have to be modified to avoid potential friendly fire. The 101st ARB on Kinmen is assigned the job of making contact with the holdout to try and find out whether it is still a viable fighting force or should be instructed to surrender. The air superiority waves will go ahead at 1400 hours, but only Dongding will be bombed, and the focus on Wuqiu will instead be on aerial reconnaissance by RF-104s. At both exclusion zones, the fighter sweeps will also clear a path for turbo trackers to drop sonobuoys along likely underwater ambush zones ahead of the islands. At 1400 hours, the Taiwanese fighters take off in rapid succession. Their goal is to surge more fighters into the AO than the PLA can manage with its far more dispersed air bases. Aircraft from no less than 13 squadrons are involved, including everything from the latest Qingguos of the 28th Tactical Fighter Squadron to the ancient F-104s of the 41st. If this push doesn't break the PLA Air Force over the sea, nothing will. As the huge formations form up over the strait, it is clear to ROCAF Operations Command that the surge tactic has mostly worked. The PLA simply can't get enough airframes in the air and over the strait from its divisional reserves around Guangzhou and Nanjing. The surge hasn't granted local numerical superiority, but it has largely negated the PLA's advantage. 138 Taiwanese jets face 140 defenders in the immediate area. They are about to fight the largest air battle since the Second World War, just beating out the Bekaa Valley in 1982. As the first huge formation closes in on Wuqiu, they face off against the expected barrage of R-27 missiles from the flankers. But by not turning to evade, they threaten to reach the flankers over Xinhua Bay before they have had a chance to retreat back over land. Panicked, the flanker pair turns their radars too far away from the missile swarm, causing most of their semi-active guided R-27s to turn blind. Only one hits before the melee begins. The J-7s take fire from the F-5s, Qingguos and F-104s, but these aren't just any J-7s. In among them are H variants from the 86th Fighter Regiment, armed with the advanced PL-8 missile. They surprise the ROCAF pilots by firing head-on, downing an entire flight of F-104s before the air becomes a swirling mass of aircraft. Tactics go out of the window in the chaos of 100 aircraft manoeuvring, firing and exploding. In the west of the melee, the J-7s come out on top for a change, downing dozens of starfighters and F-5s. To their east, a mixed force of J-8s and 7s is swallowed up by the huge number of fighters that keep pouring in from the east. But incredibly, the PLA Air Force beats back the majority, leaving only 2 F-5s after the rest retreat. They down 3 J7s with sidewinders before one of the F5s is hit and the other retreats back across the median line. The PLA even manages to down the RF-104s that were sent to photograph Greater Chu. Around Dongding, the PLA is at a numerical disadvantage since the nearest bases are further away, and the flights of J8s and 7s over the island are quickly dispatched. The last two duck and weave to escape their dozens of pursuers, even getting some hits by firing their cannons into the swarm. A flight of 8 J7s takes advantage of the distraction to come up on the rear of some of the Taiwanese jets, firing off their PL-5s before taking Tianqians in response. As 5 of the J7s are downed, the rest retreat back over the coast, covered by the HQ-61 battery at Chiyugang that discourages a pursuer. While the Chinese jets are downed, a group of F-5s with 500-pound bombs attacks Dongding from high altitude, but it hits nothing. The first major air battle is over, giving both sides some time to assess the incredible damage. On the surface, it appears that the PRC won in the north, while the ROC won in the south. This is just a matter of geometry. Taiwan's airfields are concentrated in its south, and the units there are almost all armed with the reliable F-5. The airfields in Taiwan's north are home to a mixed force of F-5s as well as the obsolete F-104 and the still untested Qingguo, manned by squadrons that are still mid-transition between types. Conversely, on the mainland side, the south is mostly covered by air bases all the way over in Guangzhou and Jiangxi, which struggle to maintain constant patrols at that distance, since most of the aircraft haven't rebased to Shantou and Zhangzhou. Meanwhile, the Nanjing military region's best squadrons are covering the north, and they have more forward airstrips at Fuzhou, Longtian, Hui'an, and Liancheng. Frustrated that the air battle still hasn't resulted in a clear victory, the ROCAF prepares for its second surge. Its far better C2, comms, airbase organisation, and training with Western-style air operations centres means that it can handle a much higher tempo of operations than the PLA. By 1600 hours, it has another huge fleet of aircraft in the air, this time 64 to the PLA's 68. But this time, some of the PLA jets are extremely old. The Navy fighter squadrons at Taizhou were scrambled with their ancient J6s. The battle once again commences with a barrage of R-27s from the PLA flankers. This time they fire from over the coast and keep their noses pointed right at the ROCAF jets. 5 Taiwanese jets are destroyed at both Wuchu and Dongding before the sky once again descends into a brutal melee. In the north, the J6s are completely savaged and don't even get off a shot. In the south, a bolstered PLA defence does marginally better, but there too the J7s are ultimately forced into retreat after a mass dogfight south of Kinmen. This time the bombers at Dongding fly lower and strike true, killing the crews of 2 of the anti-air guns at the cost of some light damage from an HN5. At Wuchu, the RF-104s finally take some high-resolution images of the island defences, and potentially clues as to the location of the holdout. Turbo trackers to the southeast deploy sonobuoys, but find nothing. With their objectives complete, the ROCAF jets return home. The day's battle was a spectacular demonstration of the ROCAF's tactical and technical superiority. It showed that pulsed operations can easily defeat a defender's standing combat air patrols by taking advantage of the interruptions to timing they can cause in a defender's efforts to keep a decent portion of his air force on station at all times. By pressuring the PLA into trying and failing to maintain numerical superiority, they also compelled it to expose far more of its air force than was wise. The CMC is distraught at the ROCAF surge operations, which have suddenly exposed huge vulnerabilities in Chinese air defences. They were happy to inconclusively trade operational victories in the air, while taking slightly heavier losses. That was sustainable, given the mainland's greater numbers and productive capacity. But is it the case now? Let's look at the losses in the air war so far. In the first surge, which was strategically inconclusive, the ROCAF lost a total of 45 aircraft to the PLA's 91. In the second surge, in which the ROCAF achieved all of its operational goals, it lost only 11 aircraft to the PLA's 36. If we add the battles earlier in the morning, we come to the total of 62 ROC to 145 PLA aircraft downed. When we consider that this is only 2.5% of the PLA's total combat aircraft to 13.5% of the ROCs, it might sound like the PLA can keep absorbing losses and still win a war of attrition in the air. This is not the case. For one, not all of the PLA's aircraft are committed to the conflict, and the CMC doesn't want to win by throwing all of China's defences into the meat grinder. But more importantly, even if it did, the PLA is actually losing the war of attrition when we account for aircraft type. The PLA's biggest losses have been to its J8s and J7s, while the ROC's biggest losses have been to its F104s and F5s. What happens when we treat these numbers as a percentage of the total number of airframes? It quickly becomes apparent that the PLA is taking losses to its best, most irreplaceable aircraft, while the ROC is taking losses to its most numerous and obsolete aircraft. The vast majority of the PLA's inventory is utterly obsolete J6s that were produced by the thousands from the 1960s. It has plenty of experience churning these out, but anything more complicated is produced in much more humble numbers. The PLA won't run out of aircraft before the ROC does, just the ones that are relevant to combat in 1995. Zhang's headquarters has to dramatically reassess their options. First, air operations are restricted to the coast until further notice. The only cover that can safely be provided to the islands is R-27 and SAM coverage. It is now doubtful that even the nighttime resupply operations can be covered given the current balance of forces. In an emergency meeting with the Nanjing and Guangzhou Military Region Air Force commanders, a new approach is settled on. During the day, the airspace will largely be conceded to the ROCAF, but they will be slowly attrited by SAM and R-27 fires. During the night, however, the PLA will adopt the same surge tactics that the ROCAF employed. For this to be effective, however, the airbases need to be reinforced with new fighters rapidly. A preliminary audit shockingly suggests that there are only 167 combat-ready fighters left in the entire operational theatre, just over half of the ROCAF's remaining estimated strength. Thankfully, the CMC has now woken up to the need to release units from the other military regions, even the elite units around Beijing. Replacements won't be frittered away in a futile attempt to win a war of attrition, but carefully saved for the nightly surges. Unfortunately, relocating the necessary regiments will take time, perhaps 12 to 36 hours just to reposition fuel, oxygen, weapons handling gear, and flight line tools. That means tonight's window will be extremely risky. If it were possible, it would be better to skip tonight's run, but the garrisons lack working systems and need regular water, and moreover they have casualties from air raids and booby traps to evacuate. The entire remaining fighter force needs to be concentrated at the forward air bases if there is to be any chance of reaching them. It is 1800 hours in the sea about 25 nautical miles southeast of the mainland coast. Above the islands, small groups of Taiwanese fighters are conducting their first standing combat air patrols. With the surges having decimated the PLA's fighters, the ROCAF can now take a more defensive posture, loitering ahead of a group of turbo trackers conducting anti-submarine operations in the strait, slowly dropping sonobuoys at regular intervals across the shallow seas. The flankers are still present, and a few Taiwanese jets and a single turbo tracker are sniped over the course of the evening. But the real action is now happening under the waves. In preparation for a multi-day blockade of the islands, Taiwan's 2 cutting-edge Hai Lung-class submarines have been sent into battle. The Hai Lung has been ordered to take up a position south of Kinmen, its sonars covering the entrance to Xiamen Harbour. Its sister vessel, the Hai Hu, has been similarly ordered to guard the entrance to Xinghai Bay. Together they will be able to attrit or potentially even stop any PLA surface force making a break for the islands. The 2 submarines are 2 knots faster and 4 times quieter than the PLA's best. Their advanced propeller designs means that they can reach a relatively high underwater speed, some 20 knots, without cavitating. They will need these advantages. The ROC is unaware that the PLA's submarines are not prowling the strait, but rather sitting in ambush, guarding the flanks of the 2 minefields secretly laid during exercises before the fighting started. 3 Mings and a Romeo make up the PLA force, sitting on the seabed with their sides facing the path around the minefields to maximize the range of their side-looking passive sonar. As the Hai Lungs close in on their objectives at 10 knots, they run very quietly. But while their machinery and hull shape is far quieter than the mainland boats, no submarine running at 10 knots is going to be quieter than even an obsolete hull resting motionless on the seafloor. Despite pausing to sprint and drift, turning their sides to the mainland coast as they enter mainland waters, they don't hear anything of note. But they are heading right for an ambush. Hai Lung happens to pass by the nearest PLA vessel, Changcheng 305. Its passive sonar, the French-made Dux 5, is quite modern, but despite being well within weapons range, the Taiwanese vessel just isn't loud enough to be picked up. the Hai Lung makes it to its ambush position south of Kinmen, resting on the bottom only 10 nautical miles from the 305. Neither vessel aware of how close their mortal enemies are. It is the Hai Hu whose transit is more eventful, as it comes within 15 nautical miles of the shore, in an effort to keep its sonar pointed towards threats from the open sea as it nears Xinhua Bay. Its path puts it dangerously close to the Changcheng 356, another Ming-class vessel. This time the Dux 5 picks up the Taiwanese submarine at quite a distance, giving the captain of the 356 a distinct advantage. His problem is that his vessel has its side pointed to the contact, and it will have to leave the bottom and swing its nose around in order to launch a torpedo, potentially alerting the enemy to his presence. As the Hai Hu nears, its sonar operator notices the sound of the Ming's engines whirring to life, but it's too late to fire. The contact has already loosed a torpedo. The captain of the Hai Hu orders his crew to turn the boat around. They will use its high underwater speed to outrun the torpedo. The captain of the 356 has sent a U-3, China's first acoustic anti-submarine weapon. It swims towards the Hai Hu at 35 knots, much faster than the Taiwanese sub can manage, moving its passive sonar seeker left to right through the water. The Hai Hu's captain orders a turn to port. The sonar on the 356 spots the change in direction, but it has no means to update the course of the U-3. They can only watch as it swims past the starboard of the enemy sub, too far away to hear its engine. With the danger over, the Hai Hu drops its speed and puts itself on an eastward course, and both submarines find that they can no longer locate each other. An hour passes in which both submarines know roughly where the other is, but can't hear a thing. The 356 rests on the bottom, while the Hai Hu creeps parallel to it at 4 knots. Eager to break the stalemate and reach his objective, the Taiwanese captain adopts an unusual tactic. He knows the PLA submarine is bottomed about 5 nautical miles away, well out of U-3 range, but his SUT heavy torpedoes can easily cross the distance. He decides to ping the enemy sub with his active sonar, which he hopes will either compel the PLA sub to leave the bottom, or else help identify where it is. The Hai Hu pings twice, to no avail, achieving nothing but revealing its position to the 356. The PLA captain knows better than to fall for such an obvious ploy. But then the Hai Hu's captain has another bright idea. He will ping again, but this time turn his nose towards the 356's last known location, as if he's found the vessel and is moving into attack. This time the ploy works. The captain of the 356 doesn't assume the Hai Hu has found him, but he does realize that on this heading, the enemy will soon find and kill him unless he leaves the bottom. He knows the Hai Hu can handily outrun him, so fleeing will only give his opponent targeting data. His best bet is to charge the Taiwanese sub, closing the range gap on his torpedoes as quickly as possible. The Changcheng 356's engines whir to life once again, bringing it up to 18 knots. Incredibly, the Hai Hu's CS passive sonar doesn't pick up the noisy boat. The 356 is coming in dead on at 12 o'clock, exactly where the CS array struggles to pick up contacts. The 356 is nearly within range of its U-3s when the sonar operator on the Hai Hu finally hears it. The 356's sonar picks up an SUT heavy wire-guided torpedo heading its way, and the captain orders the boat to turn towards the coast at flank speed. The Hai Hu's CS array has only picked up the bearing of the 356. It has no idea what range to aim for, and the SUT torpedo initially aims far too short of the 356. But the Hai Hu eventually works out that the 356 is quite far away, and using the wire guidance on the SUT, corrects its course. The 356 manages to turn north just as the SUT passes nearby, missing it, but it comes right back around, and finally explodes off the port side. It doesn't hit the 356, but its 260 kilogram warhead acts like a depth charge, rocking the entire submarine and causing small leaks and crumpling across the vessel. The electric engines are hit particularly hard, and the engineer reports that they can only put out 9 knots now. The 356 has lost track of the Hai Hu and doesn't know when it will be hit again. The captain decides that his only hope of saving his crew is to bring the vessel up to periscope depth and radio the mainland for help. The vessel rises the short distance from the bottom, and 20 meters below the waves, it gets a clear signal to PLA Navy headquarters. It transmits the last known location of the Hai Hu and requests immediate aid. The problem for the PLA is that its anti-submarine assets in the area are quite limited. The PLA has modified transport aircraft and seaplanes capable of dropping sonobuoys in its northern and southern naval commands, but nothing that can reach the coast of Fujian and survive the ROCAF fighters. It has anti-submarine vessels, but they too will be too slow to arrive and are themselves too vulnerable to air attack. The task falls to two Z-8 helicopters based at Huiyan, modified French super frelons armed with U-7 air-dropped lightweight torpedoes. But they have no means of identifying and targeting submarines. They will have to drop their payload at coordinates provided by the Changcheng 356. They fly very low over the waves to avoid being picked up by radar at full speed, but they are too late. The Haihu has reacquired the 356, its broken engines making it far easier to hear. This time the captain takes no chances and launches two SUTs at once. They approach from the rear, outside the 356's sonar coverage. It doesn't know what hits it. The crew of the 356 are first alerted of the two torpedoes by the terrible sound of their explosions, the crunch of metal, and the rush of water flooding in. The 356 isn't crushed instantly. The water is far too shallow for that. The crew instead suffer a slower death from the cascading system failure and flooding that takes the boat within seconds. The shorting battery releases chlorine oxide gas that chokes out the few rapidly shrinking pockets of air. Not a single Chinese sailor survives. The Z-8s overhead don't fare any better. Before they can drop their torpedoes, two F-5s spot them and fire sidewinders that take out both helicopters, which crash hard into the sea. Though a valiant effort to try and save the 356, the crew died for nothing, as the Haihu had already moved too far away from its last known location for the airdropped torpedoes to have had any chance of hitting it. The Haihu is delayed from taking up a position outside Xinhua Bay, its captain paranoid about further submarine contacts and creeping ahead slowly, only reaching his objective at 0100 hours the next day. The news that there are submarines near the entrance to Xinhua Bay reached Beijing soon after the 356's first report. Tonight was to be the first relief expedition for the island garrisons, bringing much needed water, building materials, batteries and casualty evacuation. The PLA generals know that Taiwan now has many assets in place able to prevent convoys from getting through. In the air, it has a night attack squadron able to bomb shipping behind an effective escort screen. At sea, it has at least one submarine, and probably another, plus some missile boats on the prowl. But Beijing hasn't planned a big surface convoy to resupply the islands. When we break down the actual daily needs of the island garrisons, the 600 or so men left on the islands don't need a big convoy's worth. Only at maximum about 1 ton of cargo per day for Dongding and 5 for Wuqiu, with added space needed for building materials and replacement personnel. This is well within the weight range that can be provided by lighter, faster assets that completely bypass any anti-surface blockade put in place by Taipei, including large cargo helicopters, hovercraft, and low-altitude paradrops. Tonight the PLA will surge air cover ahead of a two-pronged approach of Mi-17 helicopters and hovercraft. Using such fast units will minimise the time air cover needs to stay on station and will reduce the amount of warning the ROCAF gets to intervene. Just before 2300 hours, the first two hovercraft leave Mulan Brook to cross Xinhua Bay. Soon after, two smaller Type 724s leave Xiamen Harbour, keeping glued to the coast as far from Kinmen as possible. The noise generated by the engines gives advance warning to the RSC when the whir is heard by the Taiwanese troops on Erdan Islet west of Kinmen around 23-25 hours. But by then it doesn't matter too much. The hovercraft will take only 20 minutes to reach the islands. Around the same time, two Mi-17s take off from Huiyan Air Base and another from Zhangzhou. The PLA's air cover window starts from 23-30 hours, while two missile boat flotillas at Jiuzhen Harbour and Maizhou Bay leave cover to provide support against any Taiwanese fast boats. The RSC had already spotted the approaching PLA jets from the north at 23-20 hours and had ordered the partial scramble of any readied jets. Before the surge, the PLA had only 12 aircraft flying near the islands to the ROCAF's 13, but within a few minutes there are 120 mainland aircraft to 77 Taiwanese. Notably, the mainland force fields no less than 10 flankers. As is now becoming routine, the flankers open the engagement with salvo after salvo of R-27s, which force the Taiwanese vanguard into evasive maneuvers, opening up opportunities to the J-7s. It is the fish cans that achieve the first aerial victories with their PL-5 missiles, but as the flankers run out of ammunition, having disrupted the Taiwanese formation but downed only 2 aircraft, the ROCAF starts to regain the upper hand. Another chaotic melee takes place over the islands, with the tide turning to and fro. Under this canopy of death and destruction, the PLA hovercraft and helicopters approach the islands. The helicopter at Dongding lands first, with ground troops rushing out of their trenches to unload its cargo. The hovercraft at Wuqiu are next. But the two Mi-17s approaching the islands are confronted with F-5s and Qingguos diving down on them. They fly dangerously close to the waves in an attempt to lose their attackers, finally reaching the island. But the Taiwanese jets reacquire them as they start their final approach, strafing them with cannons. But the jets have come in range of the island's AA defences, and HN-5 missiles are loosed, achieving no damage but frightening off the jets. With the resupply vessels and helos safely at their destination, it takes only a few minutes for the palleted supplies to be taken out and stowed by the garrisons. The question now is how to get back home. In the south at Dongding, the helicopters and hovercraft launch without issue, as the PLA has the upper hand in the air battle. At Wuqiu, there are too many ROCAF jets to scurry home. Eventually the swarm of predators thins out due to some reaching bingo fuel, and the Wuqiu helos and hovercraft make their escape. As the Mi-17s near the coast, however, they are accosted by Qingguos again, but they manage to force an overshoot by turning back around just as the jets reach them for a cannon kill. With a fresh group of J-7s arriving on the scene, the helicopters escape unharmed as the ROCAF jets are forced back. At Dongding, the helicopter makes it back to Zhangzhou fine, but the hovercraft happened to cross over the lair of the Hailung. Its sonar easily hears the noisy engines of the hovercraft, and despite their 45-knot speed, its captain decides to try and intercept them with his 35-knot torpedoes, a feat that will require careful timing. Incredibly, one of his SUT torpedoes makes contact with the nearest Type 724, and it explodes in what can only be described as the very definition of overkill. Another two torpedoes miss the second craft and fruitlessly follow it north towards Xiamen. The underwater noise has been picked up by the sonar on the Changcheng 305, and it too leaves its ambush position to the southeast to intercept the Hailung, but not before radioing in its location to PLA Navy headquarters. Two Z-8 anti-submarine helicopters are dispatched from Zhangzhou. The Changcheng 305 arrives on the scene not long after the hovercraft is destroyed, and launches a U-3 torpedo at beyond the maximum recommended range. The Hailung spots it before it fires, and turns around, severing the guide wires on its earlier torpedoes, before launching two of its own SUT torpedoes at the 305. Both submarines have heard their opponent's propeller noise before their torpedoes, and only a few seconds later do they turn around to flee from the incoming munitions. This is a situation likely to lead to a mutual kill, and indeed both torpedoes seem to be on track. One of the SUTs detonates first, and despite the damage, for a moment it seems to the 305's captain that his submarine is salvageable. He orders the sub to blow ballast and surface. But then the second warhead hits. Although the boat is lost, the captain's decision to surface means some of the crew survive to be picked up by motor launchers from Xiamen. The U-3 passes by the Hailung's stern harmlessly, but the Taiwanese sub isn't out of danger yet. The two Z-8s arrive, shining spotlights at the water, and they manage to see the outline of the Hailung. Two U-7 torpedoes are dropped, and they both strike true before the Hailung can react. It sinks with all hands, coming to rest only 30 meters deep on the muddy seafloor. The battle ends after a brief turning fight between J-7s and two F-5s that have come in to attack the anti-submarine helicopters. The dogfight ends after an HQ-7 on the mainland destroys one of the F-5s, notable for being the first kill by a surface-to-air missile in the war so far. The PLA achieved its objectives of keeping the islands resupplied. In fact, it landed more than it expected it could. The hovercraft were particularly effective, though their high maintenance requirements means they probably can't be used every night. The helicopters were more vulnerable to air attacks. The air battle to cover the resupply was costly. 33 J-7s of various types were lost, and a single J-8. In addition, in the battles under the sea, two of the PLA's latest submarines were reduced to wrecks sitting on the soft seafloor. But despite these losses, the night is a PRC victory. The mainland's trial strategy of alternating between attritional quiet phases with only a few R-27 and SAM potshots, and a massive surge with all available airframes, clearly paid off. For the first time, ROCAF losses during the night were higher than the PLA's, when taken as a proportion of the total remaining airframes. Taiwanese losses of 18 F-5s and 3 F-104s were 9.7 and 11% of the remaining airframes of their type, while the PLA's losses constituted 8.1 and 1.5% of its remaining J-7s and 8s. The PLA would also happily trade 20% of its improved Ming-class submarines for 50% of Taiwan's Hailungs. This is the kind of attritional victory the old PLA was built to win. Tomorrow night, with aircraft reserves pulled from the other military theatres, the PLA will do even better, and eventually the separatists will be attrited into submission. The rest of the night is not uneventful. The 2 SUT torpedoes fired against the hovercraft actually continued swimming in the direction of Xiamen Harbour, liable to hit anything in their path. With no sonar contacts, they run straight ahead, eventually hitting the reef near Erdan and Dardan Islands off Kinmen, detonating alongside several sea mines in their vicinity. The garrison springs into action, lighting up the night sky with spotlights and flares, and panicking artillery crews on both sides of the strait. For a few hours, the garrisons open fire on phantoms in the air or at sea with their Bofors guns. But both sides are under strict orders not to fire on the enemy batteries on the other side of the strait, unless fired upon first. In the morning, the failure of the Hailung to make contact makes it clear to Taipei what has happened, and the garrisons stand down from their alert. The incident nonetheless reinforces how easily the war could widen due to miscalculations. There is also the matter of the holdout at Wuqiu. After dusk, an ROC mission to make contact with the platoon trapped in the southern fortress got underway. 2 small boats filled with members of the 101st Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion left the underground harbour at Kinmen's Jaishan tunnels. Operating out of range of PLA surface radars, they successfully make it off the island undetected, to rendezvous with the obsolete submarine Haipao, some 8 nautical miles off the coast. The boat travels at a slow pace to avoid detention, and it is early in the morning by the time it reaches its destination on the edge of the exclusion zone off Wuqiu, within VHF radio range. Here the submarine and ARB men will test whether the holdout still has a radio, sending out a burst transmission ordering the holdout to transmit at 2 windows at 0400 and 0600 hours. 3 radio direction finder teams with Yagi loops are on site, 1 on the sub and 2 on small launchers on either side to try and triangulate the location of the transmissions. At 0400 hours, they are relieved to see that the holdout has responded, and at 6 they narrow the search radius to a 100-metre box on Greater Tsu. Tomorrow night, the 101st ARB team will try and get in closer under cover of darkness to see if they can make visual contact. For now, they have enough information to confirm what Taipei already suspected based on aerial photography. The holdout is real and located in the southern fortress. Tomorrow, the rest of the island can be bombed without fear of friendly fire. Once they make proper contact with the holdout, the job of the 101st ARB isn't going to be a daring rescue, but to convince the men to put down their arms, lest Beijing continue to use them as a bargaining chip. It is 0700 hours, D+1. The Battle of the Taiwan Strait has been raging for 33 hours, having seen what might be the most high-intensity single day of combat in any war since 1945. Easily over 1,000 people are dead, and 5 ships, 3 submarines, and 263 aircraft are destroyed. Neither force is remotely close to surrender, but already they are starting to fray around the edges, with certain critical shortages on the horizon. As every 21st century wartime military has found, the first resource to be used up in modern combat is pre-war stockpiles of guided munitions. The PLA has used up nearly half of its R-27 missiles purchased from Russia and Ukraine in 1991. These are something it can't produce itself, and despite approaching both countries cap in hand for an emergency delivery, neither can provide one in time. Russia's Vimpel company just doesn't have the stock to spare, and the country is in the middle of negotiations with the IMF and doesn't need the added scrutiny that would come with visibly helping China in its controversial war. Ukraine's state-owned company Arma also produces the missile, and while there is no political issue with the low-key deal, it can only supply them in small batches starting a week from now. The PLA will have no choice but to ration the remaining stocks. When it comes to Chinese-made missiles like the PL-2, 5, 7 and 8, the PLA can rely on domestic production and much larger stockpiles, and it isn't in any danger of running out for at least 2 months. The same cannot be said of Taiwan, as while it too has its own production lines and stockpiles of Tianqians and Sidewinders, it is simply firing so many that at the current rate, it will exhaust its stocks within 1 week, with the more complex and rare Tianqians lasting perhaps only 3 days. With both sides undergoing serious attrition and logistical strain, they will have to modify their tactics. The PLA is finally set to receive much-needed fighter reinforcements over the next day, notably regiments of the 1st Fighter Division from Shenyang, considered the PLA's best J-8 pilots, the 4th Fighter Regiment from Lizhou flying the J-7H, which the war has shown to be the most capable Chinese-made jet, and the 25th Naval Air Regiment from Hainan with the J7HH, a navalised variant of the J7H. The air battles to come will be more conservative, as both sides attempt to limit the scale of the aerial combat to save airframes for a longer struggle. Taiwanese pilots are instructed to fire missiles only when confident of a kill to conserve the country's dwindling missiles. The pilots of the mainland's flankers are told the same, and are also instructed to save their ammo for when groups of Taiwanese bombers attack the islands, rather than trying to take pot shots at every Taiwanese jet that wanders in range. Lacking consistent long-range support from the flankers, J7s and 8s will fly even closer to the coast during the day, surging forward only when the islands are attacked, or during the nightly resupply window. With both sides using alternating standing and pulsed combat air patrols, the air war is set to become the world's largest game of chicken. Who can convince the other side that an attack is on the way, compelling them to surge too early, only to launch the true attack while their jets turn back to refuel? Taiwan has better C2 in air operations, but it is the PLA who can set the terms of the coming engagements, as Taiwan has to maintain standing patrols farther away from its air bases, and much of the PLA air fleet has repositioned to forward air bases very close to the islands. The war descends into a kind of routine of regular episodic air battles, but the outcome still hangs in the balance. It is the afternoon of October 27, D+3. The skies above Wuchu are filled with the contrails and smoke of an air battle, and a parachute has fallen into the sea. Captain Lin Chi-wei of the 28th Tactical Fighter Squadron fumbles with his airman's survival raft, trying to escape the tangle of his parachute lines. It inflates fine, and he breathes a sigh of relief. In the distance he can hear the thuds of his squadron mate's Ching Kuos hitting Wuchu, but his focus is on the incredible pain in his lower back from the ejection seat and parachute opening. A sharp compression, then stretching out of his spine as if it were an accordion. He's seen the other pilots of his squadron rescued from the sea after an ejection. He could tell they were putting on a brave face for their comrades, trying to hide their sadness at the fact that they would never fly again. Hell, one would never walk again. At least most of them were rescued. The ROCAF still has just enough control over the seas south of Wuchu that the S-70 helicopters of the Air Rescue Squadron almost always reach the pilots before the communists do. But it could be up to an hour before he's fished out of the sea, a lot of time to reflect. He thinks about how stupid he was for not aborting his attack run when the first missile warning went off, a sure sign that flankers were in the area. His Ching Kuos from the 28th had been acting as the ROCAF's heavy bombers, carrying 4 times the bomb load of the F-5s. Taipei kept telling him and the other flight leaders they're winning. The communists on the islands are on their last legs, dead men walking. After all, they've dropped over 100 tons of ordnance on the 2 tiny rocks. But every time he flew by, they still opened up with their guns and manpads, and every time he flew, Another good pilot was lost. Half the airframes in the squadron are gone, and Captain Lin's unit was flying the best fighters in the ROCAF. The other squadrons might be doing worse. He has the horrifying thought that he's given up his flying days for a lost cause, but he does his best to put it out of his mind. A dozen kilometers away, on Greater Chu, Sergeant Wu Haifeng of the 86th Motorized Infantry Division has just survived his 4th air raid of the day, 1,000 pounders dropped by Qingquos. He can tell just by the feel of the shockwave now. They hit somewhere on the top of the island, near the AA guns, but that place was already stripped of any life. Down here in the trench line by the southern fortress, now empty after the holdout's surrender, almost no bombs have fallen. He figures the separatists aim at the lighthouse and the other buildings. The real danger for his squad is at night, when the AT-3s drop 500-pounders almost without aiming. Last night he lost a man who was taking a piss outside the trench, ignoring his orders to do it in the buckets inside the dugout. The sergeant has hated every second of this war. How could he not? The 1st Battalion got all the glory of storming the island, and now it's his job as a 2nd Battalion NCO to sit around getting bombed for 4 days straight. Following PLA tradition, he writes up most of the wounded for commendation, knowing that if they get a medal, at least they'll get jobs back in their hometowns. But the army doesn't exactly have a medal for getting blown up without shooting back. In fact, every day the island's ability to shoot withers as more of the AA gun crews are killed. Only 2 of the 37s are still firing, and the HN5s can't seem to down anything. They can hit the odd plane, but Wu can't tell if the warheads are malfunctioning or just as weak as a light slap. Of the 100 or so attack runs every day, he's only seen 3 planes catch fire from the AA. But for all the bombing, there's still nearly 400 men and 4 big guns on this rock. And Sergeant Wu takes some small amount of pride in that. Maybe the unit will get a nickname, like the Immovable as Mount Tai Battalion, or perhaps the Iron Steel Battalion. He likes the sound of that. Maybe being Iron Steel Battalion veterans will carry enough reputation in itself for his wounded men to get decent jobs back home. In Beijing at the Zhongnanhai, General Zhang Wanyan is sitting at a regular CMC meeting to discuss the day's events. He has finally convinced them to pull the elite J8 units from the front line. Their losses are just unacceptable, and he doesn't care how high-tech or better trained they're supposed to be. The older J7s are faring much better, especially now that all of the other military regions have been stripped of their newer H variants and Python missiles. The Q5s and J6s have even found a way to make themselves useful, flying in massed formations behind the front to emulate the radar signature of a looming surge. The main worry is that the flanker regiment has now all but run out of its R-27s, but this hasn't been the death knell it initially appeared to be. The R-27s have been invaluable in disrupting enemy formations, especially when fired during bombing runs over the islands or ahead of surges by older fighters, but they haven't actually downed much. The missiles are too slow to actually catch ROCAF jets when fired from beyond visual range. The vast majority of kills have been from the J7Hs and Navy HHs. In fact, the CMC estimates that Taipei is likely to surrender just to avoid further losses in the air. PLA Air Force losses have been higher, some 81 J7s and 45 J8s in the last 3 days. But as a proportion of the total force, this is vastly less than the ROCAF's estimated losses. Much of the remainder of the CMC meeting is concerned with just how to deter a potential ROC escalation, since General Zhang believes their only option now is to engage in desperate strikes against supporting units on the coast. Dongfeng 15 units leave their bases in broad daylight, which the PRC knows will be seen by Taipei, and state media makes it known that any strike against the mainland will be met by a huge barrage of SRBMs against Taiwan's air bases and ports. At Taipei's Hengshan Military Command Center, the mood is grim. Squadron leaders once again send in their latest loss figures, and the Air Force radar units estimate enemy losses. The figures haven't been good for days. Fighting close to the mainland coast, far from home bases, near an uncrossable boundary beyond which the PLA can fly with impunity, puts the ROCAF at a permanent disadvantage. Its technological superiority is now all but cancelled out by the growing numerical disparity, the growing shortage of Tianqian missiles, and the bad strategic situation. Over the last 3 days, over a third of its F-5s have been downed or rendered inoperable. Worse, half of its remaining F-104s in Qingquos have been wiped out. While it has been able to stop the PLA helicopters from landing supplies on 2 of the 3 nights, hovercraft and small boats made it through to break the blockade every time. Air power alone cannot destroy the garrisons, although Dongding is estimated to be down to only 50 men. though the ROCAF still has control of the skies despite losses, with PLA ships and missile boats safe under the SAM shield over the coast and handily ranging across the median line, Taipei hasn't been able to follow through with its doctrine of sending naval or amphibious forces to capitalise on air cover. It isn't out of the question that the garrisons will be worn down eventually, but at what cost? Many officers are now asking the obvious question: does Taiwan want to leave the war with an air force, or 3 rocks in the ocean and no air force? On balance, however, Taiwan cannot surrender the islands. The Taiwanese public has been brought up on stories of heroic national defence during the First and Second Strait Crises. It is politically prepared for a fight to the death over small, distant possessions, and indeed some sections of it would expect nothing less. Giving up the islands now would end President Lee's career, or perhaps even split the Kuomintang again. Militarily, it would normalise the future seizure of further islands and permanently compromise the monitoring of ship movements in the strait. If continuing the current course and accepting defeat aren't an option, to General Luo that leaves only 2 alternatives: some intermediate course between the two, or attempting to completely change the geometry of the conflict. He had been sceptical of the aerial blockade since it was first adopted, and had predicted early on that without at least limited strikes on the mainland, the PLA's pilots would have too much room to manoeuvre with impunity. For the first 3 days, he'd worked on an alternative plan to bring to the briefings at Hengshan, one that he had little hope would be given political assent, but which would at least make him feel that he'd done everything he could. Air-Sea Control Plan No. 2, so he had called it, would involve strikes against the land-based anti-ship missile battery at Pingtan Island, as well as the naval radars all along the coast, hoping to create a blind zone in the middle of the strait where his ships could operate safe from safflower and silkworm attacks. From there, they could completely close off the islands to fast boat and helicopter resupply using Xiongfengs and Standard missiles. This would then potentially open the way to the recapture of Dongding by ROC Marines in an over-the-horizon amphibious assault. But on D+2, he saw a report that changed his assessment of the plan. The PLA had started flying its H-6Ds over the mainland, their powerful radars being used to spot surface ships in the strait at ranges beyond what the shore-based radars could achieve. The Badger problem sank Air-Sea Control Plan No. 2. The only way to make it work would be to destroy practically every anti-ship missile launcher, surface combatant and missile boat along the Fujian coast, and maintain an air perimeter 50 nautical miles inland against Kraken launchers from the H-6s themselves. Pure fantasy. That moment on D+2 was when General Luo Ben-Li first realised this war might be lost. Now on the evening of D+3, the question is how to transition to a new plan that will better preserve the ROCAF, while still complicating the PLA's foothold over the islands. Everyone involved in drafting Air Control Plan No. 3 in the Hengshan complex knows that it is a plan for how to lose gracefully, but none of them say it out loud. They talk about the plan as if it will turn the war around. Really, it is just a slight modification of existing plans to minimise losses and cover a gradual routinization of the conflict that allows both sides to demonstrate control of the situation and save face. A similar situation occurred in the aftermath of the crisis of 1958, when the PLA allowed the ROC to resupply its offshore islands on odd-numbered days. Now, Air Control Plan No. 3 proposes the announcement of 2 nightly windows covering the maritime exclusion zones, in which all watercraft will be sunk, tied to the slack tide when light boats can most easily manoeuvre near the islands. This is predictable enough that the PLA will probably find ways to circumvent the window, which also reduces the pressure on the mainland to throw absolutely everything at the ROCAF in order to get the resupply vessels through. But it's inconvenient enough that the garrisons will stay stressed and periodically undersupplied. Taiwan might be forced to accept that the garrisons remain for now, but it isn't going to lose face by allowing them to get comfortable. From the next day, this ostensible continuation of the war is paired with backroom deconfliction agreements signed by intermediaries. Taiwan's Straits Exchange Foundation and the PRC's Association for Relations Across the Taiwan Straits begin passing faxes via their Hong Kong offices. They don't call it peace talks, just humanitarian and navigation arrangements, written and unwritten agreements that will get commerce flowing back through the strait, and perhaps relax the shipping insurance premiums and tech component shortages currently threatening to tank several Asian economies. The enormous importance of cross-strait Taishan capital makes these arrangements progress faster than most would expect. Notices to mariners start advising of safe corridors through the maritime exclusion zones, and a Hong Kong-based hotline for maritime emergency calls is established to manage which side will handle air-sea rescue in the war zone. More safe routes are exchanged for one another, The PRC advises of a mine-free route to Kinmen, and the ROC reciprocates by advising of a clear route to Xiamen. Insurance shocks gradually subside, and the presence of civilian shipping lanes through the ostensible battle zone makes strikes even more predictable and carefully managed. Rather than huge formations of ROCAF jets, only a handful of fighters, 83s and turbo-trackers enforce the strike windows after the first few days, and the PLA largely switches to daylight helicopter resupply under air escort. By the night of D+6, the first batches of new Ukrainian R-27s arrive, and the Su-27s start taking potshots at the ROCAF again, downing the last F-5 of the war. On the second night of this, Taiwan states that further flankers firing from the mainland will be targeted, but it's a pretty empty threat given the state of the ROCAF. With few R-27s left, the PRC nonetheless ceases the flanker attacks, ostensibly in the interest of de-escalation, and while the ROCAF continues its nightly sweeps, they don't attack another vessel, with the exception of a single Type 037 corvette probing towards Dongding on the 30th, narrowly missed by 500-pound bombs from an AT-3 pair, before returning to Xiamen. On November 1st, D+8, with the sea state worsening for the first time in weeks, the USS Independence and its carrier group arrives in the South China Sea. E-2s start flights through the strait guarded by Tomcats, gathering data on PLA Air Force movements, and in the interest of avoiding miscommunication, most mainland jets avoid flying in large groups near the coast. But this isn't straightforwardly to the benefit of Taipei. The US's stated objective is peacekeeping, which, while certainly directed at China in the main, also goes both ways. Any talk of taking on the PLA Air Force over land, or a return to bombing the islands, is strongly discouraged by Washington, which wants the resumption of normal intra-strait trade more than anything else. Over the next week, the ROCAF's nighttime exclusion windows are maintained, but nothing is fired upon. The PRC has shifted entirely to daytime resupply, and its aircraft are now staying well inland. Some wars never really end. There are no dramatic last stands, no international treaties to wrap things up. They just get integrated into the rhythms of daily life and commercial profit, another odd set of international norms for people and firms to navigate. The war that occurs during the Third Taiwan Strait Crisis is one such conflict. Histories never quite work out when to say combat ended, just that at some indeterminate point, the situation returned to the pre-war status quo of regular, non-lethal demonstrations of force. During Taiwan's election month in March, China conducts an overflight of the islands with 30 of its Su-27s, including a few recent arrivals from Russia. It sends out messages to Washington, letting them know ahead of time, and the ROCAF stays well away. SRBM tests are held in the South China Sea, well away from any ROC or US ships, but nonetheless underlining Beijing's ability to hit airfields in Taiwan if conflict resumes. After March, it is hard to tell when the crisis truly ends, and the regular peacetime routine of patrols begins. The war is indistinct as a period of history, in large part because it was only one episode in a war that never really stopped ever since Chiang Kai-shek's troops opened fire on the streets of Shanghai in 1927. Once started, it could never truly end, and many participants realize, with a sinking feeling, that even the horrors of 1995 might not hold back the finale for long. Of the three Taiwan Strait Crises, 1954, 1958, and 1995, the third sees the shortest and most deadly period of open conflict. The proliferation of anti-ship missiles and the more ambitious military goals set by the PRC are largely responsible for this increase. Mainland deaths were mostly attributable to three events: the sinking of the three frigates off Dongding by Taiwanese Seongfeng-2 missiles, the amphibious assaults the same night, and the subsequent 3-day aerial bombardment in response. Taiwanese deaths were mostly the result of the pre-landing bombardment, the sinking of the two Wuqin 3 destroyers by Safflower missiles, and the landings themselves. In other words, almost all of the Taiwanese deaths occurred on the first day. While the air war saw huge losses in airframes on both sides, the widespread use of ejection seats into relatively calm seas meant the majority of downed pilots survived the war, though many suffered severe spinal injuries. The sailors in the submarines lost by both sides were less lucky, with only a handful of survivors from Changcheng 305, and the rest drowning or suffocating to a man. The extreme losses suffered to both sides' airframes will be the hardest thing to replace after the war, especially the more advanced Qingguo and J-8B units. However bad tensions get in the next few years, another war is unlikely in the short term, simply because of how long it will take for both sides to retrain new pilots and acquire new jets. But both are ultimately able to absorb the losses of the war within only a few years. Greater domestic production and deliveries of new flankers will allow the mainland to rebuild its air force to pre-war combat strength or greater within only a few years. Taiwan was already in the process of replacing many of its F-5s and F-104s, and only has to wait for planned deliveries of F-16s and Mirage 2000s. The only asset lost that will be truly difficult to replace is Taiwan's submarine, Hai Lung, since the ROC insists on replacing it with a domestic-made boat, and Taiwanese submarine development will prove to suffer from procurement issues. Overall, both countries are undergoing an economic boom, and although this will be disrupted by the Asian financial crash of 1998, they have more than enough money and productive potential to rebuild. While spoken of as a national tragedy, the losses to manpower and equipment will prove the least of their worries. Neither side managed to inflict truly overwhelming material and manpower losses on the other, though Taiwan inflicted greater losses in absolute terms, and the mainland inflicted greater losses as a proportion of force totals. The real disparity in the results of the war lies in the objectives achieved and the long-term political impacts. Let's start by reviewing what goals were achieved, starting with the PRC. This entire war was ostensibly about advancing the cause of reunification, either politically or militarily. The ultimate political impacts will be difficult to determine for some time, but the immediate result on Taiwan's 1996 elections is decidedly mixed. The ROC's loss of 3 offshore islands and the connection to President Lee's speech has granted his political opponents to both his left and right a major victory. Lin Yangkang, a conservative independent who split from the Kuomintang over its softening towards separatism, wins nearly a third of the vote from those blaming Lee's radicalism for losses and economic chaos. The separatist Democratic Progressive Party likewise gains votes from those who thought Lee was too passive and imposed political limitations on the military that meant it failed to defeat the mainland. And yet despite it all, only the Kuomintang under Lee gains enough of the vote to actually form a government, albeit an extremely weak one. With the political results indecisive, there is the question of whether the 3 islands are worthwhile as a purely military prize to the PRC. The answer is, only if you squint. The military gains in the strait are not worth that much in themselves, and the losses in taking them can only be redeemed by the experience gained by the PLA and the ability of Beijing to effectively use the victory on the international stage. Beijing did fight a local war under high technology conditions. While the scale of the air war really did run away from both sides, escalation into a generalized war for the islands, or with the US or Japan, was effectively avoided by keeping the fight very close to the mainland coast. This home field advantage helped negate the ROCAF's better pilot training and visual range weapons. All the while, enough diplomatic off-ramps were maintained to allow the conflict to slowly peter out in Beijing's favour after US carriers arrived to pacify the situation. In terms of demonstrating the modernisation of the PLA, results were a little mixed, but ultimately positive. The ROC was clearly the technologically superior force, and especially on day one, the PLA really was reduced to throwing inferior airframes into a meat grinder. Yet the few technological advantages the PLA did have, like BVR and air-launched anti-ship missiles, were ultimately as crucial to its operational victory as raw numbers. The foreign-made systems it acquired in exchange for an alliance against the USSR in the 1980s were also essential to evening the odds, even when fielding obsolete platforms. French sonars allowed noisy, obsolete submarines to spot their more advanced opponents. Israeli-made Python missiles enabled some J-7s to take on 3rd and 4th gen opponents. In terms of doctrinal modernization, this was a true joint operation, at least on the first night, with Army, Navy and Air Force units working together to bring about a combined result. It will take some time for the results of the war in advancing Beijing's strategic objectives to become known, but it does seem clear that the war may have induced tensions in the US-Taiwan relationship. US pressure not to strike the mainland may have increased ROC losses, and the peacekeeping mission of the US carrier group after the PLA had already achieved its objectives clearly helped Beijing. In Taiwan, anti-US sentiment has clearly informed some of the increased vote for candidates to the left and right of Lee. Beijing wanted a media-savvy war that produced good imagery and clear wins for consumption at home and internationally. On this front, the results are again quite mixed. Chinese soldiers, navy crews and pilots braved high losses and often miserable conditions that made Beijing look callous with their lives. The Western media certainly paints the war as Beijing throwing human waves at Taiwan, and yet objectives were ultimately achieved, and ROC losses were nearly as catastrophic. On the whole, nationalist sentiment has been effectively stoked in China to the benefit of Premier Jiang Zemin and the military faction to his left, even if criticisms over the handling of the war became more common. Now let's review the ROC's goals. Clearly the loss of the islands has impacted the ROC significantly, and Beijing has been successful in improving its military situation and affecting Taiwan's election. Whether or not the long-term picture favours Beijing, the ROC armed forces were clearly unsuccessful in protecting the island's political autonomy. Efforts to contain the war to areas outside Taiwan were successful, and nightmare scenarios like SRBM strikes on the main island were effectively avoided. The ROCAF kept the PLA fighting very close to home. There can be no question that this objective was achieved. The real question is whether it was pursued at the expense of other objectives. The ROC sought the backing of the US during the war, but aid simply took too long to arrive due to the timing of the PLA's offensive. If the war had continued, new US systems like E-2 AWACS or F-16s would have helped turn the tide, but against a lightning offensive, foreign aid was not a major factor. US support, and especially the political conditions placed thereon, arguably hindered the ROC's ability to fight. US objectives to maintain the strait as a safe route for global commerce conflicted with the ROC's own goals of guarding its offshore islands with a higher tolerance for economic cost. While there is strong global sympathy for Taiwan following the crisis, and Taiwan may even get a boost in its efforts to lobby at the UN in Washington, none of it will come quickly enough to save Lee from the domestic political troubles induced by the war. As with US support, it just didn't count for much in a very brief conflict, which was over before institutional inertia could be overcome. In terms of the goals set by the combatants themselves then, the result is an obvious victory to the PRC and defeat of the ROC. But that is only the start of the military conclusions that would be drawn. Any conflict of this scale in 1995 would be combed over by analysts for years. What insights might they gain? First, in the 1990s, there had been a very wide range of opinion on how capable the PLA was. For example, in 2000, RAND assessed it would take only 2 US carriers plus the ROCAF to decisively defeat China, while some in Washington seriously talked about PLA blockades or even an invasion of Taiwan itself. If a war in 1995 had gone roughly as I've described, it would have had the effect of narrowing the diversity in assessments of the PLA's strength. The US Navy might be less confident of its ability to defeat the entire Chinese Air Force with only a carrier or two, instead emphasizing that it would depend on the political context. The PLA had shown that it could overperform in a fight close to its coast, in which opponents were reluctant to strike inland. Conversely, upward estimates of the PLA's capability would be radically scaled down. A blockade of Taiwan, let alone an invasion, was clearly well below its capability in 1995. It could barely take 3 tiny islands, and the ROCAF quickly contained the mainland navy to port, or patrols very far away in the East and South China Sea. Even an invasion of larger offshore islands like Kinmen would have probably been beyond its capability, particularly in terms of sea lift under contested conditions. Another conclusion to be drawn would be that Chinese military strength had risen and fallen in almost direct proportion to its access to foreign investment and technology. Almost every indigenously produced Chinese system underperformed in the war, while most victories were enabled by French, British, Israeli, Russian, and Ukrainian components or systems. Within China, this would further isolate any advocates of Mao-era socialist autarky, insofar as any still remained, and outside China, it would strengthen arguments that China could be effectively sanctioned into defeat, at least for now. Taiwan's policy of declaring a maritime exclusion zone demonstrated that this increasingly common practice was a double-edged sword. It did its job of reducing civilian casualties, protecting commerce, and avoiding unwanted escalation, but it also afforded China freedom to maneuver around the MEZ in safe zones over its coastline. Combined with pressure not to strike the mainland, the MEZ proved a political limitation on ROCAF operations that arguably increased its losses. Both sides' air combat tactics would be one of the most studied aspects of this war, acting as a textbook demonstration of the use of pulsed air operations, or timed fighter sweeps, in defeating standing combat air patrols. On day one, the enormous losses inflicted by the ROCAF coincided with its use of timed pulses to sweep away PLA aircraft loitering over the islands. Later, the situation was reversed, with the ROCAF having to loiter over the islands to cover regular bombing runs, recon and anti-submarine operations, while the PLA used pulsed attack windows to great effect. Pulsed operations typically enabled local numerical superiority, while standing combat air patrols meant splitting a force in thirds between those on site, transiting and refueling. The switch to pulsed operations by the PLA, while effective in the air, did come at a huge cost, ceding long windows in which the islands were bombed with relative impunity, to the cost of 188 dead from air raids. One potential lesson is that standing cap is something air forces on the defensive are forced into, and air forces on the offensive can typically better set the terms of the engagement and defeat them with timed sweeps. On the more technical side of things, the overperformance and underperformance of specific systems would guide procurement, R&D, and exports in the future. The J-8Bs were arguably the biggest flop of the war. The PLA had invested a lot in these modern-looking aircraft, assigning them to its most elite formations. Their adequate radars gave some advantages, especially at night, but its PL-7s, based on French-designed Magic missiles, scored fewer hits than the PL-5s of the J-7s. Pilots reported the larger J-8s couldn't turn or roll as quickly. Its engines burned hotter and attracted infrared missiles more easily. Its cockpit was overcomplicated, and its twin power plant needed more maintenance. In all respects, it was a disappointment, and the PRC ultimately decides to maintain only a handful of units, largely as testbeds for indigenously designed BVR missiles. Conversely, the J-7s performed far better, especially those upgraded to the H or E models. While they suffered huge losses on the first day, by the time better equipped units were relocated to the front and employed in pulse surges, they could hold their own against Taiwanese jets. Higher speed and PL-8 missiles almost made up for the better training and agility of the Taiwanese pilots once the J-7s were employed more intelligently. The obvious candidate for the best jet of the war was the Su-27 Flanker B. The 9th Regiment became a truly elite formation central to all PLA plans in the air. Their R-27s didn't actually score that many kills against the fast Taiwanese jets, but they acted to shape engagements effectively, and at multiple points forced the ROCAF to abort attack runs entirely. The significance of the flankers, combined with other purchases China sought from Russia, like Kilo-class submarines and Sovereignty-class destroyers, would bring China and Russia even closer together into the 2000s. It would also influence China further in the direction of investing heavily in its own domestic flanker production, even more so than in our timeline. During the Sea Battle of Dongding, Chinese destroyers and frigates were clearly inferior to their Taiwanese counterparts on a one-to-one basis. Only coordination with H-6Ds allowed them to even the odds somewhat, overwhelming the advanced defensive missiles of the Taiwanese vessels. After this single engagement, the long range of the Safflower missile effectively kept all subsequent Taiwanese naval pushes at bay, but perhaps it wouldn't have taken much to push through. Notably, a single Cheng Kung-class frigate did the bulk of Taiwan's fighting in the naval battle, and perhaps if Taiwan had more than 3 of these modified Oliver Hazard Perry designs, it could have punched right through the mainland's coastal defense missiles. As an aside, the OHP was considered the least capable major surface combatant in US service at the time, which suggests that if the US had entered the war, it would have utterly devastated the PLA Navy in short order. On the Taiwanese side, there were perhaps relatively few lessons to learn that it didn't already know. It knew the PLA was dangerously close to catching up to its fleet of F-5Es and F-104Gs, which is why it was in the process of replacing them with Qingguo's F-16s in Mirage 2000s. The high losses suffered by the Qingguo's were reflective of its reliance on the type for bombing missions, rather than any design flaw. Nonetheless, the results of the war would have set off alarm bells about the relative rate of Chinese technological development in the air, compelling Taiwan to invest even more in programs like the Tianqian-2 BVR missile, Tiancong-2 SAM, and Tianqi SRBM. The overall effect of these systems would be to enable advantages over the PLA at range, rather than being forced into any further costly melees. It is in the sphere of long-term political history that this scenario creates the most unknowns. The biggest question is whether the benefits to China in military experience and prestige, new outposts and influence over Taiwanese politics are worth the cost of likely sanctions and increased international scrutiny. This could have created severe problems for Jiang Zemin's market reforms and associated efforts to gain access to Western technologies, putting China at a market disadvantage in later arms races, especially against the United States. In a worst-case scenario for China, its efforts in Taiwan backfire, and any near-term pivot towards integrationism out of fear and lost profits is outweighed by a long-term rise in nationalist resentment at the loss, which compels victories by a more hawkish DPP in future elections. This might put Taiwan on a path to a much more open separatism, now backed by the United States, that views China as a major potential rival. By the 2000s, it could view China as another evil empire to be sanctioned and besieged into submission to the liberal international order, and the Obama-era pivot to Asia occurs over a decade early, putting severe military pressure on a much more technologically backward China. But let's also consider a best-case scenario for China. The allure of cheap Chinese labour and incentives for international investment in manufacturing largely outweighs any momentary drive towards sanctions. Taishan capital from Taiwan becomes so afraid of another disruption to cross-strait commerce that it invests massively in the conservative, integrationist wing of Taiwanese politics, leading to electoral victories by a Kuomintang that decides Li's separatist sympathies are a liability. Taiwan's defense strategy becomes oriented around making itself so integrated into the mainland economy that it would be foolish to attack. By the time peaceful integration becomes a real possibility, the US will have spent so long viewing China as a friendly site of investment that is inevitably transitioning into a liberal capitalist state that it won't even notice the cracks forming in the first island chain, undermining its main means of enforcing a blockade should it ever change its mind. On balance, both of these extremes seem unlikely. We should consider that in the 1990s there were both economic factors pulling the US and Taiwan closer to China, and geostrategic considerations pushing them away. Objective factors like these have to be imperfectly weighed up by the subjective factor, in this case mainly lobbyists and policymakers in Washington and Taipei, in order to be translated into concrete actions. The subjective factor is something that can't be predicted. While we don't choose the circumstances that dictate our options, ultimately human beings make history. But we can talk about how a decision to go to war in 1995 would have given added weight to one side of the objective factors over the other. On the whole, it seems likely history would have hewn closer to the worst case scenario for China. Immediate returns in domestic stability, military standing or experience, and striking a blow against Li Denghui would have eventually given way to a 21st century world considerably more hostile to Beijing's idea of China's peaceful rise. Lobbyists in Washington, representing the interests of investors in Chinese manufacturing, would have had a much harder time providing a counterbalance to the more hawkish elements in the defense industrial complex, convinced that rapid Chinese military and economic advances represented a threat to US hegemony, and would eventually require a return to a kind of Cold War containment strategy centered on the first island chain. Real-world illusions in long-term peace in Washington were fairly conditional on the idea that China would eventually represent another example of an authoritarian statized economy, giving way to liberal democratic capitalism. Evidence of recent aggression that underlined the incompatibility of US and Chinese interests in Taiwan would have instead made illusions in this expected transition much more difficult, and made it easier for US politicians to present initiatives like Belt and Road, increased trade with Africa, or the emerging dominance of China as a world market for raw materials as something sinister and inherently aggressive in themselves. Increased tariffs on Chinese goods, the securitization of US tech industry component chains, and the idea of Taiwanese tech manufacturing as a core element in US national security might have concretized by the early 2010s rather than the 2020s. In the real world, 2 more decades of increased access to Western technologies via manufacturing integration were central to China's national security and meant it could go into a period of trade wars and mutual sanctions with a solid national R&D base that would remain competitive with the West. If China had instead done something undeniably aggressive against Taiwan in the 1990s, it might instead face truly existential threats by the 2020s. Successful US-backed secessionist movements, military interventions against its holdings in the Spratlys, or even a viable plan for regime change. This channel isn't named Wars That Haven't Happened Yet, and I prefer to keep discussions grounded in historically based scenarios which contain fewer unknowns, not least because I don't want to completely rip off hype-ops. But in the case of any Taiwan-China confrontation, there's just so many people curious about how things would be different today that I can't help but talk about it briefly. Many analysts predict an attempted Chinese attack on Taiwan somewhere between 2027 and 2030. And without getting into the thorny question of whether this should be believed, we can still talk about how things might play out. First, and most obviously, all of the gear would be completely new. Very few things that were in use in 1995 are still in use today. but most of these changes represent incremental upgrades rather than transformative new capabilities, so I won't spend much time on them. In short, the PLA Air Force still operates a high-low mix of aircraft, but instead of J-7s on the low end and Su-27s on the high, its main regiments around Taiwan are aimed with the J-16 on the low end, a copy of the Russian Su-30 or Flanker C, and the J-20 5th generation stealth fighter on the high end. Obviously, China's limitations in BVR combat are a thing of the past, and in fact missiles like the PL-15 now outrange many Western counterparts. The ROCAF has now retired its largely F-5 based fleet, with the main fighter force now consisting of Qingkuo Cs, F-16Vs and Mirage 2000s, which are now its oldest jets. At sea, China's fleet of Luda destroyers, Jianghu frigates and Huangfeng and Huxin missile boats have been largely replaced with a four-tiered force of Type 052 Luoyang destroyers, Type 054 Jiangkai frigates, Type 056 Jiangdao corvettes, and Type 22 Hubei missile boats. These new ship types have generally retained the PLAN's design philosophy of mounting extremely heavy, long-ranged anti-surface weapons, but have also kept up with newer standards in naval combat, like AESA-type integrated sensor suites and huge vertical launch system bays, with a mix of long-range anti-ship and anti-air missiles. Taiwanese naval capabilities have fallen well behind the PLA for the first time since the Civil War began, with a fleet mostly composed of Cold War surplus US hulls upgraded with new Taiwanese anti-air and anti-ship missiles, which results in notably inferior capabilities compared to designing modern sensors and VLS cells into the hull from the ground up. Nonetheless, it is notable that with missiles like the ramjet-powered Xiongfeng 3, the ROC Navy can now offer a pretty credible sea denial capability with the range necessary to threaten PLA vessels all the way on the other side of the strait. Under the sea, the PLA has largely overcome its issues with noisy submarine hulls, and modern Yuan and Song-class submarines would be an important part of any naval blockade of Taiwan. The ROC's indigenous submarine development program to replace the Hai Lung class proceeded ahead, much to the chagrin of the US, who have consistently pushed Taiwan to focus on lower-cost mass sea denial capabilities rather than big-ticket items. Despite the pushback and procurement hell, the first Hai Kun-class submarine entered service this year, but how such a small number of submarines could actually influence a war of this scale is questionable. Finally, on land, we see some more signs of the PLA overtaking Taiwan technologically. A diverse array of specialised armoured vehicles from the ZBD-05 infantry fighting vehicle to the ZTD-05 amphibious tank to the PLZ-07 amphibious artillery vehicle would lead any landing attempt. Arrayed against them would be a mix of new vehicles like the Clouded Leopard IFV and quite old vehicles like Cold War era M60s. PLA artillery would also be notably more effective than in 1995, having transitioned to the heavier NATO standard 155mm round and incorporated new Beidou guided rounds that extend their range and accuracy. Finally, sensor coverage over the strait has advanced considerably. Not only has the number of radomes on mountaintops either side of the strait doubled, they have been paired with new anti-stealth radars, dozens of comment and SIGINT facilities, and over-the-horizon and anti-ballistic missile systems that can track targets thousands of kilometers away. From the more humble over-the-horizon beachside systems on several mainland bays, to the enormous pave pause system on Taiwan's Leishan Mountain, or the mainland's equivalent, the X-band large phased array radar in Anhui. If that wasn't enough, both sides have gained powerful airborne radars, from the mainland's diverse GX series surveillance planes to Taiwan's E-2 sentries. In 1995, neither side had all that much privacy within its airspace, but in 2027, virtually nothing airborne will be hidden. If we were just focusing on these incremental technical changes to equipment, then we might expect the war to play out pretty much the same, a fight that pits greater Chinese numbers against a more entrenched Taiwanese force on the offshore islands, but with fancier stuff. But for every upgrade that amounts to making a gun handier, a missile shoot farther, or a plane stealthier, there is one that completely changes the shape of any future conflict. Here are just a few. First, from the very get-go, the war would not be one of joint operations, air, land and sea cooperation, but so-called multi-domain operations, air, land, sea, space and cyberspace. US, Japanese and Chinese satellites would be sending down constant real-time sensor information, tracking units not only in the Strait, but across the Pacific. These would be disrupted by anti-SAT missiles, attacks on uplinks and cyber attacks. Speaking of, these would be constant, with whole service branches like the PLA Cyberspace Force and ROC ISEFCOM integrated into operational planning to deliver things like coordinated cyber attacks on power grids, enemy GPS guidance, or C4 ISTAR systems. Backdoors set up in peacetime would be activated to enable mass attacks right at the start of hostilities. 2. PLA and Taiwanese missile units have transformed the fundamental geometry of a war. In 1995, the PLA couldn't really use its DF-15s to assist its operations at a tactical level. They were a strategic weapon that could hit something as big as an airbase. The ROC didn't even have a comparable capability until the Tianqi SRBM was developed and based at Dongyin and Penghu, a direct response to the DF-15 threat in the Third Strait Crisis. Nowadays, both countries have missile units that are not only able to achieve much longer ranges, but accuracy measured not in the hundreds of meters, but in the single digits. Not only that, missiles like the Dongfeng 17 have adopted hypersonic glide vehicles. Now I know that hypersonics are a bit overhyped, everyone and their grandma supposedly has these game changers. After all, by a strict definition, the V2 rocket was a hypersonic back in 1944. But a hypersonic glide vehicle is something different and more specific. By maneuvering at low altitude at hypersonic speeds for an extended stretch, it is impossible to shoot down with anything less than a cutting-edge system designed specifically for that task. Though Taiwan would have such systems like Patriot, Tiancong 3 and 4, or Tiancong, the mainland has so many hypersonics that it could conceivably overwhelm and peel back Taiwan's defences with little else. Taiwan has recognised this threat, doubling down on base hardening and the continued development of hollowed-out mountain airfields along its east coast at Qihang and Chaishan. Even so, most wargaming done of a cross-strait war assumes much of the ROCAF is now taken out in an initial preemptive strike, along with much of Taiwan's defence infrastructure, mountaintop radars, missile systems and so on, anything that isn't literally under half a mountain. Relatedly, Taiwan has decided that pretty much all of its fixed fortifications on the offshore islands are obsolete in the face of ballistic missiles with pinpoint accuracy and other PLA-guided weapons adopted over the 2000s. Fixed defences just don't help that much when the PLA could work out a targeting solution with Google Maps. The islands have instead made the bunkers into tourist locations and transitioned to dispersed mobile garrisons. Overall, the islands have declined in military importance as a result, with most professional wargames now treating them, rightly or wrongly, as little more than a speed bump, if they feature at all. In response to PLA missile development, Taiwan has developed a second strike capability, that is, launchers that can disperse and strike back at mainland targets, mostly made up of the Xiangfeng 2E cruise missile and Qiangxiang anti-radiation loitering munition. I don't see these talked about when people wargame a Taiwan-China war, but they're a pretty potent capability, built in large numbers, and in the event of a large PLA missile salvo against Taiwan, I would expect to see dispersed units of Taiwan's 791st Missile Brigade open fire from across northern Taiwan at mainland targets. If a hypersonic missile punches through air defences with sheer speed, these cruise missiles and loitering munitions adopt a different approach, passing under air defences by staying below most radars, maintaining unpredictable flight paths, employing decoys and spoofing, and so on. In my own tests, obviously limited by the assumptions that go into CMO, a lot of the initial fight in a 2027 scenario was a matchup between Dongfeng 17s versus Patriot batteries on the one hand, and Xiangfeng 2Es versus S-300s on the other, unless there were major diplomatic reasons why both sides couldn't use their missiles, and to be clear, they very often are. Most of the initial cross-strait war would centre on a missile duel rather than air power. Now the third big change, which is closely related to the proliferation of long-range land attack missiles. Since the advent of the Dongfeng 21D, which has now largely been replaced by the Dongfeng 26, China has ostensibly had the ability to hit and sink an entire US aircraft carrier using ballistic missiles with a hypersonic guided terminal phase. This sent a big panic around the US defense complex and created a lot of hype around the obsolescence of the aircraft carrier. That hype was overblown, but there was a rational core to it. China's longest-range sea denial capabilities went from upgraded 1960s missiles in 1995 to something with genuinely no foreign counterpart by 2010. A Dongfeng 21D unit on the Fujian coast could hypothetically hit a US carrier off Japan or the Philippines, and a Dongfeng 26 could shoot twice as far as that. These missiles aren't magic bullets, they can be countered in three ways. An Aegis destroyer close enough to China could shoot them as they ascend. The aircraft, ships or satellites queuing the missile could be taken out. Or, least reliably, the missile could be taken out in its terminal phase with electronic countermeasures, or particularly advanced air defense missiles like the SM-6. But the only properly safe countermeasure would be not getting into a situation where such a missile has finished its ascent with accurate targeting data. For that reason, China has been extremely successful in all but guaranteeing US carriers cannot operate in the strait itself or nearby coast, and at minimum would have to operate beyond the first island chain, where the effectiveness of their air wing would be significantly reduced in return for being more difficult targets to acquire. Unlike 1995, a Taiwan Strait Crisis today would not simply end when US carriers arrive. Rather, the US goal would be to gain and maintain a tenuous lifeline to Taiwan's coast, and this would be difficult enough without any crazy sorties further into missile range. I recommend Hypop's video on the subject if you want an idea of how badly that might go. Fourth, it's not just because of increased missile range and accuracy that we're talking about a much larger scale of conflict. The geometry of the war will also be changed by 3 decades of changing alliance structures and active preparation for war. In 1995, the US and Japan would have been pretty slow to respond to a Chinese attack on Taiwan, and even once they had, the focus might well have been on peacekeeping rather than enthusiastic support of the ROC. In the decades after 1979, the US had continued to arm the ROC more or less overtly. It was a good customer for the US defense industrial complex, but it was not a close ally. And Beijing was, for a time, the more important strategic partner against the USSR, even if that too was not exactly a close alliance. 1995 sat uneasily in a transitional period where the US hadn't quite firmed up on which rising geopolitical rivals would need to be throttled in the crib, or which might be turned into allies or proxies in the fullness of time. In the present day, China sits at the centre of US foreign policy, and every other country is viewed in terms of potential alliances against China. Taiwan dominates semiconductor production using the 3 and 5 nanometer processes, meaning that retaining it is a US geostrategic line in the sand even before we consider its centrality to the first island chain. The US would be much faster to act in defense of Taiwan, to the point that it has even positioned a few hundred advisors on the offshore islands for the first time since the 70s, potentially acting as a tripwire force. Japan too has undergone constitutional changes to make acting against China much less politically fraught, and it would at very least conduct aggressive patrolling and share sensor information at the outbreak of war. Changes in US basing rights in Japan now allow both countries to disperse aircraft at Japanese civilian airports as a countermeasure against ballistic missile strikes. In addition, the Philippines has also recently signed treaties allowing the basing of US aircraft on Luzon for the first time since the Cold War. A Chinese attack on Taiwan, or even certain hybrid operations short of war, like maritime militia blockades, would more easily trigger a major response by the US and its allies, expanding the scope of any conflict out from the limited island clash likely in 1995 to a war potentially encompassing China's entire coastline and offshore territories. So far, I've mostly spoken about changes in expensive big-ticket systems, but cheap, expendable ones would arguably be more important, especially in the fight for the offshore islands and strait itself. One interesting point of continuity is that in 2027, the PLA would still employ the J6. In fact, it would employ them in greater numbers than 1995, and without any significant upgrades. After all, China built 3,000 of the things, and it would be a shame to waste them. Pilots are a lot less expendable, however, and so these J6s have had the pilot swapped out for a very simple remote control and camera setup to create the J6W assault drone. Most of the forward airfields across from Taiwan are filled with these things, clearly indicating that until Taiwan's long-range air defences at Dongyin and Penghu are taken out, the PLA doesn't want to risk its piloted aircraft by stationing them close to the strait. First, the bases will be used for mass drone attacks to suppress Taiwanese defences, and only then will manned fighters be brought in. China also has a large fleet of various Predator-type and quadcopter drones, and Taiwan probably does too, although drone development moves so fast and is such a wild west of little companies churning out competing models that I can't give much of an accurate account here. What we can assume is that a war in the Taiwan Strait would be no less a drone-monitored horror show than Ukraine, with thousands of models making every waking moment a paranoid nightmare for infantry and vehicles. Taiwan seems to have invested somewhat less in drone warfare, though US-sponsored initiatives like the unmanned hellscape concept have sought to push Taiwan from investing in big-ticket prestige items towards mass production of autonomous air and sea vehicles. Hellscape aims to turn the entire strait into such a tangled web of autonomous kamikaze systems that it would make naval operations impossible without a months-long clearance operation that would give Taiwan's allies more time to intervene. This brings us to our final key difference between 1995 and 2027. In the 90s, the PLA's amphibious capacity was pretty small, less than 1 division per wave, or 10,000 troops. Nor would it realistically have wanted to concentrate all of that capacity in one place, hence why our scenario was limited to such small targets at Wuchu and Dongding. Not so in 2027. Not only has the PLA invested in modern landing vessels like the Type 071 amphibious transport dock and Type 075 amphibious assault carrier, it also has many more blue water support vessels such that landings farther afield are much more viable. Raw capacity for a first wave landing hasn't improved all that much, however, perhaps a 2.5 times increase or about 3 amphibious brigades. The real change is in follow-on sustainment. Over 2024 and 25, many OSINT guys got extremely excited about China's development of a new class of dual-use civilian and military roll-on roll-off ferry, which mounts an extremely large forward docking ramp. Analysts quickly worked out that this was intended to circumvent the problem of Taiwan's small, rocky landing beaches by extending a ramp all the way over the shore onto a nearby road. Once in place, other requisitioned ro-ro ferries could take turns unloading their cargoes onto the back of the initial ship, potentially unloading multiple brigades of vehicles very quickly. The first wave would only need to secure enough of a landing zone for one of these new vessels to land safely, then more brigades could land rapidly. If I have a quibble with the way this story is usually told, it's that people seem to assume that developing a capability means China is going to use it almost immediately, citing all sorts of arguments about how 2027 is an important year for the CPC, being 100 years since the Shanghai Massacre among other things. I'm a little more dubious. I think people are forgetting how much China has been put on the defensive by tightening alliance structures, and how such assets could be just as valuable as a deterrent under those circumstances. But if I'm wrong, I also think people are too quick to assume China would launch right into a lightning invasion of Taiwan itself under a cloud of missiles and drones. A first wave of 3 brigades could very plausibly be pushed back into the sea by the large land units on Taiwan itself, and we might instead expect more of a ladder of escalation and pressure on the ROC. If for whatever reason China did choose reunification by force of arms in the next few years, it would probably begin by exhausting all of its hybridized strategic options short of war. Deniable influence operations, maritime militia blockades, or Crimea-style non-violent seizures of smaller islands. A naval blockade might be the next step, something that makes the ROC fire the first shots and complicates the diplomatic situation. Only then might a shooting war start, and the PLA could very well attempt to limit its scope, making the US and Japan cautious about intervening over some small islet or stretch of sea. Keeping the fight close to the mainland's shores could make it easier to bleed some key aspect of Taiwan's military strength in a controlled duel, without escalating to an all-out international missile barrage. If amphibious operations are pursued at all, the PRC might be realistic about the risks and its inexperience with such operations, starting with landings at much smaller islands like Kinmen and the Matsus to build up experience, then Penghu as a stepping stone, landing on Taiwan itself only if there is evidence that the entire ROC armed forces have been so degraded by naval, missile, drone and aircraft bombardment that they are unlikely to be able to resist the modest initial landing effort the PRC can sustainably manage. If there was one lesson to learn from our 1995 scenario, it was how a force that might otherwise find itself on the back foot can carefully make use of both escalation and de-escalation to limit the scope of operations to its advantage. Thanks for watching again. To my viewers in Indonesia who subscribed from my last video, a special welcome back. I hope to cover more topics in our region soon, even if I'm going to depart from it for the next few videos. If you haven't seen my previous scenario covering a clash between Australia and Indonesia in 1999, consider checking it out. I'm extremely grateful for the feedback I've gotten about it, and I was blown away at the quality of the comments. Many of the criticisms were also quite informed and thoughtful. I agree, for example, that I undersold the role of the US in pushing for Australian intervention, got a few of the Australian units involved wrong, and didn't quite cover aspects of air operations like OCA sweeps and the vulnerability of low-level interdiction faithfully. I'm a civilian, so I'm working out a lot of this as I go, and I hope this video is more accurate on the whole. Depending on when this video comes out, I might have time for a shorter one before the software I need for my next big project comes out. I'll leave you with the trailer for that right after the credits roll. See you in the next war.